5, 4, 3, 2, 1, roll the intro. Intro. Play.
Hold on. Wait a second. That's it.
That's it?
Yeah, that's the melody to Funky Town.
Hey, that's me. I'm a towel. I love the intro. Thanks so much to LA Connection for that. Hello, towel friends. I'm a towel. Look at me. I'm a proper towel. I'm all proper and dapper-like. It's great to see so many of you. I'm a towel. I lost my mouse. I don't know where my computer mouse is, but I'm a towel, and I'm here. And we have 3 items on the agenda today. It's so great to see so many of you on the way to Funky Town. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We are going to do a recap of yesterday's TurtleBoy hearing. We're going to review my annotated Jeffrey Epstein black book log, because apparently the federal government says that doesn't exist, although I'm not sure that that is not some kind of strategy by President Trump to leverage the information he knows about Jeffrey Epstein and Mossad in order to get Bibi to end the war with Iran and in Gaza. So we'll talk about that. And then we're going to do our intro to the Adelson case. It's not really an intro. We're just going to watch a cross-examination of Charlie Adelson. And then I'm going to learn more about the Adelson case by virtue of that cross-examination. So we're all excitable little towels. I'm a little towel. I know Colleen Henry. It's wonderful. I'm a little towel. You all are little towels. It's just past 11 a.m. It's great to see you all on this Tuesday, July 8th, 2025. I wasn't feeling so good yesterday, ladies and gentlemen. I'm feeling a little bit better today. We're still going to do a short stream today. We're only going to go a few hours. No 8-hour stream, no 8-hour marathon stream today. Thursday, by the way, there's going to be some coverage on this channel of the Massachusetts Cannabis Control Commission hearing. Just giving you a heads up. It's a regulatory body in the Commonwealth. Just giving you a heads up. So if you want to hang out Thursday, that's great. I'm off tomorrow, and then Thursday we're doing a full day of CCC coverage. So if you've ever wanted to learn about Towel's the other side of his work unrelated to true crime, that'll be your opportunity. Although I guess there's a lot of true crime elements to the CCC. There's no doubt about that. Hello, Britt. Welcome. So I wouldn't say that. People kind of come in and they join the blue wall of justice. But on the whole, yes, there's a lot of people who have wrench powers here. And it's a very nice, wonderful community. If you want to join it, you're basically welcome, as long as you don't engage in derogatory, discriminatory, or language, or engage in sea lioning or rage baiting. We generally welcome you. We're pretty attuned to those things, so we don't allow any of them here. But if you don't do those things, you're welcome. And you can get a wrench too, Britt. We have towel friends all over the world in our chat, and it's a wonderful community. I'm so honored to be a part of it. But yes, the first thing we're going to do is hello, Holistic Psychology and Vicky Moore and Jesse. And by the way, we may very, very well be doing a round of towel trivia as well. You know what? That's what we're going to do. Bossy Texas Chick has got to get a chance to get in here. But after the TB recap, we are doing towel trivia. All right? If you haven't joined towel trivia, let me just say it's really, really fun. We have a really good time. And it will be a little bit, I think, it'll be a little bit more conducive to our spirit of playing the game of trivia than yesterday when there were hundreds of people trying to play. It got a little bit confusing. We still kept track of everybody's points. Yes, hello, Murder by Maestro. Don't worry, I have an annotated overview of the Jeffrey Epstein black book for us today. Colleen Henry, yes, we've started up a towel trivia. We do 10 to 20 minutes of it. It's really fun. You play against each other and also against towel. And if I get a question wrong, you get bonus points, etc., etc. It's a pretty fun game. But anyway, it's just about 11:05, so let's get right into our TV recap. We're going to watch the hearing from yesterday in the TurtleBoy case. We're going to talk a little bit about it, digest it. I'm mostly going to point out how most of the hearing was about Kate Peter and just the ridiculousness of it all. And then from there, we'll do our towel trivia round. And then, hello, Tanya. I'm feeling a little bit better. We're not going to do a long stream today, so we're going to do the TB recap. He was arraigned yesterday on new charges. And then Mark Betterow just kind of got up there and yelled about Kate Peter. I think in Mark Betterow's world, Kate Peter is some kind of supervillain. In reality, she's just like another Aiden, you know? And so, I don't know. I don't see why people make these, like, mythical figures out of just mundane, everyday, like, in my opinion, intelligence operatives. Like, okay, Frank Sturgis was cool, brah, and, like, I get he took his name from E. Howard Hunt's novel about the island of Bimini, but, like, brah, like, come on, like, he was a stone-cold killer. We don't need to, like, lionize him, right? Even though, like, I get it, people like to do that. As to Kate and Aiden, like, it's not even like lionization. It's more just like building this myth around them for tactical political purposes. Like, Betterow made Kate out to be some like grand puppet master behind all of this, when I think she was just playing a role, in my opinion, in a larger political proxy battle between the DOJ and the state police. Who was on what side and who's falling where and who cooperated against who, God only knows at this point. But either way, watching Betterow just get up there and be like, Kate Peter is some kind of, like, he basically called her, like, the conductor of all this. Betterow, I think you're missing the forest through the trees, although I like your style. I don't like Mark Betterow for a lot of things he does, but you want to get up there in open court and start talking about Kate Peter. Oh, you got my attention. You go right ahead, Mark Betterow. All right. So here we go. Hello, Rhonda. Welcome to the chat. Thank you so much for checking in on me. I'm feeling a little bit better. But we're not going to spend our whole day, by the way, on the TurtleBoy case. We're just going to watch this 30-minute clip to get people caught up. And then we're going to head right into Towel Trivia for 20 minutes. Then we're going to go to an annotated overview of the Epstein Black Book. Then we're going to watch the Charlie Adelson cross so I can learn more about that case. In short, I am a towel. It's Trivial Pursuit for towels. That's true. It's basically it's an altered version of Trivial Pursuit where you basically have to fight against Towel. If Towel gets the question wrong, then you stand a chance. If Towel gets the question right, you're fighting against each other. And Towel has won every round so far. And I'm not cheating or anything. Like, it actually is hard for me because if I get any of the questions wrong, everyone else gets double points. All right. So Towel has to be on his game, and Towel has, on the whole, been on his Towel game. However, we're not at Towel Trivia yet, ladies and gentlemen. We are instead going to watch the recap of yesterday's Aiden TurtleBoy Kearney arraignment and also listen to Mark Betterow yell about Kate Peter. Mostly for my entertainment, but also because I want to, keep people updated on this thing. And I'm not saying that I only have an interest in this because Mark Betterow yelling about Kate Peter is funny to me, but also because it has to do with the integrity of the justice system. And I'm not really in a yelling mood today. I was in a very yelling mood today, but holistic psychology is here today. So I'm not going to do any yelling. I'm just going to play this clip for us. We're going to listen to it, and then I'm going to laugh when Mark Betterow talks about Kate Peter, because I just find it funny, and there's nothing anyone can do about it. I'm just going to sit here, and I'm going to listen to it. And, yeah, it's hilarious. I wouldn't say it's actually hilarious. It's more just, just desserts. Desserts are generally good, but just desserts, well, they're not always great. All right, let's listen. I'm a towel.
So, Your Honor, answered a discovery order the last time we were here. I made substantial progress on it. I can't say I fully complied with it, but I have about, let's see, somewhere in the neighborhood of 5,000 or 6,000 pages of discovery to provide Mr. Bradel today. And I had planned, Your Honor, to file that with a motion for a protective order, which I had served on Mr. Bradel with a couple of days from the one I gave you.
Thank you.
And we have been going along with these, essentially tracking protective orders in the Karen Reed case, and in fact, much of the material is duplicative of discovery turned over in the Karen Reed case, and I've pretty much followed their form protective order. These have all been allowed with the agreement of the defendant and without prejudice.
Okay.
I understand that Mr. Bradel wishes to bring that practice to an end as of today. I'm in a somewhat different position.
By the way, notice the judge was laughing there because he was like, Bradel, like, what do you mean you want to change the status quo? Like, the judge was laughing in, like, praise of Cosgrove, saying, like, Mr. Cosgrove, like, your approach to the protective order remaining the same, preserving the status quo is what makes sense. And then Cosgrove is like, well, Bradel wants to change it. And then judge is like, Mr. Bradel, and he just starts laughing at him. Judge Dunland is not like an angry judge. He's kind of like, and he's very misleading with what he says. Like the way he does his laughs, the way he talks in court, never align with what his ruling's going to be. He's always hiding the ball. He's kind of like Hideo Nomo. He kind of like winds up for the pitch, and he's always kind of like tucking the ball when he's asking questions during oral argument. The ball's always in the elbow, so you can never actually see, as the person analyzing Judge Dunland, what he's going to do, because when he's winding up to throw that pitch to the attorneys, it's always, the ball is always hidden from them, and you don't know if it's going to be, if he's like throwing a fastball because he agrees with you, if he's throwing a curveball to you, if he's using you to mock your opponent because he likes you or likes them. You cannot tell. But Judge Dunland there, on the surface, he's laughing at Bradel, and he's like, what do you mean you want to change the status quo, Mr. Bradel? This arrangement was working. And what you'll end up noticing is that Judge Dunland does preserve the status quo. He says, all right, Mr. Cosgrove, I'll let you write a response brief. How long do you need? And Mr. Cosgrove stands up and says, well, I need 2 to 3 weeks. And the Judge Dunland's like, all right, Mr. Cosgrove, you take your time. He doesn't want to give him more than that later on, but he's like, you take your time. And then Judge Dunland takes no action on the motion from Kearney to make these files available. And this is separate and distinct from the issue with Lindsay Gaetani's cell phone extraction. All right, so you got one set of protected documents in this case that are not subject to being released at all. They go through a completely separate process, and that has to do with the files from Lindsay Gaetani's cell phone that Brian Tully, the state trooper, handed over to Aidan Kearney, unredacted, including naked pictures of Lindsay giving birth on April 24, 2024. Now, on that extraction, the only two things that were removed were messages from Tully to Lindsay and from Kate Peter to Lindsay. How weird, right? And also it came out in this hearing later on the Peter and Tully, the lieutenant, the former detective lieutenant, the current lieutenant for the state police, who was involved in the Kearney case and the Reed case, has a direct connection to Kate Peter. I knew this for a while. Anybody who was paying attention knew that those two were speaking directly, and there's other cohorts of them that were speaking directly in a way that undermined the integrity of the criminal justice process. Now, in my opinion, that doesn't mean that Mr. Kearney didn't do allegedly bad things. He was indicted by a grand jury for a number of felony charges related to witness intimidation, illegal interception of an oral communication related to Lindsay Gaetani, etc. So Aidan has 14 outstanding felony charges in Norfolk Superior Court, and there's this protective order for Lindsay's phone that is like very robust. Okay, it was issued by, I believe, Judge Peter B. Krupp on December 23rd, 2024, or December 27th, 2024. Now, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not your lawyer. Nothing about this is legal advice. I'm a towel. Get a lawyer if you have questions about the law. But Judge Krupp's protective order, okay? Judge Krupp's protective order issues on December 27th, 2024. It's a separate and distinct protective order from everything else in the case. It has a litany of specific, and Lindsay won this order. Make no mistake, Lindsay won this order. Because the state just wasn't moving on it, because I think Tully and whatever them wanted Aidan and Kate's cohorts to be spreading material from that phone to distract the Turtle Riders and the Karen Reed fans from the other witnesses in the Reed trial who had more money and more political connections than Lindsay at that time, although that's going to change. And she's going to become an aristocrat. She's going to be the modern Lady Vanderbilt. I'll build her house in the middle of Manhattan, and she'll decide who comes to the parties. And take that, you little soirees in Canton won't be anything on the modern Gloria Vanderbilt. Listen, I do things out of spite, all right? And I will make her an aristocrat to punish you all for taking advantage of her. Anyway, so it is a little bit... It is a little bit strange how all of that played out with the phone extraction. But either way, because there was no protective order sought by the state for like 9 months. But then in December of 2024, Judge Krupp issues a protective order. So silo all the material related to Lindsay's cell phone. Like And people are going to get disbarred if they mess with that material. Judge Krupp was like on a warpath when he issued that protective order. There's this whole process if you even want to mention material from that phone. Like even Bettero's not, like none of the lawyers can talk about it in court without permission. You can't put it in a filing without permission. That is separate and distinct, okay, from everything else we're about to talk about. Nothing that Bradel moves to do will be able to upset the status quo on that existing protective order related to Lindsay's phone unless he moves to alter that specific protective order. Everything else, okay, Michael Proctor's communications with Jen McCabe, Tully's communications with Kate, whatever, all that other stuff, that is not subject to the protective order issued on December 27, 2024 by Judge Krupp in the Norfolk Superior Court. Everything else, okay, is going to be subject to the oral argument we're just about to hear, which is the nature of whether the protective order is related to those communications that are not related to Lindsay's phone, okay, the 15-year extraction that included, for some reason, in Brian Tully's ultimate wisdom, giving Aidan Kearney naked pictures of Lindsay giving birth. I'll never understand that one. I don't think any of the oversight authorities in the state are ever going to, or the federal government are ever going to understand that one. But anyway, you know, let the chips fall where they may on that, in my opinion, and let the state deal with the reverberations of Mr. Tully and Miss Peters' behavior. All right. Secondarily to that, there is as I mentioned, a litany of other protective orders in the case. All right. What you're going to hear Cosgrove and Betterow talk about now is the protective orders in the case unrelated to Lindsay's phone. And they're going to argue about whether, though, that material should be made public. All right. So everybody understand where we are? Are we all grounded and cogent little towels as to the positioning of the various parties in the context of the current issue at bar? All right. Let's go.
Position.
All right, let me hear from Mr. Bradel. Mr. Bradel,
Thank you, Your Honor.
give me your argument.
I appreciate Your Honor. Judge, the Karen Reed case is over with. It's moot. It's gone. Okay, and my filing, Judge, entitled Aidan Kearney's motion to release case documents from impoundment is what we're talking about here, Your Honor. So I asked the court last time, and we had so much business on the docket last time, I don't think we circled back on it, but I was asking to just release everything from impoundment, Your Honor. The fact that things are embarrassing or...
Yeah, no, it wasn't. What happened, Vicky, there was nothing to lure Aidan to anyone's apartment. Aidan insisted on going over to Lindsay's apartment on December 23rd because he found out. So the grand jury indicts Aidan. There's 16 charges that originate in Stoughton District Court in October of 2023. They get bound over by a grand jury on December 20th of that year, 20th or 21st of December of 2023. 2 days later, or 1 day later, Lindsay gets a subpoena for another grand jury, which could only be into Aidan and Karen. And Aidan was telling Lindsay in text as recently as November 28, 2023 about Karen Reed's ex parte relationship with Josh Levy and the DOJ, that old liberal DOJ up in Boston. All right. So therefore, it wasn't that Aidan Kearney was baited. Aidan Kearney realized, in my opinion, that if Lindsay Gaetani cooperated, it was going to expose Karen Reed and Aidan Kearney to potential liability. So he went over there to try to, in my opinion, and according to the police report, stop Lindsay from cooperating with the grand jury. All right, and you can see Lindsay ended up in no man's land when she would go along with Aidan's plan, and then also when Lindsay wasn't useful to the state police because she didn't know anything about the real target of the federal probe, which was Michael Morrissey and the MSP, but it was related to Birchmore and not John's death, and Lindsay didn't know that because Aidan wasn't even privy to that, in my opinion. This was like a very high level op with the DOJ and Karen, and Aidan was just kind of played like a marionette. And so Lindsay was 2 degrees removed and couldn't get Tully the information he wanted about what the real nature of the federal probe was after August of 2023, which was Sandra Birchmore. So then Lindsay was in no man's land, and that's how her phone gets released. But no, Aidan was not baited. Aidan was, in my opinion, worried that Lindsay was going to cooperate and tell the state police about the nature of communications between Karen and Aidan. Lindsay is integral to that entire case, and so it's it's very concerning, obviously, in that regard, that Aiden went over there, because it wasn't that he was falling for a trap. It's that he, in my mind and in my opinion, knew that Lindsay had information that would be derogatory to him in the context of ongoing probes related to the nature of contacts between Karen Reed, the DOJ, Aiden, the DOJ, Alan Jackson, David Yannetti, et cetera, and so on and so forth. So, in that regard, it's very important to understand, Vicky, that no, he didn't, in my opinion, get baited. He was concerned about what Lindsay was going to say because it could have exposed him and Karen, in my opinion, in his mind, to liability for their actions involving the DOJ and the witnesses in the Reed case. It's chaos. And that's, in my opinion, why he went over there.
Scandalous or cause negative light to be cast upon public officials, Your Honor, is not a reason to impound documents. It's actually a reason to release documents. And that's really all the Commonwealth has left on the existing stuff, is that, gee, this might make investigators look bad. This might make
Oh, yeah, Colleen. Lindsay's faced so much, I think Aiden sued her civilly. There's been a lot of pressure on Lindsay, and in my opinion, it has a lot to do with the ongoing federal investigation into some of these troopers, what Tully did with the phone. There's a lot of people in Kate Peters' orbit, I think, who would rather Lindsay just not be available as a cooperating witness for the federal government. You see what I'm saying? But I think the federal government might be on to that, So if you get caught as a state level official, whether you're trying to help the police or Aiden or whatever, if you get caught weaponizing the justice system because you find out someone's cooperating with a federal investigation, listen, I'm not saying anything, all right? I'm just saying people are dumb. They don't realize what's happening, and they do stupid shit, and then they wonder why the feds come down on them so hard because they're stupid, all right? That's all I'm going to say about that. The second thing I'm going to say is you can't, in my opinion, try to deter someone from cooperating with a federal investigation as punishment. That's the most, especially when you're involved in the government in any way, shape, or form. It's the most grotesque form of public corruption, and it's a very big deal. So, for the folks who want to support Lindsay in light of what's kind of been going on with the civil suits or otherwise, there's a great way to do it. It's the Give, Send, Go link right at the top. Just remember, any donations you send over to me that are earmarked, it has to say Lindsay in the note. I will just segregate that fund, and I will give it to Lindsay's Give, Send, Go or the third-party payee directly. And Lindsay doesn't actually receive the funds. It goes to a third-party payee who then Lindsay's allowed to direct to pay for legal services. All right. So if you want to support Lindsay is, in my opinion, Lindsay Gaetani and Sandra Birchmore were the two most vulnerable people involved in this entire sordid tale. They were taken advantage of in multiple different ways by systems that were meant to protect them. And the only people left who can defend the interest of someone in no man's land in this proxy war between the DOJ and the state police are people like us. We stand up, we'll raise whatever we need to for Lindsay. She needs 10,000, 20,000, 40,000, I don't care. We'll talk to all the towel friends. We will give her whatever she needs so that she is elevated to the level of an aristocratic, politically connected power player who will be treated with the respect that she deserves. And if it really is the case that in the realpolitik of our socio-political hierarchy, the only way to be treated with respect is to have political and economic resources, then so be it. I think that's a disgusting commentary on our society. It riles me up like nothing else. But if that's what it takes to force the justice system to respect the most vulnerable, then so be it. And if Lindsay Gaetani is going to be the case study in how a person can be taken advantage of by a system, but then at the same time be respected simply because of the amount of money they get access to and the amount of political connections they have, then so be it. We'll teach the system a lesson in accountability, and Lindsay Gaetani will be the shining star of that story. And I don't care, in my opinion, I don't care how many self-interested parties are involved in preventing Lindsay from cooperating with the federal investigation or otherwise. Eventually, the truth will be told. There are people clearly watching this entire situation who, although they probably cannot say anything, will absolutely be ready to act at the time necessary pursuant to the juridical processes that exist. You obviously can sense I have a lot to say, none of which I'm saying, okay, because I respect the process, and I, unlike other people who get access to information, do not just go running out there, okay, whether it's related to federal probes or otherwise, and say, ha, look what I know. Because I'm not a moron, and I'm not going to compromise whatever's going on because I have personal feelings about how the vulnerable are falling through the cracks. No, I will simply ensure, in my opinion, that by way of my petitioning activity pursuant to the First Amendment, the people who are the most vulnerable are given an equal voice in the political chess game as those machinations do unfold. And I will not accept anything less. That's anti-American. Towel loves America. So anyway, let's make sure we share some links for Lindsay. That was a great reminder. I appreciate all of you for reminding me of that before we keep going. So if you want to support Lindsay Gaetani, there's two different ways to do it. So I'm going to put two different ways in the chat. The first is you can give directly to Lindsay's Give, Send, Go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you can literally donate directly through the link in the chat. If you would like to donate to Lindsay through myself, please remember to put a comment. I sometimes people send them right when I'm talking about it, and I just assume it's for Lindsay. But if you don't put a note in the comment, it's really hard for me to tell. So other ways to help Lindsay, please include a note. And then also any super chats that come in to help Lindsay, I make a note of that in my notepad. We got, I think, a $20 super chat yesterday. I'll just pay that out of my pocket and give it to the third-party payee. It won't come in for like 60 days. It doesn't matter. I'll just deal with it. So I appreciate everyone who allowed me to do that soliloquy. Let's go back to the stream, and please consider, don't donate to Towel today, donate to Lindsay Gaetani if you support this stream, if you like this stream. Let's do another fundraiser day for Lindsay Gaetani. We're the only ones who do fundraisers constantly for Lindsay, so let's show what the world can do if the Towel universe centers around a person who's wonderful, deserving of support, and with just a little encouragement and a substantial amount of money, and also Towel's political connections, she will become Gloria Vanderbilt. Now, those two things may not necessarily seem connected, but trust me, they are very much connected. All right, let's go.
Special prosecutors, present company accepted, look bad. This might, cause election shifts, and that's not a reason to impound things, Your Honor. And initially, we have sort of taken the candy from, from the Commonwealth, and when they say, we'll give you the stuff, but just agree to this protective order.
The candy? Bruh. The candy? That's the weirdest way. Like, I think another more proper term there would be like, we took the, I can see why he struggled. Like, it was like a Trojan horse or something, but to call it candy, first of all, that's very rudimentary language. And second of all, it has this overtone of like, I don't know. It's weird. I don't like it.
We want the stuff, but at some point we have to get off of that train, Your Honor. This is a case of immense public interest. This is a case of, First Amendment issues. And I know we may disagree on that, but, that's what our adversary system is for, and that's okay. And I think every case that eventually gets to the SJC or the Supreme Court starts with a trial judge maybe not agreeing with you, so that's okay. And, that's what we have here. But in any event, Your Honor, I think we can agree that this case brings to the fore.
It was Bradel. That was Bradel subtly saying he was going to appeal any ruling. So I could see this case getting delayed for a while. You can use what's called a 211-3, which is an interlocutory appeal to appeal anything basically during the pendency of the case before trial. And you can hear it. You can hear it in Bradel's voice. I'll just appeal anything, whatever. It'll slow it down. He just wants to delay. Memories fade. Witnesses become reluctant to testify. Even if that sometimes means abusing the judicial system in a way that leads to a federal investigation. God help us all. God help America.
Are really important issues about what is witness intimidation, what is journalism, where does the First Amendment fit in, and these text messages about and I'm trying to not speak of them in open court, but we all know what they say, and we all know that there's a public interest in shining some sunlight on these things. So we're not asking to, publish someone's address or someone's phone number. We're asking for the content of these communications that these folks have issued between and among each other. And the content of them per se has no persuasive power to make you want to impound them.
Let me ask Mr. Cosgrove, what interest at the moment does impoundment serve?
Your Honor, I've just been handed 20 minutes ago a fairly extensive motion suggesting that I have all kinds of various burdens to justify impoundment and citing a lot of case law. I would like an opportunity to file a written response.
I'd give you that. Was a week enough?
I'd like a little more than that.
About 2 weeks.
All right.
There you go. I'll give you 2 weeks. I'll take it under advisement. And if you want to file anything else, Mr. Bradel, Mr. Betterow, you absolutely have every opportunity.
Thank you very much,
Okay.
Your Honor. And
Now, Your Honor, with respect to the items that I was going to turn over today.
So I'll allow the motion. Mr. Bradel, I'm up here.
sorry, Your Honor.
It's all right.
All right, so that's where Bradel got yelled at. Did you hear that? Bradel, it's fine if you need to talk to your co-counsel, but if the judge starts talking to you, you immediately have to kind of look over to the judge, even if you have to interrupt talking to co-counsel. Bradel didn't, and if you want to, Bradel got scolded there. I'm over here. If you get told that by a judge, you got scolded. It's a little slap on the wrist, but... Yeah, no, I agree, Hardstar. I have some sense that Bradel's going to get in trouble by virtue of the Board of Bar Overseers. I think he really pissed off the Bar Council, and the Bar Council is a genius, the whole office, and they're going to, they know in my opinion, they know he's not a good guy. And the Bar Council doesn't like people who, besmirch the office, historically, doesn't like people who, besmirch the legal profession. And Bradel's done some stuff. Not necessarily, the prosecution thing was a little weird. I didn't love what he did in that case. I think it was Sean Jenkins. I didn't really love his behavior in that case. It was weird, but it wasn't, it was 80% this other woman, Lynn Brennan, and 20% Bradel. But he's still going to get in trouble. But I think Bradel... There's some stuff there with the Bar Council. I've watched some of those hearings. They really don't like him. And if the Bar Council doesn't like you, listen, it's an administrative agency. You can say all you want about whatever, but no, if the institution doesn't like you, I don't care how protected Tim Bradel is, they're going to hold him accountable. It will be under the cover of something else, but they're going to absolutely rain hell down on him, and for right reason. Hi, none of your business. A super towel. Is it? I can't tell what your picture is, my friend. Is it a kitty? We like kitties. I don't know, Jay. You can pray for whatever you want, I guess. The Lord deals with vengeance in his own way and justice in his own way, and I don't think necessarily it's appropriate for us to preemptively condemn people's souls. It's very possible I condemned a few people's souls yesterday, but that was limited. I want to be very clear. That was limited very specifically to people who steal U.S. ballistic missile defense technology. All right, that's a very... if you steal that for a foreign adversary, okay, that's a very, very specific subset of people. I want you to burn in hell. Now, I feel very bad saying that. I feel like it's not my position to do that, but I am comfortable condemning those people to hell, okay? Now, all right, the other thing is if you possess, I don't even know how to say this, if you possess sexual abuse material related to children, you should burn in hell. I do not feel bad about saying that. If you hurt children or women, you should burn in hell. I don't feel bad about saying that. I'm sorry. It's just how it is, all right? So if you steal U.S. ballistic missile defense secrets, all right, or if you possess child sexual abuse material or create such material or are in any way involved with hurting women or children, then you can burn in hell. Now, that is technically me judging people's souls, all right? So I can't say, Jay, we should never judge people's souls or condemn them to hell, because I do have, my categories of people that I'm okay a priori and a posteriori condemning to hell, okay? However, I think we should be careful with expanding those categories of a priori condemnation to hell beyond very specific categories of behavior. I don't know if We should apply it to like a person, because that could lead to our personal feelings independent of the person's behavior condemning someone, and I think that's heresy. That's just my opinion. But if we condemn like groups of people, like for example, who steal U.S. defense secrets related to ballistic missile interception technology, or because that puts our troops at risk, or people who do things that result in women or children being harmed, if you want to condemn all of them to hell, I'm okay with that, all right? Because then, you're not necessarily starting from the micro, the person, and analyzing and condemning their soul. You're starting from the macro, and you're determining whether the person fits into that category and then condemning their soul, all right? It's an important distinction, ladies and gentlemen. So overall, my opinion is, thanks, Jay. I'm glad we're on the same page. Let's go back to the hearing. Don't get me pontificating. I'll go on about deontological ethics for like 3 hours.
I had a minute.
That's fine. You got to talk to your client. You got to talk to Mr. Betterow. My point is this: if you want the stuff today, I'll allow it without prejudice.
Sure.
And then I'll see what you have to say and what Mr. Cosgrove.
We have to take the candy.
That's fine.
All right. Please note our objection, but thank you.
Yeah, no, that's fine. So I will allow Mr. Cosgrove's motion without prejudice, and I'll take any submissions that you have, and I'll give you a final answer probably in about 3 weeks.
Thank you very much.
Does that make sense? Okay.
And then, Judge, just to shift gears a little bit, there's some outstanding discovery that we've been talking about.
Yeah.
And I want to start off. I know that the court's time can be much better spent than discovery disputes. So we talked about the idea that we would go to the DA's office, and to the extent there's items that the government says they've given us that we can't open up or figure out.
Yeah.
We're going to, I think we're going to agree to go in person with our people and figure it out. So
yeah, sure.
That's the first thing I want to say. But then, in addition, Your Honor, there's this inventory that I filed. It's entitled Inventory of Outstanding Items in Connection with Our Third Motion to Compel.
Okay.
There's about 10 things, Your Honor, and I think, unfortunately, that the government ought to go through and answer to us today about what the status of these things is. And we've been kind of going back and forth about
you mean
for
are
a long time. I looked back, Your Honor, and my first discovery request was February of 24. And second and third, were the months following. And in fairness, counsel for the Commonwealth was not the prosecutor of record at the time. But, the rules are the rules, and we need this stuff, and it's gone on way too long. So these are the 10 things that I think are very important, and maybe 9.
Mr. Cosgrove, might you want to take that 2 weeks and respond to all of those?
If you give me an extra week, Your Honor.
An extra week.
Thank you.
Now, just to tell you, the reason why Cosgrove gets everything he asks for is he used to be a judge. So when Robert Cosgrove represents to the court, I need 2 weeks for this and a week for this, there's never a discussion. I don't care if it's been 2 years of delay. He automatically gets it. Now, you'll hear later the judge is like, and you don't get any extra time. He's joking with Cosgrove, and Cosgrove's like, I don't need it anyway. But Cosgrove is a very well-respected jurist by everyone in that courtroom, even Marital and Betterow. Watch how they talk about Cosgrove. They won't insult him. They won't degrade him. Like, they'll always, even if they're attacking the prosecutors, they'll say, present company accepted. Like, this man, I don't know who Bob Cosgrove is, or Robert Cosgrove is, or was, or how connected he is, or what. I've never looked into it. I don't want to. But clearly that man, Robert Cosgrove, is, like, connected right to the top. Because I've never seen... First of all, I noticed it like a year ago. I've never seen Tim Marital be respectful to anyone. Like, to the judges, he's like fake respectful. Like, any lawyer would be like, judge, like, how was your weekend? Did you go, like, whatever. He always does that. But he never, like, treats anyone with the kind of respect he treats Robert Cosgrove. Like, it's not just like, the way that Bradel treats judges. Bradel treats Robert Cosgrove like he is some kind of like mythical figure in the Commonwealth. Like I cannot, like Bradel's behavior and decorum towards Robert Cosgrove is, I can't say anything that will upset Robert Cosgrove. Like literally, it gives you the impression that Cosgrove has the ability to like really get Bradel in trouble. That's how Bradel acts. Now, yeah, Bradel gets a little frustrated and he'll be like, okay, we either got this or we didn't get this, but he never insults Bob Cosgrove or Robert Cosgrove. He never degrades him. And there's like this weird undertone of like whatever, like, you know, I will never question Robert Cosgrove. That's like how Bradel acts, which is so interesting. It's almost like Cosgrove has some hand on Bradel. I don't know what it is. It's got to be Judge Cosgrove's, former Judge Cosgrove's connections at the BBO or something, but, or the politicians in the state, but Bradel's just terrified of him. And then Betterow, who's not even from New York, even Betterow, he doesn't do it as like obsequiously as Bradel does his kind of like fawning over Judge Cosgrove, former Judge Cosgrove. But even Betterow's like, you know, we've had some issues with this case, but I'm not going to criticize like Judge Cosgrove. You know, like they're all so respectful of him. It's a very interesting dynamic. It's like, and the thing is, like, yeah, Meredith kind of like says, like, oh, Robert Cosgrove is old. Like, okay, being old is like a virtue. Okay, old people are very wise, and I think Meredith knows that. The other thing is, they don't really like attack. Nobody attacks Robert Cosgrove. You don't ever see people going at Robert Cosgrove or anything like that, which means he has connections. He must have connections, not just in the DA's office, but to the very top of state government. Or even higher, because that's the only reason that someone prosecuting Aidan Kearney would get that level of respect. Now, obviously, Judge Cosgrove is getting old, but I think a lot of people don't understand. In the legal system, the older you are, it's kind of like being like the dean of the Senate, if in the legislative body. Like, if you've been around for 50 years, every person in the whole system is going to know of you. Like, and you are going to carry this gravitas that's like, and some lawyers are around for 50 years, but it's different when you're a judge for 50 years, when you like are politically connected. People are going to be like, that is Judge Robert Cosgrove. And Judge Cosgrove back in like 1993, oh, you remember he was on this case and this governor and that treasurer and that, you know, Secretary of State and then this president of the Senate and the federal investigation. You just find out, I've not done this research, but I can already tell you, we could go through any number of cases that Judge Cosgrove handled during his time on the bench. I promise you, this man is extremely politically connected. He's like the unfuckwithable in this case. He's the only person that I've ever seen that people are like, Bradel and Betterow included, I'm not fucking with that guy. So it's like, all right, I don't know who this man is, but God bless you, Robert Cosgrove. Like, I don't see his speech pattern as a problem. I don't see the way he prosecutes cases as a problem. He's a very revered kind of older statesman of the judicial profession. Yes, his style with a jury is going to be a little bit detached from what a modern litigator would do, but don't discount Robert Cosgrove. He has Tim Bradel in check. I don't know why or how. And Betterow even is like, just leave that judge alone. Leave Judge Cosgrove alone. So something's going on there. Anyway, let's keep listening. Don't underestimate Judge Cosgrove. I mean, fine, underestimate him. That will give him a tactical advantage. But like when you're doing the analysis of this case, do not misunderstand the level of respect and intelligence that Judge Robert Cosgrove has. He may not write the quickest briefs. He may not be the loudest at oral argument, but like he is a brilliant jurist who has a lot of connections, and he doesn't brag about it, and will never try a case in the media. I've never even spoken to him, and I wouldn't talk to him if there were an opportunity. But I think it's very interesting how Bradel and Betterow, that's the key, how Bradel and Betterow talk to Judge Cosgrove, the prosecutor in the Kearney case, and about Judge Cosgrove. Stay attuned to that over the coming months. You'll notice it.
All right. But it is, Mr. Bradel makes a very good point. As we all know, I think that it's important that the discovery be turned over so that we can bring a timely trial to the case.
I don't disagree with Your Honor. Notwithstanding that Mr. Bradel has some complaints, and some of them may well be legitimate, there has been a substantial amount of discovery turned over in this case.
Yeah. If you turn over 5,000 pages today, it's a lot of discovery.
We appreciate it, Your Honor.
Okay.
So do you hear what, like, Judge Dunlin is very friendly to Robert Cosgrove here. Judge Dunlin is saying 5,000 pages. Like, what are you complaining about, Mr. Bradel? Like, and then you get Cosgrove is saying, now I understand, Judge, maybe there's some disagreements about whether X was provided, whether we looked hard enough for Y, whatever. But then Judge is like, yeah, Mr. Bradel, 5,000, it's actually 6,000. 6,000 pages is a lot of discovery, Mr. Bradel. And then Bradel, knowing that Judge Dunlin is telling him to shut up, is like, yes, Judge, you know, you're right. We'll deal with some of the other stuff, but we got our 6,000 pages. Like, we're content. You know, like, Bradel wants more, but Judge Dunlin is telling him, like, what are you complaining about? You just got 6,000 pages of discovery. He didn't say it that way, but he said that's a lot of discovery. And remember, judges and lawyers speak to each other implicitly. They do not overtly, like, talk about things. It's not as overt as you think. It's way more like counsel, you should know better, or counsel's right, or don't you, like, recognize why, like, it's ridiculous to ask me for this. Like, it's all subtle intonation and kind of implicit kind of effect from the speech. So in this case, Judge is like, Bradel, he's not saying to Bradel, like, Bradel, come on, like, spend some time going through the discovery you just got and then come back to me. He's like, you got 5,000 pages. And Bradel understands that to mean, like, go through the discovery, come back to me if you want to talk more. We're going to be here on August 13th anyway, Judge will eventually say. But that's the implicit kind of back and forth there.
Okay, great.
Thank you. And Attorney Better has a number of items as well, Judge.
Mr. Bettero.
Thank you.
Now, you hear what Judge Dunlin was in a good mood. It doesn't mean that he's going to rule any given way. He's just in a good mood because he's like, Mr. Bettero, good to see ya. Now, this is an old school judge, all right? And so if an old school judge is in a good mood, that's what you're going to get. Like, very bombastic, exaggerated, like, hello, how are you? Like, that's just how it is, all right? So he's in a good mood, but that doesn't necessarily imply that he likes Bettero more than Cosgrove or how he's going to rule. He's just in a good mood. That's how I read it.
Judge, just going back briefly to some of the issues about impoundment.
Yeah.
There are some items that are currently under impoundment, which we believe ought to be released from impoundment, specifically messages from Michael Proctor and a civilian witness. Those messages were cited in our motion to dismiss. As the court is no doubt aware, Michael Proctor is terminated from the state police. He has been a matter of public interest with his involvement in both the Karen Reed case, which led to Mr. Carney's interest and ultimately, on some level, his indictment in this case. But also, those messages were impounded ostensibly for privacy interests, security interests, those sorts of things. Recently, Michael Proctor has been on a press tour on ABC News and NBC News, vigorously defending his investigative conduct. The messages that are at issue here, which are impounded, the public is entitled to see that. There is certainly a presumption of public access to those files. Michael Proctor.
Just to be clear, yes, Michael Proctor did a Dateline interview and maybe a 2020 interview. Might have only been Dateline. But to call it a press tour is, one, misleading, and two, like, Mr. Bettero inadvertently misleads the court. If I were in the British Parliament, that's how I would relay it. Mr. Bettero inadvertently misleads the court about the nature of Mr. Proctor's media discussions. A press tour is doing Howie Carr like 7 times in a week, and then doing TMZ and doing like every national channel, WBZ, WCVB locally, like doing NPR, whatever. You want to see a press tour? I'll show you a press tour. All right. What Michael Proctor did was like a speak out interview, not a press tour. And so thus I would, in a genteel manner befitting my aristocratic towel stature, say that Mr. Bettero inadvertently misled the court about the nature of Mr. Proctor's engagements with the media.
Has surrendered any privacy interest he has by addressing those issues, as has the other civilian that we're talking about, who also recently appeared on national news with other members of her family defending her and her family's conduct in this case. Those messages should be publicly available. If there's going to be information that's in the public realm, there's no reason why information that the prosecution wanted concealed from public view should be concealed any further. If the court likes, we can approach and show you the messages. I would suggest they are relatively straightforward, and there's no reason for those to be impounded at this time.
Okay. Anything you want to say to that, Mr. Cosgrove?
Oh, hold on.
I'm not going to give you another week.
So notice, even though judge makes a joke, and you're like, you can laugh in court like sometimes, but even though judge made a joke, only the lawyers and whatever were allowed to laugh, because when the audience laughed, court officers were like, stop laughing, like quiet down. But so judge was making a joke there. He didn't think Robert Cosgrove was going to ask for another week. He was just saying, Mr. Cosgrove, like on this issue, like you don't need any time. Can you just tell me what you're going to do? And listen how Cosgrove responds. He's like, Your Honor, I was never going to ask for another week. But you really got to read between the lines, because they don't speak, like the judge isn't scolding, compared to when the judge scolded Marital, the judge isn't scolding Cosgrove there. He doesn't think Cosgrove needs another week. He's joking with him, because he likes him. They're both older men who one's a judge, one's a former judge. They are joking with each other. But the audience it's funny, they get scolded by the court officer because they're not supposed to laugh. If like the court officers, what I mean by that is if the judge or the lawyers are laughing with each other, that's one thing. But if you start laughing, you'll get scolded. Now, there are exceptions to that. You really got to read the room. If you're in like a criminal trial and you've been there for like 6 weeks and a witness like is talking about like ice cream or something, and they talk about like, they say like a funny word or something that like they try to describe like a sundae and they use like an outdated term, and then the lawyer's like, I have no idea what that is, like, and then everyone laughs. Okay, you can get away with that, but you cannot get away with laughing as the audience in a motion hearing, because it goes from the judge and Cosgrove having like this congenial moment to you laughing at Cosgrove. And that's why the court officer shut it down. The judge isn't making fun of Cosgrove. He's just joking with him. And the audience is not allowed to participate in that, which is why they get scolded. There's a lot of like unspoken rules of the court, if you want to call it that.
Okay. Anything you want to say to that, Mr. Cosgrove? I'm not going to give you another week.
Well, I would suggest it would make sense to take this up when we take up the other matter.
I think that makes sense too.
Yeah, I won't ask for another week. I won't ask for another day.
That's, why don't I do this? Why don't you all come up to sidebar? Let me take a look at what you need.
So just so folks understand. All right, so let me jump forward through the sidebar. And by the way, as soon as we're done with this clip, we're going to play towel trivia, so I hope you'll stay around. Oh, yeah, so Murder by Maestro, this is definitely a European cut. It is chocolate amnesia haze, and it has, well, first of all, it tests really well. It's 37% TAC, and then its terpene profile is really good. It has 2.63%, and I think it has myrcene, limonene. It has a little bit of a I have the lab report, the COA, and I could bring it up. It has a little bit, I think, of limonol. There's a little bit of a hint of it, but the chocolate undertones are really nice. And then the way the amnesia haze, it's kind of like a pure original amnesia haze cut, so it's very prominent. And it's complemented a little bit by like a chocolope cross, so it's like the original European cut of the amnesia haze with a little bit of a chocolope in a way that complements it. So it's like an 80-20 sativa dominant hybrid with a little bit of just that kind of, not quite like a gelato spicy, not like a cooling flavor, but more like a good kind of like, not a cheese dairy flavor, but a chocolate kind of milky flavor complementing the haze. It's subtle, it's very well done. I recommend it. It is what's it called? Hold on, I'm a medical patient, by the way. Chocolate amnesia haze. It's very good. But yes, thank you very much for allowing me to do my analysis. Trivia, Jeff Pesos, is starting up in just about 20 minutes. So if you're here for trivia, we're going to skip through the sidebars of the TB hearing. As soon as the hearing comes back on, we're going to listen to it. And we're going to get through this next 20 minutes. So if you're here for towel trivia, expect that to start about 12:30. We're going to do towel trivia maybe closer to 12:25. And then we're going to do maybe 20 minutes, 30 minutes of that. Then we're going to do the Epstein Black Book Review. Then we're going to do our Adelson case primer, the very first first video we're going to look at about the Adelson case. And this is about Jen McCabe. Bit of a parade. I'm just jumping through the sidebars.
This is all unrelated. ABKP. So,
this was a long sidebar.
Here we listen to the done.
Mr. Betterow, the floor is yours. What else?
Thank you. Judge, one outstanding issue relates to the second of the three indictments that relates to Lindsay Gaetani. We moved and were granted a hearing to disqualify Mr. Mello from prosecuting that case because he is an essential witness in that matter. That issue was decided in September of 2024. A hearing was ordered in January of 2025. For reasons which the court is familiar with, that hearing has been put off. Nevertheless, we're looking to move this forward, and the issue is not resolved, and we're led to believe that Mr. Mello will not voluntarily withdraw. For whatever reason, we need to do this hearing. We believe that he's going to be a defense witness in this case. We're getting discovery between him and another civilian witness today, which I think is going to further that application and very likely make him even more a prosecution witness. And we just can't kick this can down the road for close to a year. So we would like to schedule a date for Mr. Mello to either appear, be examined under oath, explain the consequences, which the court, again, is probably familiar with. He was contacted by the complainant during the alleged crime repeatedly, 4 or 5 times over the course of that day. Instead of the police being called, he was an ear witness to these allegations. Respectfully, he needs to come in here, answer these questions so the court can issue a decision as to whether he's going to be allowed to continue or whether we can go through the process of subpoenaing him and any other items that might be of assistance to us with calling him as a witness.
Just so folks understand, it's a very common defense tactic to be like, I'm going to call every prosecutor, like the Reed case, they tried it as well. I'm going to call every prosecutor. I'm going to call the governor. I'm going to call the president. I'm going to call the head of the CIA, and then give me the president of Botswana. And the judge will be like, first of all, we're not effecting service on the president of Botswana. Second of all, you can't call the president. Third of all, you can't call the DA. Now, in this case, I don't know. It's a little different, but I still don't think they're going to get very far with this nonsense. Like, you had a special prosecutor who was working with a specific unit. Like, you only have so many points of contact. It was, late at night. You had a very serious, traumatized, DV victim. No court in their right mind is going to be like, that was wrong, okay? So they're not getting anywhere with this. But what I also was saying yesterday, and you'll hear me talk about it, we're going to skip the sidebar. Last year, the Turtle Riders, the TurtleBoy fans, were telling me that Ken Mello was very sick. Now, I have no way to confirm this, whatever, but they were saying to me, and I saw tears in some of their eyes. They must have known him prior to this case or something. Which makes sense, because I think I remember reading an article from the 2000s that he was a Republican or something, which doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, you're Democrat, Republican. It's just a little weird, because I think Morrissey's a Democrat. But whatever. I couldn't understand why the TurtleBoy fans were so upset that Ken Mello was sick last year. And I was like, what do you mean he's sick? I saw him walk into court maybe a month before that. He didn't look well. He was kind of hobbling. And, people were making fun of him online for having a stomach ailment or something. And I was like, that's ridiculous. Don't make fun of him for that. But he didn't look necessarily like he wasn't too well. He just looked like he was going through some medical stuff. He was walking, he went up the stairs, etc. But then about a month later, and I'll never forget this, I don't want to reveal the person's name, but one of the Turtle Riders came up to me, she shall remain anonymous, and she had tears in her eyes, and she started saying, I'm very worried about Ken Mello. And I said, so first of all, I said, how do you know about Ken Mello? And she wouldn't say. I was just like, why? First of all, what? This is weird. Second of all, you're a TurtleBoy fan. Second of all, why do you know Ken Mello? And third of all, what do you mean he's not well? Now, she wouldn't give me anything. She was just like, he's real. She was like, there were some tears, and she was like, he's really not well. And so I, in my mind, for the past year, have had that interaction in my mind. And I'm like, listen, something's got to be very wrong, because there's no reason a turtle rider would be crying. And it was authentic tears. She wasn't like faking it. There's no reason a turtle rider would be crying, telling me she's worried about Ken Mello, unless Ken Mello is like, then something's very wrong. So therefore, what I kind of see happen here, and Cosgrove hints at it, is I think this issue is seen by the court as kind of offensive to the court, because I don't think it's that Ken Mello doesn't want to be involved or deal with this or just move on with the trial. I think it's that he's very sick and they can't say it in open court. And the only reason I believe that, like, to be very true, is because Bradel and Betterow are kind of weird about it. They like talk around it. And then Cosgrove won't even talk about it in open court. And then I still have that interaction from a year ago in my mind with one of the Turtle Riders. And there's no doubt in my mind the only reason that interaction went down the way it was is because something it was wrong with Ken Mello. Like, it wasn't just that he like wanted to not be involved with the case. It was that he was very sick. So just watch how this plays out. It's a little weird. There's a lot of nuance to it, but Ken Mello is one of the other prosecutors on the case, along with Robert Cosgrove. And then also someone asked if we could watch we're going to watch the cross-examination of Wendy Adelson, which I think it was at Charlie's trial. Might have been at someone else's trial, but we're going to watch a cross of Wendy Adelson today after lunch, all right? But let's get back to this hearing.
Could I inquire if Mr. Mello is online?
I do not see him. Attorney Mello, last time he did use his name, there is no one with his name on there this time.
Can I approach?
Of course. Come on up.
I mean, this is just...
And then you're going to hear me start, and then I go on for a while there. I'm just like, this is wrong. Why are they doing this?
Knew that Mr. Bloomy, as we're saying...
I'm jumping through the sidebar.
It's like, it's gonna, but fans very curious, and you know,
There was a lot of sidebars yesterday.
Mr. Betterow, you said you had one more thing.
Yes, Judge. Just as it relates to discovery, we have made a series of discovery demands from the prosecution ranging from October of 2024. As of this date, not including whatever was filed today, we have made 4 very thorough, detailed discovery demands sourced regarding contacts between a civilian named Catherine Peter and the state police and the district attorney's office regarding her very unique relationship in all matters involving Mr. Carney. Those demands, which again are in the files, Mr. Cosgrove has them, outline in detail her frequent contacts with the state police, with people that are prosecutors, statements that she has made under oath in court proceedings stating that she helps authorities get Mr. Carney, voice recordings that she has left Mr. Carney indicating that she provides information to them. So we have asked...
Wait, what did he just say there? Play that back.
With the state police, and those demands, which again are in the files, Mr. Cosgrove has them, outline in detail her frequent contacts with the state police, with people that are prosecutors, statements that she has made under oath in court proceedings stating that she helps authorities get Mr. Carney, voice recordings that she has left Mr. Carney indicating that she provides information to them. So we have asked for any discussion.
Hold on, I need it one more time.
The state police in detail, her frequent contacts with the state police, with people that are prosecutors, statements that she has made under oath in court proceedings stating that she helps authorities get Mr. Carney, voice recordings that she has left
That she helps authorities get voicemail recordings she has left Mr. Carney?
Mr. Carney indicating that she provides information to them. So we have asked for...
Okay, all right, I understand. That was a weird sentence, Betterow.
Any discovery related to Miss Peter going on about a year. Now, today, for the first time, we are admittedly getting something that relates to her communications with Mr. Mello. I'll only note that all materials that relate to Miss Peter and the prosecution were ordered by the court in early May to have been provided within 20 days. That didn't happen. We got stuff today. That's fine. But the real issue here is that in light of the change in Rule 14 from last March, the game is very different than it might have been before in terms of what the prosecution is obligated to do.
Betterow here is talking about the reciprocal discovery rule, Rule 14, and he's saying that basically there's new rules now that require the prosecution to do more than what they had to do last time this order was issued, and that it applies now. So it's not like the state can say, well, this doesn't apply, this case started before the new rules. The rules apply now, and the court can issue an order in line with the new rules now. Also, I found the Wendy Adelson testimony, the direct, part 1 from the Charlie Adelson trial, and we're going to watch that later today.
And what I don't believe they've done in this case, which is go to every member of the prosecution team, which is everyone in the district attorney's office, any of the state police who are involved in these matters, which includes Michael Proctor at the time, Yuri Buchanan, Lieutenant Tully, Fanning, there's a whole list of them. The Karen Reed prosecutors who are also covered, who got a little bit involved, as the court is aware, in Mr. Carney's case, and may or may not have had a relationship with her too. She has made statements allegedly indicating some involvement in that case. The rule requires the prosecution, whether they credit the information or not, to contact each individual that is on the prosecution team and make an inquiry and find out whether there is any material and disclose it. We don't think that that has happened. We respectfully submit that is something that Mr. Cosgrove has to do. In particular, I would draw the court's attention to testimony that was given by a member of the state police in February of 2024, which led to a wiretapping charge against Mr. Carney, in which Fanning of the state police stated under oath that they received a recording, a 30-second recording from Catherine Peter, that it was given to Lieutenant Tully and then given to Fanning, and we have no evidence of that. We don't have a copy of the recording. We were given the wrong recording in that regard. We have no police reports. We have no communications. We have nothing. If they don't exist, they don't exist, but they're obligated to look for it, make the inquiry, and report back and say whether any of this exists or not. And the last thing I'll note on that point, under the new rule, it doesn't matter whether the prosecutor credits any of this, thinks it's nonsense, thinks it might be real. They're obligated to do it, and we simply ask respectfully that the court instruct the prosecution to do that and disclose whatever evidence ought to be disclosed, or make a statement on the record that there is nothing to disclose. And if that's the case, then we'll all live and die with the consequences of that statement.
Okay, Mr. Cosgrove.
Largely been done.
Is that part of the 5,000 pages that you're turning over?
It is. Among the things turned over is the email from Catherine Peter to Brian Tully providing that 30-second clip.
Gotcha. Okay, that's fine. So that seems to solve that. You said that you had some things you wanted to bring up. Go right ahead.
Yes. So this will be an opportunity, Your Honor, for myself and Mr. Betterow to do an absolute 180 on our positions on disclosure of impounded documents. Your Honor will recall that the last time we were here, attached to a discovery motion was an affidavit.
Oh, yeah.
And at that time, it was initially filed provisionally without hearing from the Commonwealth, was impounded upon, I believe, not the affiant's representation, but I think Mr. Bradle's representation that the affiant was in fear that there would be some sort of retaliation by the Commonwealth. I think Your Honor will recall the fairly outrageous, if I can put it that way, representations that were made by the affiant. I believe now, as I moved at the time, that affidavit should either be stricken or that the impoundment order should be lifted. I don't believe an affiant should be allowed to accuse an assistant DA of jury tampering and a district attorney of having secret meetings with witnesses and all these other things, and then hide behind an impoundment order.
Okay. Let me hear from the other side. Mr. Betterow.
Yes, a couple things that I think ought to be corrected. The affiant is not alleging what happened. The affiant is alleging under oath that she was told by another individual who we were discussing earlier what happened. That's the first point. The second point is that document was attached as an exhibit to a discovery demand. Discovery demand number 4, alleging more reason to believe that there is an obligation to look into possible discovery that is in their possession, custody, or control. If that affidavit were to be stricken, that means literally nothing. They are still obligated to do whatever it is they had to do. And at the time that that motion was discovered until 20 minutes ago, absolutely nothing has been turned over regarding this person who brags about working for the authority. So I don't know the relevance of doing anything one way or the other with respect to the affidavit. Now, that person may very well have a privacy interest because the day after that affidavit was filed, her apartment was essentially covered in personal information about herself that could have only come from someone with access to law enforcement, and almost certainly that individual was subjected to charges of witness tampering.
Yeah, I don't know, though. I think either Aiden posted those or someone did, and it was more just like a mass court record or something, I think. It wasn't necessarily law enforcement sensitive. It was like a mass courts record. The person... And listen, Aiden posted this, I want to say. They had I don't know who, yeah, I think it was Aiden. They had a really long criminal record. And they were facing, I want to say, like some kind of like eviction or something. They were facing something. And then all of a sudden they got a lawyer out of nowhere. I don't know. The whole thing's weird. You can look at mass courts, though, because for whatever reason, Aiden published these pictures that of this woman's, this person's door. And the other thing is, I believe, and Cosgrove goes on to say this, I believe Aiden like published information about this person in response, or either Kate, like Aiden says that Kate published information about the person, and then Aiden wrote up about what happened to the person with the door. So like, I don't know. There's this whole convoluted sort of series of events that led to this information getting out there about the person after they wrote this affidavit and submitted it about Kate Peter having their door covered in like their arrest record. Now, Betterow doesn't like talk about it, and it's not an arrest record. It's a mass courts record. Betterow says that it's like law enforcement sensitive. I wouldn't say that. I'd say it's like mass courts sensitive, which is not law enforcement sensitive. The other thing is, it wasn't even mass court sensitive. It's just the way that it was searched. It was clearly a name search, and you can't do a criminal court name search on a person without logging in. Now, I don't even have a login, all right? So whoever did that and ran the mass courts on this person had a login. That's a piece of evidence, but it's not law enforcement sensitive. It's mass court sensitive, as I mentioned. And then the other thing is, it's a little weird, okay, with this whole thing with the stuff on the door. Like, you have to be really blatant to go put that on the person's door right after they file an affidavit, because you'd have to either know there's no cameras, assume there's no cameras, or just have guarantees that there's no cameras. Because if you get caught doing that, you are going down for that. Okay, so there's just some weirdness about all of that. Like, but maybe there was no care. I don't know. I don't know. But that whole situation is weird. With the affidavit, and remember, this is an affidavit submitted to the court record. It's currently impounded, but I think someone even like covered it online too. I don't know who got it or why they reported on it, but it's an affidavit alleging like Kate Peter got a couch and like had connections to the DA's office and knew Brian Tully and all this other stuff. And some of the stuff in the affidavit I just don't believe Kate said. Some of the other stuff, I think it could be possible. But anyway, that's the nature of this dispute.
Which I believe were actually under investigation and may still very well be. I can't go farther than that. I don't know. Somebody, whoever did this, wrote snitch on her door. So I would suggest in this situation, impoundment of her name is more than appropriate.
Okay. And just make 2 points in response. One, I don't think it's entirely true that the affiant was simply relying on recounting hearsay. If she was, that would say something about the credibility of the affidavit as well. But I seem to recall, Your Honor, that at least one point the affiant represented that she was present when Ms. Peter, I believe it was having a phone conversation with Hank Brennan, and that she, the affiant, recognized Hank Brennan's voice because she was familiar with it. So I don't think it was simply a matter of hearsay. The second thing I'd say is that the identity of this person is all over the internet, and was all over the internet at the time it was before you the other day. I don't know what the interest is, given those circumstances, in concealing it in the court papers.
Okay. Judge, I'm sorry.
Hello, Tell Friends. We got a question from Selma, our dear friend. Is it a strategy to bring up Kate more than the actual defendant, Aiden? Yes and no. So, like, obviously, Selma, I think we see a lot of this pattern in some of these cases. Like, the defendants look for reasons to bring up anyone that's not them. But then it becomes, like, this is not just, like, a witness. This is someone who has, like, a long history with Aiden, used to work with Aiden. And, like, the fact that that person was in the orbit of the case at all, that's what allows Aiden to do this. So to me, it's a failure of the justice system to insulate itself from what they knew would be coming, which is a defendant has a right to learn about all the people involved with an investigation. That's really where I see things having gone wrong here. I just don't know why Kate Peter was involved in this. I have some belief that she worked for a PI firm run by a guy named Marty Kraft, and there may have just been like all sorts of like rudimentary state level intelligence ops going in the orbit of this stuff. It's weird. I don't really know how to explain it, but this is the consequence. If you're wondering, Selma, it's not, yes, it's always a defendant's strategy, but here the state really opened themselves up to this, whether we like it or not. It was just a poor decision. Kate Peter, way too much of a variable, and why would you ever get close to someone? I get it, like it's helpful to have someone who knows Aiden because they used to work with him and they're disaffected, whatever, but like you have to handle that person. You don't let them run anything. That's crazy.
Sorry,
and I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Could I just add one thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
Apparently, these things that were affixed to her door in her apartment building, which is the same apartment building that Ms. Peters lives in. And I think the implication was made at the time. First of all, that event was publicized by Mr. Kearney on the internet with photographs of the door in question. And I guess I would just question, Your Honor, the source of those documents, let's put it that way.
Okay. Just very quickly, Your Honor, in terms of this individual's name being on the internet, there are two reasons for that. The first is because Ms. Peter identified her publicly and led to this kind of harassment. The other reason, and this was no question a mistake, but Mr. Cosgrove mentioned her name accidentally, and no question, no malintent, but her name was stated in open court, and as you can see, people watch in court, online, and whatnot. So the fact that her name had been put out accidentally, through no fault, with no malintent, is not a reason, I think, to just open up the affidavit to her name.
Okay, thank you all. So we have a date for, what was that, August? What was the date?
There's one more thing after this.
August 3rd. And then we'll pick a date for the other issue. Am I correct, Mr. Cosgrove?
Yeah.
Towards the end of the month?
Now, or do you want to pick it on?
Why don't we pick it on the 13th? I think that makes sense.
All right, I may have some, I'm sorry, I should be standing.
That's okay.
I may have some information about,
That's fine.
the health status at that time.
All right. We'll see you all on August 13th.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you all.
One more, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I believe we have an agreement. Mr. Bradel has responded relative to the source code for accessing the search of the devices.
Yep.
And he's indicated that it was the same source code previously provided Lieutenant Tully, and that he would supply it again if necessary. And I've indicated to him that that's appropriate, and I think he should supply it today.
So,
and I don't think
President-
there's a disagreement with that.
All right. You don't disagree with that, do you? Sure. Yeah, all right, good.
All right, so we end up getting an August 13th, 2 p.m. date, and then Bradel and Betterow agree to give Cosgrove the password to Aiden's 4 other phones. Now, 2 of Aiden's phones have already been searched. Those are the important ones, in my opinion. The other 4, meh, I don't think they're that important. You got to search them as part of the court order, but I don't think it's just a matter of time. All right, but ladies and gentlemen, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. It's 12:20. Guess what time it is? Towel trivia time. And I know a lot of you got overwhelmed yesterday because we had so many people in here watching the live TurtleBoy hearing. We couldn't do our traditional towel trivia. It was like very fast. It was very overwhelming. It should be a little calmer today, and that is good. So those of you who like to play towel trivia, it's not going to be as hectic because yesterday was a lot for towel and for those of us who are used to playing towel trivia. So if you've never played towel trivia before, step right up, ladies and gentlemen. This is one of my favorite games to play. It's a little break we do between segments now on this broadcast. I find it's fun. We learn stuff. Towel learns stuff. You're playing against each other and you're playing against towel if you've never played before. Oh, it's a lot of fun. I keep track of points, and the way it works is, and I haven't confirmed this with towel editor Chris, I have to make sure I can buy a shirt and then give it to you all, or give it to someone if this is allowed. I'm not sure it's allowed. I have to double check. But here's what's going on. So we have towel trivia. All right. Now the way that towel trivia works is you get points based on your answers to the questions. All right. Now the way that the answers to the questions work, the way that this works is thus. We do about 20 to 30 minutes of this, depending on how I feel. I keep track of your points. The way that you earn points is thus. The first person, okay, to get the question right is going to get the most possible points, all right? However, there's some caveats to this. If Towel gets the question right, the most possible points you can earn for being first to get it right in the chat is 1 point. Everyone who answers it after that, because of lag or whatever, gets half a point, all right? It's an honor system, all right? You can copy other people's answers if you want, but you're never going to get that full point unless you're first, all right? Fortune favors the bold. Second, if I get the question wrong, this is where it gets good, then double points are up for stake. All right, so double points means that you, ladies and gentlemen, have the opportunity to pick up 2 points if you are the first one to get it right after Towel gets it wrong, or you might even be able to pick up a full point if you're the second person after that. Now, there's one special bonus round during the day. It always relates to Watergate, so if you know Watergate, you stand a chance. If I get any of those questions wrong, that's called the bonus round. You get 4 points for getting it right first, and then you get, I believe, 2 points for getting it right at any point after that. Now, let me just go ahead and find the point totals because I've been keeping track. Here we go. All right, round 2. Towel has won both rounds so far. All right, Towel just crushed round 1, 31 points for Towel, and then Bossy Texas Chick came in second with 26.5. Round 2, Towel crushed again, ladies and gentlemen. Towel came in at 19. Lydia, our dear friend, was at 15. Now, There are, though, some people who have picked up points over the month. Vicky had 16.5 on day 1, and then what did Vicky have on day 2? 4.5. So Vicky's actually one of the top competitors for the top monthly score. Allie Towel's up there as well. Allie's got 17.5 plus 9.5. So Allie's up at like 27 points for the month. Now Towel's up at, 41. Towel's at, I think, 50 points for the month. No one's even close to Towel. But LA Connection's up there. Christina Towel's up there. Oh, yeah, ladies and gentlemen. Ruth Towel's up there. Kath Dawn. Steph. Who else? Lydia, obviously. Just Being Nosy was rising up the ranks. Taterbug was rising up the ranks. So we keep track of our points here, ladies and gentlemen, on Towel Stream, and I'm ready to begin the round. So with that, I think I gave people enough time to get here. If you're here, you're here. If you're not, you're not. We do it this way. This is round 3, which is taking place on 7/8. All right, everybody ready? I'm ready. Hi, Ange. You came just in time. Vicky, you have to talk to your internet provider about getting a head start. It's all about the latency. All right, so we're going to begin. I'm going to pick the first category. I'm going to type in a random category, so we'll make it somewhat interesting. All right, true crime cases. Who's ready for a true, we all should be really good at this. True crime cases is our first category, ladies and gentlemen, and let's begin. All right, I have to select all the bridges. That's a bridge, that's a bridge, that's a bridge. Let's do it. All right, everybody ready? Everybody ready? The first question starts now. Which case involved the disappearance of a young girl named Madeline? John Benet Ramsey case, Zodiac Killer case, O.J. Simpson trial, McCann case. I believe that's Madeline McCann, so I'm going to go with D. That's right. Towel leads off with the first point. Who's going to get it first in the chat? Now, we're going to go with the Towel chat as I see it on my back end, all right? The back end of the streaming software, ladies and gentlemen. Steph grabs the first full point, ladies and gentlemen. It was Steph. Yes, indeed, it was Steph, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to have Steph have won the first point. Now, hold on. A bunch of you are going to pick up points here. Towel's got to bring the chat up. Give me a second. A bunch of you are picking up points in Towel Trivia. We're doing this for about 20 or 30 minutes before we begin our next segment. All right, so Steph was first. Jeff Pesos grabbed a point, a half a point. Heartstar grabbed half a point. Great job, my dear friend. Nancy grabbed half a point. Nancy always comes in, grabs the points. Kath Dawn, hello, my friend. I hope you're having a good day. Did you get your coffee? Vicky Moore grabs half a point. Cynthia, it's great to see you, my dear friend, grabs half a point. Jew Drops coming in, grabbing half a point. Peggy grabbed half a point. Allie grabbed half a point. Hello, Allie Towel. All right. DJ, hello, my dear friend. DJ loves Towel Trivia. Vicky, all right. You got a half a point, Vicky. I got you half a point. And Ange, you can do 1 through 4, Colleen. You can do A through B. Some people spell it out, but I gave a warning yesterday. If you spell out answers, they might just look like words to me, and I might not see them. So the best thing to do is use 1, 2, 3, or 4, or A, B, C, or D. All right? Now, don't worry if you're lagged. Yes, you may not be able to grab the points first, but you will always be able to pick up points even if your internet is lagging. And it might not be you. You just might be far away from the East Coast. All right, so get ready. We're going to the next question. Here we go. Ange is going to compete for last. Ange grabs half a point, ladies and gentlemen. Great job, Ange. Kombucha sounds delicious, Kath. Not delicious, but deliciously healthy. Good job, Ange. Good job. You picked up the points. Next question. Here we go, little towels. True crime cases is the category. Which criminal gained notoriety for his role in a series of bloody murders during the 60s? Jeffrey Dahmer, David Berkowitz, Ted Bundy, Charles Manson. I'm going to go with Charles Manson. There's a few of them, but I think it's Manson. Got it. Towel grabbed it, ladies and gentlemen. Who's going to come in and grab the points? Towel's watching the chat. Towel's watching the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Who's going to grab the points on the Manson question? It is not Ted Bundy. It is not David Berkowitz. It is not Ted Bundy. It was the 60s, remember, folks. Now, Heartstar got it first. Great job, Heartstar. Full point. Nancy from the 508 picks up a half a point. Colleen Henry picks up half a point. Who else do we got in here? Murder by Maestro picks up half a point. It's great to see you, my dear friend. Ange picks up another half a point. Vicky Moore picks up half a point. Who else we got? Allie Towel picks up half a point. Oh, it was not Ted Bundy. Now listen, there may be disputes about some of these. We have to go with the Trivial Pursuit answer as the answer. All right? That's the only fair way to do it. When Harvard Yard is here some days, she debates with the answers all the time. She's like, nope, it's one that's not even on the list. All right, Vicky Moore, you got, what did you get? You picked up a point, right? What did you answer? Yep, Vicky, you answered a point. There you go. Got it. I got Vicky Moore. I got you. 1 point total for Ange, 1 point for Vicky Moore. All right. Who's ready for the next question? Towel's ready. Nunya is negative. No, you don't lose any points for being wrong. Don't worry, Nunya. Don't worry. Next question. Which incident involved a notorious serial killer on the loose in San Francisco? The Green River murders, the Zodiac killings, the Chicago Ripper murders, the Boston Strangler. That's going to be the Zodiac killings, ladies and gentlemen. Towel grabs another point. Who's going to get it? Yes, Vicky, you got your points for last one. Who's going to get this question? Who is going to get it? Who is going to get it? It's number 2. Steph grabs the points, ladies and gentlemen. Steph is just charging forward. Where are you, Steph? How many points did you have before, and where are you on my list? How did Steph disappear from my list? All right, I think Steph is at 2.5. All right, and then who else got number 2? All right, I got to go back here. Heartstar, good job, dear friend. Heartstar gets a half a point. All right. Unless you hadn't answered any questions before, Steph, in which case you are only at 1 point. Just tell me if I forgot about you. Jeff Pesos grabs half a point. Great job, Jeff. Who else? Nunya business. Nunya's on the board. Ladies and gentlemen, Captain Nunya is on the board. Dewdrops grabs herself another half point. Colleen Henry grabs herself another half point. A lot of ferocious competition. Vicky Moore grabs herself another half point. That brings Vicky up to 1.5. What else we got here? DJ grabs themselves another point. That brings them up to 1. Cynthia grabs another point. That brings them up to a full point. Monica, hello, dear friend. You're on the board with half a point. Kath Dawn. Oh, sorry, Kath. It was number 2. And Allie Towel comes in, as is tradition. Allie takes the tortoise approach to these games. Slow and steady wins the race. All right. BGG Gruff, hello, friend. You picked up half a point there. Great job. And remember, folks, some people may come in late with their answers. It's because of the fact that there's a little bit of a delay on some people's internet. So don't worry about that. Just means that there's a delay. Next question. Next question coming in, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see. Steph has 2 points. All right, so Steph has 2, not 2.5. All right, very good, Steph. Let me just make sure you're not on my list twice. No, you're not. I just deleted your point by accident. So Steph reclaims her point. All right, next question. Everybody ready? Which case revolved around a missing college student named Tara Grinstead? The John Bonet case, the Tara Grinstead case, the Elizabeth Smart case, the Lacey Peterson case. That's the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Everybody gets a free point on this. Literally everyone is going to get a point on this because the name of the woman is in the case. That was not a very good question. Everybody's going to... Oh, so Steph picks up the full point by being the first one to get it right. Every single person is going to pick up points on this one, ladies and gentlemen. Every single person. 2 drops, I'm so sorry. It was not the John Bonet case. Oh, I'm so sorry. All right, so I think everybody... I'm going to give Dewdrops a sympathy half point. I can't, though. I can't. I must follow the rules of Towel Trivia. Yes, it was a rapid response, but the answer is still 2. All right, Heartstar, you grab yourself half a point. Who else grabbed half a point? DJ grabbed half a point. Kath Dawn grabbed half a point. Great job, my friend. Allie Towel. Allie's trying to become the hare in the tortoise and the hare now. Colleen Henry, great job grabbing half a point. Nancy from the 508. Where are you, Nancy? Grabs half a point. All right. Jeff grabs half a point. Jeff up to 1.5. Nunya business storming up the leaderboard. Now Nunya has a full point. Monica Nelling storming up as well. Monica now has a full point. And I'm sorry, the answer was not number 3. Peggy, you got it right, dear friend. You are now up to a full point. Murder by Maestro, okay, you technically get a point for that. BGG Gruff, you get a half point. Well, you get a half a point, Murder by Maestro, as does BGG Gruff. Oh, right. I think Murder by Maestro is openly cheating, but he still picked the right answer. You know what I'm saying? He picked the right one. We're easy to please. Next question. Which incident relates to a series of murders connected to a supposed cult in the 70s? The Black Dahlia case, the Manson family murders, the Zodiac killer murders, the Green River killings. I want to say it's the Dahlia case, but no, that was the 30s, so it's got to be the Green River but is it the Manson? I think it's the Green River killings. Oh, what? So it was in the 60s and 70s. This is a tough one. All right, double points up, folks. Who's going to get it right? Oh, Steph grabs double points for being the first one to get number 2. Great job. Steph jumps to the top of the leaderboard. Nanya picks up a full point. So everybody gets double points on this one because I got it wrong. DJ picks up a full point. DJ's up to 2.5. Nanya's up to 2 points. Murder by Maestro picks up a full point. So Murder by Maestro is up to 2. Monica Nelling picks up a full point, so Monica is up to 2. Ruth Lang. Colleen Henry picks up a full point, so Colleen's up to 2.5. Ruth Lang, hello, dear friend. Are you already on the list? I don't see you. So Ruth picks up a full point. Allie90211 picks up a full point. Great job. Peggy picks up a full point. Where are you, Peggy? You're on this list somewhere. All right. Vicky Moore picks up a full point. Great job, Vicky. Cynthia Doolittle picks up a full point. And Allie90211, you already got your full point. All right, so here we go. We're moving to the next question. Great job. Steph's now in the lead, ladies and gentlemen. Steph has taken the lead. She is towering over all of the towels. Steph is leading with 5 points. Towel has 4 points, and then it's ferocious competition with Allie in third place with 3. I told you, slow and steady wins the race, ladies and gentlemen. Sunbathing is a good reason for not being here to answer the question. I'll admit it. All right, I'm going to do the next question. Everybody get ready. Which event is associated with the infamous hijacker who disappeared with ransom money in 1971? D.B. Cooper, Charles Manson, Ted Bundy, John Dillinger. Now that's an easy one. Towel grabbed it. Towel grabbed it, ladies and gentlemen. Who's going to get D.B. Cooper? Who's going to get the answer first? Yep, Dewdrops, let me make sure you got your point for that last one, dear friend. Where are you? All right, Dewdrops, I got you. You got it. No, Steph. None your business grabs the full point, ladies and gentlemen. None your business. Storming up the leaderboard grabs the full point. Jeff Pesos, I will add your full point now, dear friend. You're all set. Let's see. Ruth Lang gets half a point. This is why I try to read them out, because if you don't hear me read your name out, you just let me know. Ruth Lang gets half a point. DJ gets half a point. DJ's now up to 3 points. Let's see. Cynthia Doolittle grabs half a point. Where are you, Cynthia? You're on my list somewhere. There you are. All right. Now, where do we go from here? All right, ladies and gentlemen, hold on. Jeff Pesos gets half a point. Got you there, Jeff. So you grabbed your... There you go. You got both. Nancy from the 508 comes in, grabs half a point. Ange, great job, Ange. Ange grabs another half a point. Peggy grabs half a point. Great job, Peggy. Sandy Johnson, welcome, my dear friend. It's great to see you. Sandy grabs half a point. Allie90211, slow and steady wins the race, grabs another half a point. BGG Gruff grabs another half a point. All right. Great job, ladies and gentlemen. Good job, Nanya. Nanya storming up. All right, so that was our first category. Vicky, you're competing hard, ladies and gentlemen. You're competing hard. All right, so let me update the rankings for you right now, all right? I'm going to give you your positions after round 1. We're going to do this for about 23 more minutes. At 1 o'clock, we're going to do our, I'll just, you know what, we're going to go right. I don't want to do the Epstein files today. I'm tired, and that deserves more of my attention. We'll do a stream tomorrow about that, all right? But today we'll go right into we'll do a little Epstein file if I'm feeling up to it. Maybe like as an intermission during the Adelson case. I'm a little bit tired though, so what I want to do is I want to play the Adelson case. I want to play that next after trivia, but trivia is going to go until 1 p.m. Eastern, all right? So if you want to keep playing trivia, I'm sorting your scores right now, and once we're done sorting the scores, we'll go to round 2. The bonus round could happen at any minute, ladies and gentlemen, all right? The bonus round could happen at any minute, and it's always about Watergate. And you might say, I don't know anything about Watergate. Well, okay, that's why it's the bonus round, because I know a lot about Watergate. It's not about you, it's about what I know, because I have to give up a lot of points if I get it wrong. All right, so let me just make sure I delete Allie Towell's redundant score because I moved her up the leaderboard. Let me grab Vicky, make sure she's at 2.5. There you go. All right, got to grab Colleen, who jumped up with 2.5, so that puts you there. Then let me just grab Ruth, who jumped up with 1.5, and I think I got it all sorted. Let me know if I missed you or if you're not on the list. Here's the scores. Steph Towell is at 5. I think here are the rankings. Number 1, Steph Towell at 5. Number 1, Towell at 5. Number 2, Allie with 3.5. Number 3, three-way tie for 3. Jeff with 3. DJ with 3. Nunya with 3. Number 4, we have a 5-way tie. Hotstar, Cynthia, Peggy, Vicky, Colleen, all tied with 2.5. Then number 6, we have a 3-way tie. Dewdrops, Murder by Maestro, and Nancy. Number 7, we have a 3-way tie. Ruth, Ange, and BGG Gruff with 1.5 points each. Dewdrops, MBM, and Nancy all at 2. Monica's up there with Dewdrops, Nancy, and MBM, actually. Sorry about that, Monica. So Monica also has 2. Then Ruth, Ange, and BGG Gruff with 1.5. Kath with 1, and Sandy with 0.5. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready for our next category. This is going to be the general category of the day. This is 6 classic Trivial Pursuit questions, ladies and gentlemen. Towel has struggles with these, so if you're looking to pick up some points, now's the time to do it. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Which video game franchise, which started in 1989, was adapted into a 2010 film starring Jake Gyllenhaal? Zelda, Super Mario Brothers, Mortal Kombat, Prince of Persia. Ooh, it's either Zelda or Super Mario Brothers. I want to say it's Super Mario Brothers. Might be Zelda, though. Which one started in 89? I want to say they both did. But let's go with Super Mario Bros. Oh, it was the Prince of Persia. Wow, I got it wrong. All right, double points. Steph was the first one to get it. Nunya picks up a full point. Great job, Nunya. Dewdrops picks up a full point. Great job, Dewdrops. Colleen Henry picks up a full point. Great job, Colleen. Vicky Moore picks up a full point. Great job, Vicky. Yeah, that was a tough one. Elizabeth, great job. You picked up a full point. Allie 90211 picks up a full point, of course. Allie knows how to pick up the points. Allie is in 3rd place now. All right. Sadly, no point exchanges are permitted as of yet. I will speak with my regulatory compliance officer, who does not exist. Okay. Yes, Steph, you are just dominating this category. Here we go. What is the name of both a Western U.S. geological fault and a Grand Theft Auto video game? San Andreas, Cascada, Sierra Nevada, Vice City. Oh, I love Vice City. That's a great game, but the answer is San Andreas. Towel grabs a point back. Now, Steph, you going to get this one too? Steph, you're just going to flex on him? Who's going to pick up the point? Is Steph just going to... Nope, Steph got it wrong. Steph, you got pulled away by the Vice City. It was Nunya. Nunya grabs the full points, ladies and gentlemen. Nunya grabs the full points. Now I'm going to have to do a bunch of other people as well. So Jeff grabs a 0.5 point. Heartstar grabs a 0.5 point. All right, so that's up to 3. Oh, goodness. Nunya's now in 3rd. Nunya jumped over Allie Towel, but Allie Towel might get a 0.5 point here, so hold on. So that was Jeff, and then I did Heartstar, and then Ruth Lang. There you are, Ruth. Ruth picked up a 0.5 point. All right, who else picked up 0.5 point? Colleen Henry picked up 0.5 point. That brings Colleen up to 4. Vicky Moore picked up 0.5 point. That brings Vicky to 4. Who else picked up 0.5 point? Cynthia picked up 0.5 point. That brings her to 3. Ange picked up 0.5 point. Ange, slow and steady, wins the race. Elizabeth Lander picks up another 0.5 point. All right. Dewdrops picks up 0.5 point. Good job, Dewdrops, 3.5. Monica Nelling picks up 0.5 point. Good job, Monica, 2.5. All right. Anybody else pick one? Nancy comes in and grabs, where is it, 0.5 point? Where are you, Nancy? You're on my list. Nancy's at 2.5. Allie 90211, as expected, grabs her 0.5 point. That means Nunya and Allie are now tied for 3rd at 5 apiece. The competition between Nunya and Allie is heating up, ladies and gentlemen. Steph is in the lead with 7. Towel's at 6. Nunya's at 5. Allie's at 5. That's the top 3, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks, Ruth. I do what I can. Here we go. Next question, ladies and gentlemen. Next question. Here we go. Which quarterback came off the bench as a true freshman to lead Alabama into an overtime win in the 2017 College Football Championship? Tua Tagliavia, Jalen Hurts, Mac Jones, Joe Burrow. Was Tua there in 2017? I don't think it was Jones. I want to say it was Tua. Got it! Nailed it. Nope, it was not Jalen Hurts. Good guess. Nope, it was not Joe Burrow. Yes, Nanya! Nanya jumps up into second place. Great job. Nanya gets the full point. It was Tua. Towel knew it. Dewdrops grabs half a point. Look at Dewdrops nailing the American college football scene. Did you know John O'Keefe was a big fan of Alabama football? Elizabeth Lander. Yeah, great job. Towel knew it because I watch a lot of college football. That was a tough question, though. But yes, it was Tua. Tua indeed, ladies and gentlemen. That was a tough one. Yeah, sports is my wheel. Well, a lot of things are Towel's wheelhouse, but you get into college football, and oh yeah, I can hit a home run there. No, I used a bit of a mixed metaphor. All right, any other answers coming in? We're going to close this one. This was a tough one. Towel knew the answer, though. It could have been Mac Jones, but it was more likely to have been Tua. Listen, Ruth, Towel's a big fan of Man City, so we get into a European soccer question. Oh, I could hit a home run there, too. All right, get ready, folks. Next question. Here we go. What video game, here you go, Steph, featuring a wisecracking marsupial who battles the mad scientist Dr. Neo Cortex was released in 96? I can tell you the answer without looking. Spyro the Dragon, Sonic the Hedgehog, Crash Bandicoot, Bubsy Bobcat. Well, clearly Bubsy Bobcat. No, it's Crash Bandicoot. Towel picks up another one. Towel's kicking butt and taking names. Towel is kicking butt and taking names, ladies and gentlemen. No, it was not Spyro the Dragon. Yes, Steph, you got it right. Steph's knowledge comes in again. Steph is fighting neck and neck with Towel. DJ grabs half a point, ladies and gentlemen. Who else is going to pick up points? Jeff grabs half a point. Great job, Jeff. Jeff's up to 4. Cynthia, nope, that was wrong. Nanya keeping up the pace, grabs half a point. Ange grabs half a point, ladies and gentlemen. Ange kicking butt and taking names. All right, who else we got here? Nancy, great job, Nancy. Nancy's up to 3 points. Monica Nelling, great job, Monica. Monica's up to 3 points as well. Who else picked number 3? Elizabeth Lander, great job, Elizabeth. Elizabeth is batting 1,000, I think, so far. Ruth Lang comes in and grabs half a point. Great job, Ruth. Allie Towel, is, as tradition, comes in and grabs half a point, but Allie Towel is falling behind. Jeff, no, according to my rankings, so your chat may look different. I have to go based on the chat on my phone. I have Steph answering 3 first, then DJ, then Jeff, then Nanya. With Cynthia, with Heartstar guessing 1 wrong first, and then Cynthia guessing 2 wrong between Jeff and Nanya. So, yeah, I'm sorry. I try to play it fair, so I got to go based on the same ranking, and it's my phone. So it may be different than what your phone shows, but I am being fair, and I'm going to apply the same ranking to every question. So, all right, next question. What was a frequently used tactic to get a glitchy video game cartridge to work better? Blow on it, soak it in rice, rinse it in water, shake it up and down like a shake and bake. All right, clearly the answer is to soak it in rice, rinse it in water, and shake it up and down. No, it is none of those. It was to blow on it. Towel nailed it again, ladies and gentlemen. Towel's up to 9 points. Who's going to get number 1? Who's going to get number 1? Who's old school? Nanya business. Nanya barely beat out Steph, but Nanya grabs the full point, ladies and gentlemen. Steph grabs half a point. Oh, Nancy from the 508. Nancy remembers the days, ladies and gentlemen. Nancy grabs half a point. Monica, great job. Monica grabs half a point, up to 3.5. Who else was grabbing points here? Cynthia, great job. Cynthia, up to 3.5. Nope, sorry, Ruth. Nope, sorry, Jeff. It was blow on it. So Heartstar grabs a half point. Great job, Heartstar. Who else here? Elizabeth Lander, great job. Elizabeth's definitely batting 1,000, up to 3 points. And then we got Allie 90211 as is tradition. Oh, goodness. Now listen to these rankings, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue this round. Let me make sure no other answers come in. We got Towel at 9, Steph at 8.5, Nanya at 7.5, Allie at 6, Jeff at 4, and Vicky at 4, Colleen at 4, Dewdrops at 4, and then we'll go to the rest later. But it is close. It is close, ladies and gentlemen. It is close. All right, next question. What Steven Spielberg movie was based on a best-selling sci-fi novel about a gamer on a Willy Wonka-esque virtual reality quest? Ready Player One, E.T. the Extraterrestrial, AI, artificial intelligence, Minority Report. I'm pretty sure it's Ready Player One. Got it. Nailed it. Who's going to get it? Who's going to get it, little towels? Who's going to get it? Okay, Vicky, I'll add a half a point for you, dear friend. I think I did, but I'll add another one. It is not 3. It is not 2. It is not 3. It is not 3. It is not 2. Cynthia Doolittle grabs the full point. Great job, Cynthia. That was a tough one. You're up to 4.5. Cynthia was the first one to get it right. Monica comes in and grabs a half point. Great job, Monica. Nancy from the 508 grabs half point as well. Nancy is a super towel. Rankings are a flutter. Alley 902 on 1. Yeah, it's a relatively obscure movie, but I've seen it. It's good. It's old. It's from like the 90s, I want to say. Yeah, maybe 80s. It's a good Spielberg. It's kind of like classic Americana. I've seen it. It's all right. I've seen almost everything, though. Or at least, like, learned about it. But that was our category. So who's ready for a score update? I'm ready for a score update. Let me grab all the people who are at 4. Colleen and Dewdrops jumping up the table. Great job. And then Vicky is up at 4.5. So Vicky's standing tall right now. Vicky's proud. All right, now who else do we got here? Nancy and Monica both at 4 as well. Great job, Nancy and Monica. Elizabeth Lander jumping up the standings with 3. I'm about to read your point totals here, so stay with Little Towel. Cynthia is also up at 4.5. So Cynthia and Vicky are tied. Great job, Cynthia and Vicky. And I already moved Vicky up to the top, so that was good. Great job. And then Murder by Maester drops a little bit because they're taking a break. Elizabeth Lander already jumped up. And then Kath and Sandy are still there. All right. Here, who's ready for the standings with maybe 1 or 2 rounds to go? Towels at 10. Steph's at 8.5. Nunya's at 7.5. Allie's at 6.5. Okay, so the position is number 1 is Towel with 10. Number 2 is Steph with 8.5. Number 3 is Nunya with 7.5. Number 4 is Allie with 6.5. Number 5, we have a tie. Vicky is 5 with 4.5. Cynthia is 5 with 4.5. Number 6, we have a 4-way tie. Jeff, Colleen, and Dewdrops. A 5-way tie. Jeff, Colleen, Dewdrops, Nancy, and Monica, all with 4. 7th, we have DJ with 3.5. It's a tie with Heartstar, who also has 3.5. Elizabeth Landers in 8 with 3 points. Peggy's in 9th with 2.5. MBM's in 10th. Peggy, Ruth, Ange are all tied with 2.5 in 9th. MBM's in 10th, tie with 2. BGG Gruff has a 1.5. 11th. Kath is 12th with 1. Sandy is 13th with a half. All right, now, who's ready for the bonus round? Who's ready for the bonus round, ladies and gentlemen? You know what this means. This means it is going to be about Watergate. Ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be about Watergate, but specifically, our bonus category for today is going to be the plumbers unit responsible for Watergate. Oh, goodness. Goodness gracious me. It's going to be one of our hardest categories we've ever done. The plumbers unit involved in Watergate and Gemstone and Project Gemstone. All right, who's ready? Who's ready, ladies and gentlemen? Who's ready? This is the double bonus category. So if I get any wrong and you are the first to get it right, you get 4 points. And if you are subsequent on that question that I get wrong to get it right, you get 2 points. This is where you can really shake up this leaderboard. But you got to be a Watergate expert, ladies and gentlemen. You got to know your Watergate. All right? A Southern man may not care about Watergate, but Towel cares about Watergate. All right? Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready. The plumbers unit involved in Watergate is the category. Take it away. What was the primary mission of the unit involved in Watergate? Draft economic policies, prevent information leaks, conduct public opinion surveys, organize political campaigns. The ostensible mission, although it was fake, was to prevent information leaks. Nailed it! Who is going to get it right? Who's going to get it right? Ladies and gentlemen, who's going to know what the plumbers were responsible for doing? Steph, I'm sorry, they did not draft economic policies. Nancy from the 508 grabs the full point. Great job, Nancy. Who else grabbed a half point? DJ comes in and grabs half a point. Great job, friend. Who else grabbed half a point? Ruth Lang grabbed half a point. Great job, Ruth. Sorry, Nunya, they did not. It was kind of that, but their mission was to prevent leaks. The plumbers, get it? They fix leaks. Heartstar, great job, my dear friend. Where are you, Heartstar? I see you somewhere. I know you're on here somewhere. Where are you, Heart? There you are, Heartstar. You're up to 4 now. Who else got number 2? Jew Drops. Super Towel Jew Drops up to 4.5. Elizabeth Lander picking up points. Elizabeth Lander's batting 1,000. Somebody put her on the Red Sox. All right. Monica Nelling, great job, Monica. Monica picks up another half point. Vicky Moore, great job. Vicky nailed it. Vicky picks up a half point. All right. Who else do we got here? Jeff, great job, Jeff. Jeff grabs half a point. And Allie 90211, as is tradition, grabs half a point. All right. Great job, ladies and gentlemen. Great job. Next question. Here we go. Next question about the plumbers. Who was a notable member of the Watergate team known as the Plumbers? Archie Cox, Mark Felt, Woodward and Bernstein, or G. Gordon Liddy? I'm not giving you any help with this. I know who all those people are, and I'll tell you after I answer the question, because clearly it's not Mark Felt. Clearly it's not Woodward and Bernstein. Archie Cox was the prosecutor. It's G. Gordon Liddy. Archibald Cox was the first federal prosecutor. That he was the one who got thrown out of office by Nixon. That caused the Saturday Night Massacre. Then he was replaced by Leon Jaworski. Mark Felt was Deep Throat, who leaked to Woodward and Bernstein. Woodward and Bernstein worked at the Post. G. Gordon Liddy was the only one who was a member of the team. So Towel's going to grab his point there. Thank you very much. And then let me take a look at who was the first one in the Towel chat. Hold on. Who was the first one in the Towel chat today to get... Hold on, Ruth. I have to check with it. No, I'm sorry, Ruth. On that last one, it was Nancy, I think. Yes, it was Nancy who got number 2 first. On this one, though, who got number 4 first? I'm seeing it as Steph. Just beating out Nunya, ladies and gentlemen. Steph just beating out Nunya. Steph gets the full point. Nunya. DJ grabs half a point. This one was pretty hard, folks. So if you did not get this one, that is understandable. Hold on. I got to reload my Towel chat. All right. Hold on. Got to reload my Towel chat. I'm reloading. So I have Steph. Oh, this was a tie. All right. I'm giving Steph and Nunya a full point. It was a tie. DJ gets half a point. Great job, DJ. Steph and Nunya, you both got a point there because it was a tie. It was literally a tie. Heartstar gets half a point. Great job, Heartstar. Nancy from the 508 gets half a point. Great job, Nancy. Allie Towel gets half a point. Great job, Allie. Hello, Scottish Squirrel. First of all, I love your username. Second of all, welcome to the channel. Third of all, you are a super towel. Fourth of all, you got half a point. Elizabeth Lander and BGG Gruff also got half a point, so let me make sure they get their points. Don't worry if I went out of order. And BGG Gruff, so let me make sure everybody gets their points. And then Vicky Moore. There you go, Vicky. I saw you in there, Vicky. You get half a point. Ruth Lang and Monica, I got you both already. And Ange Towel. Ange Towel gets half a point. So Steph and Nunya both got a full point there. Great job. Kath Dawn comes in and grabs half a point at the end. Where are you, Kath? All right. Oh, don't worry, Kath. I'm so sorry. We still got your half point. All right, next question. Here we go. Next plumber's question. Which operation did this unit conduct in 1971 that sparked controversy? The Pentagon Papers leak, the Iran-Contra affair, the break-in at the Democratic National Committee headquarters, the assassination of MLK. Okay, so it was the break-in of Dr. Fielding, who was Ellsberg's doctor. Wait, no, that didn't happen in 71. I thought that happened in June of 72. All right. Who got the quadruple points? Hold on. It is Steph. Steph got 4 points, ladies and gentlemen, just beating out Nunya. Steph got 4 points, bringing her to 13.5. Nanya picks up 2 points, so there's double points here. There's quadruple points on the line here because this question was kind of unfair. Cynthia picks up 2 points. Great job, Cynthia. It's technically I was technically right. I'm going to write in about this one, but I'm giving everyone double points regardless. Great job, BG Gruff. Who else picked up the points? Monica Nelling picks up 2 more points. Hold on, little towels. Hold on. Monica, where are you? All right, Monica picks up 2 full points. Heartstar picks up 2 full points. Congratulations, Heartstar. Where are you? Heartstar. 6. Great job, Heartstar. All right, and then Captain picks up 2 points. All right, there you go. All right, great job. Yeah, that was an unfair question, but we're still giving out the points. Next question. In what year did this group form under the Nixon administration? The Plumbers Unit. 68, 73, 75, 71. Well, clearly it had to form before the Watergate break-in, right? So clearly, right? Yep. Nope, I'm tricking you all. It was 71. Got it. Who's going to get it? It was... Oh, Steph again, ladies and gentlemen. Steph grabs another full point. Then we had Ruth Lang coming in and grabbing a half point. All right, and then who else picked 4? Ange, great job, Ange Towell. Ange with half a point. Monica Nelling grabs half a point. Who else grabs points? Allie 90211 grabs half a point. What did Nunya pick? Nunya, you were in the ballpark, Nunya. You were. All right, let's see if any other answers come in. All right. I know. So, Ruth, unfortunately, I have to go by what comes in on my phone, even to my own detriment at the top of the leaderboard. So, even though it may show different on your phone, we're just going to be consistent and go with what Towel's phone renders first. Even to my own detriment, dear friend. All right, next question. Which event did this group target in their illicit activities? The DNC headquarters, the White House press room, the FBI headquarters, or the New York Times? Well, that's easy. Another point for Towel, ladies and gentlemen. No double points on this one. Yes, Ruth, it might come in a little different. Just for consistency, we're just going to be fair and do it that way. All right, who's going to get this one? Who's going to get this one? Isn't that hard? Who's going to get it? Oh, did an ad run for you all at the wrong time, too? I would need to see the chat. I don't need an ad to be running. Holy Ralph, a Male Empire, comes in and grabs the full points. Great to see you, Ralph. Holy Ralph, a Male Empire, grabs the full point. Steph, unfortunately, it was not the FBI headquarters, but good guess. Ruth Lang picks up half a point. Great job, Ruth. Where are you, Ruth? It's going to be close. Steph might end up winning this, ladies and gentlemen. Steph might be the first person to dethrone Towel. Ruth Lang, hold on. You got yours. DJ grabs half a point. Where are you, DJ? DJ's up to 5.5. Elizabeth Landa grabs another half a point. BGG Gruff grabs half a point. Jeff grabs half a point. Nunya grabs half a point. Great job, Nunya. Nancy from the 508 grabs half a point. Dewdrops grabs half a point. Dewdrops is super towel. Where are you on that list, Dewdrops? I have you somewhere. There you are. All right. Heartstar grabs another half a point. Great job. Heartstar is now at 7. Heartstar is kicking butt and taking names. Monica Nelling. Where are you, Monica? Monica grabs another half point. Allie 90211, slow and steady, grabs another half point. Vicky grabs another half point. And Ange grabs another half point. All right, here we go. Well, there you go. Learning a bit. Listen, the whole point is to learn, folks. If we're learning, we're doing good. All right, everybody ready? Here we go. Which tactic did the team use to gather information illegally? Wiretaps, polygraph tests, surveillance drones, undercover agents. Oh, that's a tough one. That's a tough one, ladies and gentlemen. That's a tough one. They really make you work. It's going to be wiretaps. Yep. Technically, they used undercover agents, though. Steph, great job. Steph grabs the full point with Holy Ralph Male Empire coming in right behind, ladies and gentlemen. Where are you, Holy Ralph Male Empire? 1.5. All right, and then DJ also grabbed a half a point. Ruth Lang grabbed half a point. Where are you, Ruth? Nancy from the 508. All right, none your business. Great job, Nunya. We might do one more round after this. I know it's going to... we're going to give it to Steph, actually. We reached 1 o'clock. That's fair. Heartstar, where are you, Heartstar? Heartstar grabs 7.5. Grabs 1. Jew Drops grabs another half point. Oh, this was ferocious. If Ralph had just got that question right before Steph, I would have tied Steph. But instead, Steph won. So congratulations, Steph. You begrudgingly beat Towel. You are the first person to dethrone Towel. Vicky grabs half a point. All right. Kath Dawn grabs... Where's Kath? Good job, Kath. Kath grabs half a point. Cynthia grabs half a point. Well, a lot of you are just picking up points on this one. Jeff Pesos. Good job, Jeff. All right. 5.5. Elizabeth Lander. Great job, friend. Come in with 5. Allie 90211, great job. Peggy picks up half a point. Hold on, I can't do any breaks until I get through all the counting. Ange gets another half a point. And then Monica Nelling gets a half a point. All right, some people really rose up the ranks there. All right, good job, Steph. All right, so let me count everything up. Let me make sure this is all right. I think it is. Steph got a real big bonus by getting those 4 points there. So let me see. I got my final rankings here. There was a lot of ferocious competition at the end. All right, let's see who drops, who goes up, who goes down. Towel can see the final rankings. Some very rapid movement at the end there. Monica was one of the big climbers. Elizabeth Lander was a big climber. All right, so Elizabeth goes there. All right, and I already moved Monica. DJ's got to jump up because they have 6. All right, and then I think Colleen stays there. Yeah, Heartstar, I need to move up there. Elizabeth Lander's already there. All right, MBM dropped because they only did 2. All right, and then I got to move Peggy down there. I got to move Ralph up. Ralph was the spoiler candidate who almost saved me from a Steph victory. Kath, MVM, all right. Everybody's in order. Peggy's just got to go down above MVM, and then there we go. All right. Oh, no. Colleen's got to switch positions there and is tied with Kath. All right, here we go. I'm ready. I am ready to announce your rankings. Number 1, congratulations, Steph, with 15.5. 15.5. Steph is in first place. Towel comes in with 15, ladies and gentlemen. It was a hard-fought battle. Number 3, Nunya. Nunya Business with 11.5. Great job, everyone who competed. Number 4 is Allie Towel with 9 points. Number 5 is Monica with 8 points. Great job, Monica and Allie. Number 6 is Heartstar with 7.5. Number 7, with lucky number 7 points, is Cynthia. Number 8 is a tie between Nancy and Vicky, ladies and gentlemen. 8.5 points each. Congratulations. Number 9 is DJ with 6. And tied for 10th place, Jeff and Super Towelette Jew Drops, both with 5.5 points. Congratulations. Rounding out our top 10. Number 11, Elizabeth Lander. Great job coming in late, charging up the leaderboard, getting 5 points. Number 12, we have a 3-way tie, ladies and gentlemen, between Ruth and BGG Gruff with 4.5 points each. Number 13, lucky number 13 here, Colleen and Kath with 4 points each. Number 14, Peggy with 3. Number 15, Murder by Maestro with 2. Great job, Murder by Maestro and Peggy. Number 16, The Spoiler, Holy Ralph Male Empire with 1.5. Number 17, Sandy with 0.5. Number 17, tied Scottish with 1.5. Great job, everyone. Great job. Another hard-fought game. You can see now why it's so hard for Towel. I don't just because I have a little advantage with some of the knowledge, it just takes getting one question wrong. Somebody jumps up 4 points and has a steady game. Now, in terms of our monthly rankings, how are we looking here? I think Towel's now at 65 total points. Steph is at 26 plus. How many did you get today, Steph? 15.5. So Steph's at 41.5. Steph's really doing well. Allie Towel's slow and steady. Allie Towel's now at 20. Let's see, 28. About 27. And how many did Allie Towel now get today? 9. So Allie Towel's at like 36 points for the month. We have a lot of other folks charging up the leaderboard. Those were the final towels. Those were the final totals, Vicky Moore. What you were hearing me say was your position, and then at the end, your points. So, again, your total was 6.5, Vicky, and you tied for 8th place. And the winner today was Steph with 15.5. Great job, Steph. All right, what a fun round. That was the first time Towel had been dethroned. Yes, I have 65 for the month, and you have 41.5 or so. You're charging up there, Steph. But also remember, I can never get double points or quadruple points for anything. I've just gotten 65 questions right. Vicky, you're doing great. Vicky, you've been in the top 10 multiple days in a row, and you're literally like 3rd to 5th in the overall standings this month. So, Vicky, don't give up. You're fighting hard. All right. Congratulations, indeed, is owed to Steph. Now, we're going to watch this Wendy Adelson thing. So, hold on. Let me bring this up for you. I have Wendy Adelson's part 1 of her direct in the Charlie Adelson case. Now, we're all going to learn about this. Towel's going to get his lunch, and then I'm going to do an intermission 1 hour through, and then I'm going to talk about the Jeffrey Epstein files. So if you've never seen those annotated, now's the time to tune in. So if you just had fun playing Towel Trivia, if you're ready to decompress a little bit, I don't know if this is the best way to decompress, but we are going to watch the Wendy Adelson testimony in the Charlie Adelson case. This is the direct of Wendy Adelson. Yes, and I love number 12. It's a great number. So everybody get ready. This is Towel's maybe 3rd foray into the Adelson case. Some research I've done on my own. We've done a little coverage on this channel, but we've never really dove in. So we're going to learn about Wendy, Charlie, the death of a law professor connected to the family. It's a very sad case. Towel needs some time to understand what's going on, so we're going to start. This is probably not the best way to start, but we're going to jump right into Wendy Adelson's direct from Charlie Adelson's trial. There's a little, this is just part 1, so we may carry this over to tomorrow, depending on how interested I get in this, but we will be taking a intermission in about an hour after I get my lunch, so I'm gonna go make lunch while you all listen, and I'm going to listen on my phone while I'm making my Towel cheeseburger. I might do Towel chicken today. Either way. You all listen to this, get caught up. About an hour in, if you're looking forward to, I have annotated Jeffrey Epstein's entire black book that the government says doesn't exist, but it does. I've annotated the whole thing. At the top of the hour, maybe like 2:30, we'll look at that. I'll go through all the names. Royalty, kings and queens, ladies and gentlemen. You'll see all the names. And, oh, DJ, that's how I feel. I'm just happy to be on the board. So remember, this is the prosecutor in the Charlie Adelson trial asking Wendy Adelson questions on direct to be used against Charlie. Oh, congratulations, 5 MEO DMT. You didn't realize that the biggest Super Towel prize you can win is not having any points. So 5 MEO DMT, you are actually the champion because it's harder to get none right than it is to get them all right. In fact, I had a teacher in high school who said if any of you can get all of the questions, all 100 questions wrong on this multiple choice test, you can get an A+. Why? because it's harder to get all the questions wrong on a multiple choice test than it is to get them all right. Because to get them all wrong, you must know some answers. Statistically, you have a very low chance of guessing wrong in 100 questions. So yes, no, you have super towel status 5-MeO DMT. You can hang a towel out your window and it shall say, I am a super towel. All right, there you go. It's thus declared by the towel executive. All right, let's begin. I don't know where this is going to take us or how it's going to play out, but I'm here for it. Let's take it away, Wendy Adelson. She's on trial soon. Hold on, let me unmute this.
Ma'am, please say and spell your name.
Wendy Adelson, WendyAdelson.
Where are you from, Ms. Adelson?
I'm originally from Coral Springs, Florida.
And where do you live now?
I currently live in Miami.
How are you employed?
Now kind of part-time. I do asylum work and I fundraise for nonprofit organizations.
Are you an attorney?
By training, yes.
Okay. How long have you been a member of the Florida Bar?
Since I graduated and took the bar in 2006.
And are you here today pursuant to a subpoena?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And that subpoena confers use and derivative use immunity to you, so nothing you say could be used against you in the future.
That is correct.
Okay. That doesn't mean you have full immunity from prosecution, but nothing you say here and nothing derived from it could be used in that prosecution. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding.
Okay. Did you know Daniel Markel?
Yes.
How did you know him?
We were married.
When did you meet Mr. Markel?
We met in the fall of my second year of law school, so fall of 2004.
And where did you meet?
We met in Washington, D.C. He was working there, and I was looking into a summer job in Washington.
And when did you get married?
In February of 2006.
And when did you live here in Tallahassee?
We lived in Tallahassee my third year of law school, so from August of 2005 until I think around maybe May or June of 2006. And then we moved to Miami for a year because Danny was interested in working at the University of Miami. Mm-hmm. He did not get the job at University of Miami, and so we moved back here in 2007 and lived here until 2014.
And where were the two of you employed during the time you lived here in Tallahassee?
I was employed at the FSU Center for Human Rights, and Danny was employed at FSU Law School.
Were you both professors at FSU College of Law?
Yes.
And were you living on Trescott Drive at that time?
When we were married, we lived, I think we rented a house before that, but at some point, maybe in 2008, we moved to Trescott Drive.
And is that the home that he was still living in at the time that he was killed?
That is correct.
Okay, and you were no longer living there, is that correct?
I was no longer living there.
All right, at the time he was killed, you two had children together, yes?
Yes.
And how many children did you have?
We have 2 children.
And what are their ages now?
They are 13 and 14.
What about at the time of their dad's death?
At the time of their dad's death, they were 4 and 3.
When did you separate from Professor Markel?
In the fall of 2012.
Whose decision was it to separate?
It was my decision.
And was part of the reason for the separation the two of you having differing views on how to raise your kids as far as within the Jewish faith?
I mean, it was a small part, but it was part of it.
Okay, that seemed to be something that came up a lot in your communications, so that's why I ask about it. What was the difference of opinion on that?
I mean, when we first met and started dating, Danny wasn't as observant or as religious as he became over time. And so the difference in our perspective on raising kids was about dietary choices and attendance at synagogue, things like that.
So in general, he wanted to raise the children more strictly in terms of the faith than you.
That is correct.
Did you move out of the marital home while Mr. Markel was away on a business trip?
I did, yes.
All right. And did he know that you were moving out when he left for the business trip?
No, he did not.
Where did you go when you left the marital home?
I rented a home in Tallahassee.
Where was that? Do you remember the address?
Aqua Ridge Way.
3303 sound right?
That's right.
Okay. And what was the custody arrangement once you moved out of the marital home?
I mean, in the beginning, until we had a formal custody arrangement, we were just finding ways to share custody. I remember that first weekend his parents came, so I made sure he had the children all weekend while his parents were visiting from Canada. But eventually we had a 50-50 shared custody arrangement.
All right, and do you remember exactly what that looked like? Was it week on, week off, or something more complicated?
It was something more complicated. In the summertime, it was week on, week off. During the weeks, it was I think what they called like a 2-2 split, with Wednesday night being an overnight and then the weekends being every other weekend.
All right, but roughly 50-50.
50-50, but that was the split.
Okay. And I want to show you what's been introduced into evidence, State's Exhibit 56. I know you've had a chance to take a look at this before, but if you'll just kind of thumb through it and tell me if you recognize it.
Sure.
Do you recognize the exhibit?
I do.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of your divorce file?
It looks like it, yes.
All right. And is it fair to say this was a contentious litigation process that you had with your ex?
It was.
And I want to ask you about a specific filing in there. It's on begins on page 43. And it's in reference to a filing on January 14th of 2013 where you were looking to relocate with the minor children. Do you recall that particular filing?
I recall the filing. You said 43. I'm not sure I'm... Oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. On the bottom, there should be page numbers for you.
Yes. Yes, I recognize it.
Okay, and that's the filing in reference to your motion for relocation?
Yes.
Okay, and did you file this motion with the intent to not be successful?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
It's been suggested that you never thought that was going to be successful. Did you?
I thought there was a small chance that it would be successful, but not very likely, no.
Okay. And weren't you thinking, well, maybe Danny would be happy working somewhere else because he's mentioned applying elsewhere, so maybe he'll allow the relocation? Were you thinking that?
Well, he and I talked about the relocation. So when we talked about it, he thought, well, if I can live nearby in Miami, that might work, and then I could commute to FSU. I didn't mean for him to leave FSU, but he wanted to leave FSU at some point, so that was just a matter of time.
So you thought it might be successful?
Sure. I mean, I thought it was possible, but not likely.
All right. And page 46 of that document, paragraph E, references the job offer. The wife also desires to relocate to South Florida in order to provide a better quality of life for the children by increasing their access to close family and providing more stability and consistency. Who is the close family in South Florida?
The close family would have been my mom and my dad and my brother.
And which brother is that?
My brother that's here today.
Charlie Adelson?
That's correct.
Okay. What's your mom's name?
My mom's name is Donna.
Donna Adelson?
Yes, that's her name.
What about your dad?
My dad's name is Harvey.
And where did Donna and Harvey live back in the time frame between 2012 and 2016?
They lived at the home I grew up in Coral Springs.
And how far do they live away from you currently as we sit here today?
Currently, depends on Miami traffic, but anywhere between 15 minutes and an hour.
Right. And what kind of a relationship do you have with your parents as we sit here today?
I have a good relationship with my parents.
And has that always been the case?
I would say so.
Can you describe the relationship that your mom has with your boys?
I think it's very loving. I think she's a very dedicated grandmother.
She spends a lot of time with them, doesn't she?
She does, yeah.
And when they were little and you first moved there after Danny's death, how much time was she spending with them?
When I moved there after Danny's death in 2014.
How much time was your mom spending with the boys?
I mean, we were all living together at that point. So, I mean, we were spending every day together.
How were your parents employed? Are they retired now?
They're retired now.
What are they retired from?
My dad was a dentist, and my mom used to coordinate, kind of be like an office administrator at his practice.
And did she write the checks at the practice? Paychecks?
Yes. Mm-hmm. She handled all the bookkeeping.
What was the name of the practice?
The name changed over the years, but probably the name when they retired was the Adelson Institute.
And were your parents wealthy at the time that your husband was murdered?
I mean, my parents worked their whole lives to support us, right? Mm-hmm. So I think the business did well for a period of time.
About $2 million in profit each year between 2013 and 2016, sound right?
They never talked to me about money, so I have no idea how much the business made at any given point.
Did you discuss your marital problems with your mom at all?
I did, yeah.
Okay, what about the resulting legal issues? Was your mom read in on those things?
I mean, I definitely updated her about the results of the relocation when that petition got denied, but not kind of the ins and outs of every part of our divorce.
What about your dad? Was he invested in your divorce status?
I think the same as my mom, just worried about me and worried about the boys.
Mm-hmm. What about your brother? Did he take an interest in the ins and outs of your divorce?
No, not really.
Did he need to protect you from Dan Markel?
No, I mean, I don't think I need protection.
Were you physically in danger from Dan Markel?
No, I wasn't in danger.
Did the litigation revolving around the divorce and the subsequent issues that arose, did that impact your family back in South Florida?
I mean, only to the extent that I think they felt bad for what I was going through, but...
Mm-hmm. I want to show you an exhibit that I've marked as State's Exhibit 59. Sorry, 57, Your Honor. You've seen this one before as well. Does that one look familiar?
I don't remember it, to be honest. It's from 10 years ago.
Take a moment to look through it.
Sure.
When you're done, I'll let opposing counsel take a look at it, but go ahead and let us know when you're done reviewing it. emails between you and your mother?
I don't think I responded. I think they're just emails from my mom to me. No?
Okay. Mostly all from your mom?
Yeah.
Okay, and the email address says, I think it's something like Wendy Harvey. Can you tell from the content that it's your mom typing rather than your dad?
Yeah, the email's Donna Harvey, my two parents' names, so they've been married over 50 years, so they have a joint email address. So it's from both of them.
Okay, so what I want to draw your attention to is page 2 of that exhibit, that first paragraph there above the word response. Did you have an opportunity to read that?
I read it real fast,
Kinda
but
scanned.
I can read it.
And what I want to draw your attention to is specifically the part that reads, your father has made numerous trips by plane for weekends and changing the patient schedules around so he can continue to spend significant time with the children. Did you?
Are you objecting, Mr. Rauschenbaum?
I just didn't hear it get admitted into evidence.
Judge, at this time I'd ask to move this exhibit into evidence, which
Any
is number I've already
objection?
No objection.
It's 57.
57 is admitted. Go ahead.
Thank you. So that paragraph, isn't that paragraph going into detail about how the issues surrounding your divorce and litigation is financially impacting in a negative way your parents' business?
That's what my mom says here, yes.
Okay, and it also says, additionally, this loss of income affects my family because my older brother, also a dentist, purchased the practice from my father in mid-July 2012. He has a monthly payment to make to my father based on the sale of the practice. It isn't fair to him to have decreasing monthly income statements from the practice due to my parents spending so much time here in Tallahassee. So this is an argument that your mom is proposing, right, to help you, give you an idea of what might persuade the courts to allow the relocation. Do you agree with that?
Yes, that's what she was doing, yes.
Okay, and she's indicating that both your parents as well as your brother have suffered financially as a result of you not being able to relocate.
Yes.
Okay. And on page, do you have page numbers in the bottom right corner of your exhibit?
I have them in the top so I can see.
Okay, so 5 of, well, let me look. Give me a moment. So it'll be the second email in your packet, page 1 of 3.
Okay.
Do you see that?
I see that page.
Okay, and there's a rest of your life highlighted or underlined in the center and in bold. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, right before that, it reads, however, the rest of your life and consequently Dad's, mine, and yes, even Charlie's will be affected by how well you can perform/act before July 31st. You need to be a good actress you can be a good actress when you want to. I've seen you in action. You need to put on the performance of your life. Jibbers hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet. Who's Jibbers?
Jibbers, she's referring to Danny.
And was Jibbers a name he went by or just something you called him behind his back?
Jibbers was a silly nickname that I gave him during the divorce proceedings when he was being pretty scary and threatening, and it kind of made me feel less scared of him.
Okay, so not something you called him to his face.
No.
But that was a word that was only used to describe him.
Yes, it was a nickname.
Okay. So in this, again, your mom is referencing how everyone's life is being affected by this relocation, including your brother, Charlie. Do you agree with that?
That is what she said, yes.
All right. Is your mom overprotective of you?
Yes.
All right. And is it fair to say she's, a little on the controlling side?
I don't think she's controlling, but she's definitely overprotective.
Did she ever try to micromanage your life?
Maybe, yeah.
Did she have an interest in who you were dating and who you weren't dating and who you should be dating when you were single?
I think she was usually disappointed that I wasn't dating more.
Okay. For example, isn't it true that she would not let you drive to and from Tallahassee to South Florida?
Well, I used to drive before I had the boys, but they were young, and she preferred to come with me and give me some extra support.
So what would that look like if you were going to take a trip to South Florida? Would they come up here and get you, or?
No, sometimes I would go myself with the kids, but I was breastfeeding both of them, so it usually looked like me breastfeeding a child while I entertained the other in the Okahumpka rest stop. So it was a lot. It was helpful to have some backup.
All right, and so that time frame you'd be referencing is like the 2013 time frame? Because not around the time of Danny's death, you wouldn't have still been breastfeeding, would you?
If Lincoln was 3, no, I would have stopped maybe the year before.
Okay.
So maybe 2012, 2013.
Okay. And wasn't it true that around the time of the death, they were still doing this practice where they would prefer to drive you to and from South Florida?
I mean, not every time, but sometimes.
Okay. And would your mom sometimes enlist your brother Charlie to convince you to do certain things in your personal life?
Can't really think of an example of that.
Well, dating Dave was a big one on some of the materials I had.
Yeah, people like Dave.
All right, and your mom really liked Dave.
Yeah, everyone liked Dave, but we were just friends.
Okay. Did she try? So she would try to get Charlie to convince you to date a certain person.
I don't think she was getting Charlie to convince me to date Dave. I think everyone liked Dave.
All right, and would she try to get Charlie to convince you to do certain things as far as your professional life? What jobs to take?
No, I don't think so.
Do that. Would she try to get Charlie to do certain things like advise you on investment decisions, whether or not you were going to buy a house, for example?
I don't think so. I don't remember that. Danny and I made that decision together.
Once you had left Dan and you were living separately, did you look into purchasing a home here in Tallahassee?
I did, yeah.
And did your brother Charlie convince you not to do that?
I don't remember him convincing me not to. The only reason why I didn't was because I was waiting on the money from Danny from the settlement, and he didn't pay it, so I couldn't afford the house.
And your mom didn't want you to buy the house, did she?
That's not true. My parents were looking to buy a house in Tallahassee as well.
Okay. Did you have... Strike. Generally speaking, does your mom manipulate the personal lives of her children?
No.
Is your mom, like, if she's really upset about something or worked up about something, is that something that your brother Charlie's going to hear a lot about? Who's going to hear more of it, you or Charlie?
Well, if my mom's upset with me, probably Charlie. And if she's upset with Charlie, probably me.
Okay, so do you get a lot of that? Do you hear a lot about, let's go back, let's go to before the murder. Did you get a lot of Donna just giving you an earful about what Charlie needs to be doing?
Probably, at some point.
What was Charlie doing with his personal life? What did his personal life look like?
At what point?
Before the murder.
I mean, at what period of time before?
All of them. Wasn't it just a revolving door of girlfriends?
Right, but my mom didn't complain to me about that.
She didn't mind that with him.
I don't understand the question.
She didn't mind if he went from girl to girl to girl. That was acceptable.
She didn't really weigh in on it, no.
Who talked to her more, you or Charlie?
Charlie.
A lot more, right?
Yeah.
At the time of Dan Markel's murder, were your parents extremely angry with Dan?
At that point, no. They were in a much better place.
I want to direct your attention to an interview that was conducted on, I think this was your law enforcement interview. So July 18th, 2014. And I'm specifically for court and counsel looking at page 27, lines 11 and 12. I've got it open to the page, but you can flip around if you need to familiarize yourself.
Sure.
And I'll take that exhibit if you want.
Do you want me to flip through or just look at this one page?
If you'll just look at that one page for me, not that reminder. 27. get to where you are. So page 27 there, lines 11 and 12, and I've got it highlighted for you.
Yes,
says, Ms. Adelson, you know, my parents are, you know, very angry toward him. Is that true?
Was that
Isn't
true?
that what you said? Your parents were very angry toward Dan.
Can I read the rest of the sentence?
Sure.
So I say, you know, my parents are very angry towards him, but even when they're around my kids, they would never say a bad word about my kid's father.
And then on page 288, line 24 through page 289, line 1, and that's going to be, yeah. Didn't you say, you know, it's like my parents have more reason to dislike Danny than almost anyone else? Is that what you said?
That is what I said.
And that's because he hurt you, right?
And I was saying that in the context of talking to law enforcement for hours and hours and trying to help them figure out who might be responsible.
Right. And who did you tell them might be responsible?
Well, I told them many, many people. But are you asking about this particular moment right here?
You told them your family might be responsible.
Or potentially someone to do with a former student or his current girlfriend. I mentioned lots of people that I thought could be responsible.
Okay. And of the lots of people that could have been responsible, your family was one.
Yep.
Because they might have done this thinking it would help you. I mean, that's what happened, right?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Your family had your ex-husband killed to try to help you, didn't they?
No, that's completely untrue.
In back to the divorce, the petition where Danny is responding to your petition for the motion to relocate, are you familiar with that filing, or do you need to take a look at it?
I need to take a look at it.
All right, it's going to be page 79 through 101, and this is back to our exhibit 56. And again, that was the filing begins on page 79. I'm specifically interested in 82. And in this filing, doesn't Mr. Markel say, quote, the husband affirmatively alleges that the wife helped herself to non-marital assets, including money and stocks owned prior to marriage, as well as numerous personal non-marital belongings of the husband, such as luggage, bicycle, tennis racket, and family heirlooms. The wife has refused to return these items or to allow the husband into her home to see what other personal belongings were taken without his permission or acquiescence. So my point is, he's accusing you of theft in this paragraph.
Those are the words that are here, yes.
Yeah, and he's very adamantly objecting to your relocation, right? On page 82, it says the sole stated reason the wife seeks to relocate is so that she can be closer to her parents. Was being near your parents the sole reason that you wanted to relocate?
No.
It wasn't the sole reason stated in your petition?
It wasn't the sole reason stated in my petition, and it wasn't the sole reason that he and I talked about before I filed the motion to relocate.
Why was he so adamant and so confident that this was the real reason you wanted to be down there?
I think there's a lot of things in these pleadings that are not true, so just because it says something doesn't make it true.
Sure, but did he know that your mom was just grinding on this issue of trying to get you down there?
He would have had no idea.
He wouldn't have been, that wouldn't have been known to him?
I don't think so.
But he was accusing you in these pleadings of all kind of stuff, right? I mean, I'm not saying it's true, but hiding financial assets, failing to disclose things, kidnapping his kids in the middle of, his business trip, all those sorts of things, right?
Yes, you said lots of things.
All right, and you said a lot of things too. There's filings going both ways that are pretty venomous. Would you agree with that?
I would not agree with that.
Yours were pleasant.
I'm not saying divorce filings are pleasant, but mine were not venomous.
Okay. Did your mother, Donna Adelson, review the filing in which Dan Markella is accusing you of this theft and all this stuff?
I don't remember if she did.
What about the one where Dan Markell is asking that your mother not be permitted to have unsupervised visitation with the kids?
My mom never saw that because after he filed that, he then asked my parents to babysit the kids. And my mom baked him banana bread, gave him a hug goodbye. So there was nothing truthful about that pleading that he filed, and my mom never saw it.
Why do you think he filed that?
He was really angry at me for leaving him.
Okay, so he didn't really want to limit your mom's visitation with the kids.
No,
and
he
that's
asked for her to babysit after he filed that.
Evidenced by the banana bread. And so she didn't even know about that filing.
She never knew about it.
Okay. And when she laid all those options out in that email to you about other options that you could take to secure the relocation, as far as bribing, remember that? Converting the children to Christianity, remember that suggestion?
I sure do.
Okay. What did she put in there that she viewed as your most non-negotiable and most important part of your divorce?
I don't know. Do you have something I can see?
States Exhibit 57. And it is page 1. Page 1, paragraph 2.
So you want me to read what she said here?
I want you to answer the question. What was the most important part
of the divorce for my mom?
Yes.
It says here that for her it was relocation.
All right. And did you have 2 8-hour mediations in your divorce?
We had 2 very long mediations. I don't remember exactly how long they were, but they
did
felt
they
like
result in a resolution?
No.
Was Mr. Markell seeking to depose your mom as part of the divorce?
I don't remember that.
Do you know if it ever happened?
I don't think it happened. I don't remember it.
Was the prospect of that upsetting to your mom?
I don't think so. I don't remember it, so I don't remember talking with her about it or...
Did your mom call Dan any disparaging names around this time frame?
Well, I just read them in the emails, but I don't remember them independently.
Okay. Did she call him an asshole?
Yes.
A narcissist?
Yes.
A bully?
Yes.
Religious zealot?
Yes.
Bastard?
That I don't remember.
Page 5.
Okay. Is it page 5 from the first email?
Yes, if you'll just go through by the physical pages.
I see, yes.
I'm sorry, what was your answer?
Yes.
Fucker?
Yes.
But in all the filings made on your behalf by the different lawyers that you had, and all of the emails that your mom sent, he was never described as abusive.
I mean, he was described as emotionally abusive, yes.
Can you show me where he was described as emotionally abusive in any of those items?
Well, not by my mom, but in the pleadings.
Okay, show me that.
It's going to take me a while to find it.
Okay, well, it's not in there, but you can get back to me
with it. Well, it is in there.
Objection, Your Honor. The comment. She's not testifying.
Hold on, please approve.
So would you have to review the whole file in order to find that, or could you give us a starting point of which filing it might be located in?
It might be under the petition to relocate. It might be under the initial divorce proceedings.
Okay.
It wouldn't be in emails from my mom, but it would take a while to find it. It might be in the depositions.
Okay, did you view yourself as being stuck here in Tallahassee once the relocation was denied?
I didn't. I mean, I had a really nice life here. I did not view myself as being stuck.
Would you please turn to page 176 in that exhibit in front of you? I think it's highlighted for you. Did you describe yourself in that filing as being stuck in Tallahassee?
I don't see it. You said it was highlighted, but there's nothing highlighted.
Okay. 176.
Mhm.
My page. I didn't highlight it for you. Okay. Just a moment.
I see the word stuck. I found it.
Okay. So did you describe, at least in one occasion, being stuck in Tallahassee?
No, can I read the sentence?
Sure.
So it says, the husband has made it difficult for the wife with her colleagues at her current position due to his statements and actions, and the husband's intent is to relocate to a larger area at some point. So the wife is merely stuck in Tallahassee until the husband decides that the time is right for him to leave.
All right.
Meaning,
and had he accepted a job anywhere else by the time that he was murdered?
no, he hadn't yet been offered a job, but he was always looking.
Okay. So he was just going to move and just let you have the kids at that point?
He probably would have done what I did, which is have a conversation and see if it was a place that made sense for both of us to live.
And would you have moved to wherever he got a great job and started a new life there?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay. Did you like Tallahassee?
I did.
And you said, I think you did say this, but let me clarify. Was your mom aware of the order denying relocation?
My mom was aware of the order denying relocation.
And what about your brother, Charlie? Was he aware of that as well?
I'm sure my mom would have said something to him.
All right, so did your mom suggest any ways that you might coerce Dan Markel to let you move with the kids to South Florida?
Yes, I think we talked about that before.
We did, and for this I'm referring back to those emails. And in particular, the bribe. So another bribe to get him to allow relocation. I'm on page 5 of the first email for the defense. Another bribe to get him to allow relocation should be the offer of plane tickets so that he can fly back and forth, right? So you're going to potentially offer this big monetary benefit that would allow him to fly back and forth to work. Is that the idea?
I never said that I was going to do any of that.
Okay, was that the idea that your mom had?
That was the idea.
All right, and the amount of the bribe is going to be, or was at least discussed as being $1 million. Is that right?
That is what they said.
Okay, and did you agree with that?
No.
Would that have worked?
I have no idea if it would have worked, but...
You think he might have taken $1 million to let his kids go?
Well, he wasn't letting his kids go. He would have moved to South Florida, and he would have commuted back and forth to his job. So, maybe.
Well, then why wasn't it offered?
Because I didn't want to do it.
All right, what about the idea that you could try to threaten Dan to convert the kids to Christianity so that they can fit into the Bible Belt here in Tallahassee? Is that something your mom suggested in these emails?
My mom did suggest that.
Okay, and specifically, this is on page 7 of the exhibit. Let Jibbers know that your children will be baptized in the Catholic Church. Have a picture made of them in front of the church, all that kind of thing. That's what your mom suggested at one time?
She did, yes.
Okay, and did you do any of those things?
No, I don't even think I responded to it.
Do you know whether the defendant, your brother Charlie, was supportive of the plan to convert them or pose as converting them to Christianity?
I have no idea. I don't think he was particularly involved in this round of my mom's emails.
On page 11 of the exhibit, there's an indication from your mom that Charlie at least has discussed this with her and maybe is somewhat supportive. Charlie brought up a good point when he said that Americans were dropped behind enemy lines during World War II wearing Nazi uniforms to get what they wanted. They had a job to get done, and they did what they needed to do to accomplish it. You have a job to get done in a very short time frame to accomplish it. If you dressed your kids up in Hitler Youth uniforms and brought them down here, I could care less if it was an act of defiance that would show Jibbers that he's, all caps and bold, not in control. So it just seems like your mom was pretty extreme about this situation of getting you relocated. Can you agree with that?
Yeah.
All right, and Charlie was at least consulted on it or had offered some information about it.
Well, that was my mom's rendition, so I don't know if that's what actually happened or if that was her perception.
Sure. Were you involved in the effort to consult a lawyer about the bribe and whether that was going to be legal?
I wasn't the lawyer consulted in that.
No. Were you involved in consulting a lawyer with your mom? Okay. Do you know for sure if any financial offer was or was not made to Dan Markel?
I couldn't say for sure if they made it to Danny without me knowing, but I don't think so.
Is that something they would do, is try to negotiate with him behind your back or deal with this situation behind your back?
I don't think so. I think I would have known. Danny probably would have told me.
But you definitely didn't extend any of these offers or threats?
No.
When was the divorce final?
The summer of 2013.
All right, I'm going to switch gears for a minute and talk about phone stuff. Was your cell phone collected by the police in this case after Dan was shot?
I gave the police my cell phone and asked them to search it if it could be useful.
All right, and around the time of the murder, was your number 954-803-0079?
It was.
And can you agree that the numbers, let me show you an exhibit. 59, I believe. You will? Okay. Well, I want to explain what it is. Okay. Yeah, so I talked a lot about converting to Christianity, but I didn't mention what religion you are. We talked about Dan being more religious than you are, but we didn't talk about what religion you are. So could you explain that to the jury, please?
Sure. I'm Jewish.
And Dan was as well, right?
And Danny was Jewish as well.
Okay. So I had this exhibit 59. This is not 59. Yes, that's what we did. One moment. You may not be able to do this, but states 59, I've got phone numbers attributed to your family members. Obviously, you don't know the other people. Are those phone numbers accurate, if you know, for the time frame around the murder?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then you are also familiar with the wiretap that was conducted in this case?
Yes.
And did I provide you a disc labeled Disc 107 and ask you to review some calls and see if you could authenticate the voices on those calls?
Yes.
All right, and for that, I made you a little spreadsheet, which I've marked as 61. And were you able to initial by each call indicating that the highlighted names are the voices of the people they purport to be?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I ask to move to evidence state 61.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
State 61 is admitted.
All right, and if we can shift back to, we talked about your divorce being final. Once the divorce was final, weren't there still a lot of filings that went back and forth between both you and Dan Markel?
Yes and no. The divorce was final. We had a final settlement agreement. The agreement was I take my name off the title to the house, he pays me half the value to the house. So for within the first week, I went and took my name off the title to the house, and I waited until October when he was supposed to get back to me. He never paid me the money, and so I called and I asked what happened. That was the deal, and he said, I have compelling reasons, I'm not going to pay you. And so I made one filing, a motion to enforce the settlement agreement, because he didn't do it.
Right, so you believed that he owed you money pursuant to the settlement agreement?
Yes.
And he was in violation of the settlement agreement?
Yes.
And he was of the belief that you had withheld some financial things from your affidavit, and maybe he didn't owe you the money that you had previously agreed on because you had not been honest in the initial disclosures, right?
He accused my attorney of having unclean hands and committing a crime.
Yeah, and assisting you in withholding this money from the disclosures. Okay. All right, so I want to ask you about the motion to enforce marital settlement agreement and hold Dan Markel in contempt of court. That was filed, you may need to refresh your memory, October 31st, 2013. Give you the exhibit 56 and have you take a look at, this is going to be on 338. All right, could you just read the title, the caption of that filing?
Motion to enforce marital settlement agreement and to show cause why the former husband should not be held in contempt of court.
What does it mean to be held in contempt of court?
It means not to be doing what the court has asked you to do.
What can happen to you if you're held in contempt of court?
I don't know, really.
Could you be jailed?
I don't know.
All right, and when was this filed? This was you filing it, right? I mean, you're the client.
Right.
You're asking that he be held in contempt. And you don't know what that means?
I mean, at the time I filed, which was 10 years ago.
Oh, okay. Well, refresh your recollection with the document. It goes through 340.
Okay, I have it.
Okay. So what was it you were asking for in this motion?
It was what I just mentioned. So basically, I took my name off the title to the house. He never paid. This was asking him to pay.
Cough up the money or be held in contempt?
Yep.
Okay. And what day was this filed?
This was filed on October 31st, 2013.
All right, so Halloween of 13, and that's the same day that you backed out of the contract to purchase the house in Tallahassee, right?
I don't remember what day that was.
Okay. Do you remember that it was your brother, Charlie, that specifically convinced you to back out of that particular house deal?
I don't actually. I don't remember that.
So we're going to, Grant Smith Ellis here, I'm just finishing my lunch. We're going to go for about 10 more minutes on part 1, 12 more minutes. Then we're going to do our Epstein docs, then we're going to continue. This is very interesting. This family was very connected in Democratic Party politics, but it was factional. They were a specific part of the Democratic Party. And I'll look in my unclassified docs. Give me like 10 minutes. Let me see what I can find on these people. Murder by Maestro, I am tending to think this might be a little bit more than politics, but I got to do the paper trail. You know a lot more about this case than me, but it's like steroids, money laundering, connections to some kind of cartel. It all just screams like, you know what I'm saying, one of two things. Organized crime or people who infiltrate organized crime. But, yes, all right, so hold on. Yeah, no, I'm saying murder by Maestro. We can prove this. Let me, it depends on how recent it was. If they were cooperating in like the 70s and 80s, brah, then we can get them. It's easy to find them. But if you're talking recent, no. Like, unless it's declassified, I'm not touching it. I don't want to know, you know what I'm saying. But if we can find it in the declassified files, we can probably get them. All right, let's go.
And you may have to look around for context, but I'm specifically looking at this one.
Okay. Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Honestly, I mean, I can read what's here, but I still don't remember.
Don't really remember. And after pulling the plug on the house, there were some emails where you were saying you can't answer the phone, you're crying too hard about the house. Like you seem genuinely upset about pulling the plug on the house, but now you don't remember it?
Well, it's been 10 years,
Sure.
So a lot of terrible things have happened since then. It's hard to remember.
Don't recall.
I really liked the house and was excited about it, but it was more than I can afford at the time. That's what I remember, is talking with the real estate agent and having her say we'd find another house, and it wasn't the right one.
Would you have any reason to dispute that occurred on Halloween of 2013?
No, it probably did. I just don't remember.
Okay, and then a few months later, on February 14th of 2014, there was another filing. I want to draw your attention to page 379 and ask you what that document is.
Do you want me to read the title of the document?
Yes, please.
Former husband's counter motion to enforce marital settlement agreements, financial provisions, and incorporated motion for sanctions.
Do you remember this filing?
I don't remember this filing, but in anticipation of my testimony today, I refreshed and reread it.
Okay, and he accuses you in this filing of breaching the marital settlement agreement in various ways, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and committing a fraud upon the court by omitting the $200,000 in assets from your financial affidavit?
That is
in
what he
there?
was alleging.
And asked the court to sanction you.
Yes, that's what he
And-
said.
Okay. So again, you're both seeking the court to sanction each other. I mean, them's fighting words and lawyer terms, right?
Well, I was filing a motion to enforce a settlement agreement, so I don't think that's really fighting words. That's just asking the court to complete what it already said it wanted to do.
Okay. And on page 379, Dan suggests that the court send a strong message about your malfeasance by awarding him the entirety of the undisclosed assets of over $200,000, right?
That is what he asked for.
Okay, and then on March 10th of 2014, on page 437, do you respond with your motion to dismiss the former husband's counter motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement that we just talked about?
I'm sorry, what is the page number?
437.
I'm not familiar with this, but do you want me to read through it?
Could you read the caption aloud, please?
Sure. Motion to dismiss the former husband's counter motion to enforce marital settlement agreements financial provisions, an incorporated motion for sanctions for failure to state a cause of action, and motion to strike as a sham pleading, and motion to strike as redundant, immaterial, impertinent, and scandalous pleading.
And then if you'll go to page 439, do you see a paragraph that begins, the vast majority of the former husband's motion?
Actually, don't see that. On page 439?
Yes, ma'am. I think I have it pulled out.
On number 8.
Yeah, the vast majority of the former husband's motion contains allegations that are redundant, immaterial, impertinent, and scandalous. Yada, yada. He's making false and immaterial statements against you. His pleadings only prove that he is a disgruntled former husband who cannot move past this disillusion. So it's getting personal. Would you agree with that?
My attorney here is responding to his pleading, which was over the top.
And this is over the top, right?
I don't think so, no.
Then 6 days later, Dan files another motion seeking action against your mother, and that's the one we've already touched on. That's page 441. Is that right?
Page 441.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, that's what we talked about.
Okay, former husband's counter motion for enforcement of marital settlement agreement on parenting issues and motion for contempt and sanctions. Here he's alleging, again, more violations of the marital settlement agreement, including communication between he and the boys. He wasn't happy with how much communication was happening, failing to keep him informed of where his kids are, failure to communicate about parenting decisions like the kids' schooling, diet, and extracurricular activities, and refusal to provide him access to the kids on their birthdays. So he's complaining about a lot of things associated with this, not just money stuff, it's parenting stuff too, right?
That's right.
And isn't it in this motion that... Yes, sir.
Oh, I said that's right.
Isn't it in this motion that Dan Markell seeks to enjoin you from allowing your mother from spending time with the kids without supervision?
Can you please show me which page that's on?
450. Do you see a paragraph beginning on 3 specific occasions?
Yes, I do.
Could you read that, please?
8A, on 3 specific occasions in November 2013, the children informed Mr. Markell, "Abba, Dad, Grandma says you're stupid." When queried as to why Grandma, the maternal grandmother, would say such things, the children replied jointly that it is because she says you are trying to take her sunshines away from her.
And continue, please.
In December 2013,
you don't have to say the name.
Yeah.
Your child.
My child, the younger son, further stated to Mr. Markell in front of the former wife, "Abba, Grandma says she hates you." The children were visiting with their grandparents at that time.
Mr. Markel is concerned that continued exposure to such negativity forms a foundation for parental alienation. Is that what he was alleging about your mom?
That is what he is alleging in this document, yes.
And this was filed in court?
He filed this in court.
On what date?
It will be at the front of the document, right?
Yes, ma'am, page 441.
This was filed on March 26th, 2014.
And this was the filing that never got ruled on, right?
I don't believe there was any ruling on this.
And that's because Dan Markel was killed before the hearing, right?
I don't know when it was scheduled for.
It wasn't even scheduled yet.
Okay.
It was waiting to be scheduled when he was killed. Is it fair to say your mom was worried about this motion?
No, my mom never knew about this motion. And as I mentioned before, Danny asked my mom to babysit after filing this motion, so I don't really believe anything that's written here.
Well, you forwarded this motion to your mother.
I don't believe I did.
Via email. In fact, you forwarded this motion to 12 different people. Your mom, Jeffrey Lacoste, Renee Griggs, Tova Walsh, Morgan Honeycutt, Gary Cohen, Miguel Edmondson, Trey Hubler, Robert Adelson, Rachel Frank, Jared Reich, and some MEHULNYC at yahoo.com. So if you weren't worried about this, why'd you send it to all these people?
I couldn't really say. It's been a long time.
And then a couple days later, we know what happened.
So this was in March. So a couple days, I sent it to people in July when Danny was killed.
You sent it a couple days later.
I sent
that email to 12 different people.
In March.
Yes.
Kappelman, you can resume your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to talk a little bit about your brother, Charlie. Is he an older brother or a younger brother to you?
I'm the youngest of 3, so I have 2 older brothers. They're both older than me.
All right, and he's the middle child, Charlie?
That's right.
All right, and are you closer to Charlie or to the other brother?
I'm closer to Charlie.
How much time were you spending with Charlie back in 2013 and 2014?
Not a lot of time. I was in Tallahassee. He was in South Florida.
Did he work a lot?
He worked a lot, yeah.
And did he work at one location or travel around?
He would travel around. He worked at multiple locations.
Was he pretty successful in his job?
Yeah, he came up with a great business model for what he did, and he worked really hard and was very successful.
Was your brother known to carry a lot of cash?
I mean, he had cash on him sometimes. I never saw large sums of cash.
Did you ever see stapled cash?
I never saw stapled cash.
Were you familiar with his practice of stapling cash together in stacks?
No, I never knew about that.
Was your brother Charlie protective of you?
I mean, when I was a little kid. Yeah.
What about as an adult?
As an adult? I mean, not particularly.
Is it fair to say that during the year or so leading up to the murder of Dan Markel that your brother did not like your ex?
I mean, I don't think he probably didn't like him, but I also think he didn't spend a lot of time thinking about him.
Did he ever like him?
Yeah, I mean, I think they got along fine.
Did your brother ever mention hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel?
No.
I'm going to turn your attention to your law enforcement interview, and I'm referring to page 25, lines 13 through 15. Send me under tab 1. So this tab here.
Okay.
All right, so page 25. You find it?
Yes.
quote, it was always his joke. He said, I looked into hiring a hitman and it was cheaper to get you this TV. Is that what he said?
That was a joke that he made, yes.
And hiring the hitman, that was to kill Dan Markel, right? That was the joke.
That was the joke that he made in poor taste, yes.
Not to kill someone else.
No. Well, he never used his name.
Okay. Well, he's hiring you the TV because it's cheaper as a divorce present than a hitman. Who else would he be hitting with the hitman?
I never really thought about it because it was not a thing that he meant. He just made a bad joke.
Well, you repeated the joke, didn't you?
He repeated the joke.
Didn't you also repeat the joke?
To other people?
Yes, like Jeff Lacasse.
I never said that to Jeff Lacasse.
You didn't tell Jeff Lacasse that your brother got you that TV as a divorce present because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman.
I may have repeated that joke in the context of the TV, yes.
All right, and who is Jeff Lacasse?
Jeff Lacasse was a person I dated in 2013.
And did you tell Jeffrey Lacasse shortly before the actual murder that your brother really had looked into hiring a hitman?
I did not.
Did he buy you a TV as a divorce present?
Did my brother buy me a TV as a divorce present?
Yes, sorry, I should have clarified that. And was the TV that your brother bought you as a divorce present the same TV that was being repaired on the morning of the murder?
Yes.
Did your mom text you that morning that the repair guy was coming to repair the TV?
I don't remember that.
Why would your mom have been involved in your TV repair appointment?
Because I didn't purchase the TV. The TV was a gift that my brother paid for, but my mom went and got it and he reimbursed her. So the contract would have been under her name and her number. So when the repair guy was coming, they may have called or texted the number on the account instead of my number.
Okay. And after the murder, do you recall going to a dinner where you got sick at the table?
It was about a month later, and yes, I remember.
Where did that dinner occur? Was that here in Tallahassee or somewhere else?
No, it was in Miami.
All right. And was it like out at a restaurant?
It was at a restaurant.
All right. And when we say you got sick at the table, did you actually vomit at the table?
I threw up at the table.
All right. And did you ever hear your brother refer to that particular dinner as a celebratory dinner?
No.
Did you tell Jeffrey Lacasse that your brother called that a celebratory dinner?
I did not.
Was that a...
One moment, Ms. Calhoun.
Yes, sir.
The objection.
Hearsay.
Overruled.
Was that dinner a celebration of the murder of your ex-husband?
Absolutely not. That dinner was the first time I left my house after over a month because I was terrified. And if it was a celebration of anything, it was a celebration that I was willing to leave the house and eat a meal.
Do you know Catherine Magbanua, or have you ever met her?
I have met her.
Did you have an independent friendship with her, or did you only know her through your brother?
I only knew her through my brother.
What was her relationship to your brother?
They dated at some point.
Was there anything unusual about her as a girlfriend from your viewpoint at the time?
No.
So she seemed like a typical kind of girl that he would date?
She did.
Did you meet all his girlfriends?
I don't know. I met many girlfriends.
Okay. Did you meet Whitney Kick?
I did.
Okay. And Whitney Kick was after Catherine Magbanua, correct?
I believe so.
All right. And there's a photograph, I'm sure you recall, of you on the beach with Catherine Magbanua. Do you recall when that photo was taken?
I do. It was Father's Day 2014, so 9 years ago.
June 15th of 2014?
That sounds right.
So about a month before the murder?
That sounds right.
Where was this photo taken?
It was in Miami. I went down to visit my dad for Father's Day.
Approaching and showing you what I've marked as States 35. Is this that photograph, and I've attached the data associated with it?
Yes.
Okay. Is fair and accurate copy of that photograph?
Yes.
Judge, I'd ask to move into evidence States 35.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 35 is admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Publish 35. is that you in the center?
That's me.
Which one's Catherine Magbanoa?
The one on the left, our left in the picture.
And how long had Ms. Magbanoa been dating your brother at the time this photo was taken?
I have no idea.
How many times had you met Ms. Magbanoa at the time this was taken?
I think once before.
Okay, how many times did you hang out with her total?
Just these 2 times. Once at the dinner when I met her, and then once at the beach for an hour.
Was the relationship between your brother and Catherine Magbanoa serious, if you know?
I don't know. I mean, 10 years ago, was it serious? Not too serious.
It never stood out to you during that time frame as like, oh, this is the one.
No.
All right, so you mentioned you thought Whitney Kick was after Catherine Magbanoa. What about June Mchinda? Do you know which one that is?
When you say, do I know which one that is? She's not in the picture.
No, ma'am. You're one of your brother's girlfriends, June Mchinda. Do you know her?
I met someone named June.
Okay, and would you agree that was also after Catherine Magbanoa?
Yes, that would have been after.
When did you learn that Catherine Magbanoa was blackmailing your brother for the murder of your ex-husband?
Today.
So he never told you?
No.
You testified in Catherine Magbanoa's murder trial last year, didn't you?
I did, yes.
And she was convicted?
She was convicted, yes.
Of murder?
Yes, of murder.
Of murdering Dan Markel?
Of murdering my children's father, yes.
A crime for which she apparently is innocent because she was just a conduit for Sigfredo Garcia. Did you learn that today along with all of us?
Well, I learned that someone made that argument. I don't know whether it's true or not true.
Okay. You have no knowledge of it?
I have no knowledge.
In all the years this has been pending?
In all of the years this has been pending.
Your brother has known who killed your child's father, and you didn't know?
I did not know.
Do you know why Catherine Magbanoa was on the payroll at the Adelson Institute?
I believe that she worked there.
What did she do there?
I know my brother met her at a dental office, so I'm guessing administrative work of some kind.
Did you ever observe her doing administrative work there?
No.
How did the killers in this case know that Dan Markel was planning to leave town the day after the killing?
I have no idea.
You knew he was planning to leave town the next day, didn't you?
I did, yes.
Did you convey that information to anyone?
Absolutely not.
To your knowledge, did your brother have that information?
I don't know why he would have known that.
So if the killers were told it has to be done today because he's leaving town tomorrow, we don't know how they knew that.
I have no idea how they knew that.
But it would have to come from someone familiar with Dan Markel's schedule, wouldn't it?
They would have to find out somehow. I don't know how.
Was it this trip that's pictured here?
No, because it was my dad's 70th birthday in early July, so I would have gone down to celebrate his birthday.
Okay, when's Dad's birthday?
July 5th.
How long were you down there for that July 5th trip?
I don't really remember offhand, but my guess is about a week.
Did you see Charlie Adelson on that trip?
Yes. We celebrated my dad's birthday, the whole family and friends, everybody.
Did you see Catherine Magbanoa on that trip?
I don't remember if she was there or not.
Did Dad have a birthday party?
Dad had a birthday party.
Was it a big birthday?
It was his 70th birthday.
And was Catherine Magbanoa at the party?
I don't remember seeing her there.
Do you remember seeing June Mchinda at the party?
I don't.
Or Whitney Kick at the party?
I don't.
So it could have been any one of them or none of them?
Or none of them. I don't remember there being a girlfriend with him at the party.
All right, so you said the birthday was what, July 5th?
It would have been July 5th.
Okay. And do you know on what day you celebrated?
Maybe his birthday, if it was, I felt like it was a weekend, so maybe if July 5th was a Saturday, then it was on his actual birthday.
Okay, tell me about the event. You said there were family and friends there, about how many people?
Maybe like 50 people.
What was on the menu?
We had paella.
Were you responsible for securing the paella, or was that your brother's job, or someone else?
I didn't arrange it, but I speak Spanish and no one else could communicate with him, so I spent some time helping him. That's why I remember what we ate.
Okay. Did your dad get any big gifts for his 70th?
I don't remember.
So there was no big lead up and discussion about some big gift that you were involved in, at least?
I don't remember. I don't remember if I gave him a present. I hope I did.
Do you remember what anybody gave him for that birthday?
I really don't.
Was the murder of Dan Markel your dad's big gift?
I mean, that's, of course not. That's a horrible thing to say.
What about the grandchildren, getting full unfettered access to the grandchildren?
My
Could that
parents
have been
had
the
full
big gift?
unfettered access to their grandchildren always.
Not when they lived in Tallahassee.
Well, whenever they could come up and see them, they did.
They were 50% of the time with Dan Markel, right?
Sure, but whenever they were with me, they had full unfettered access.
On the occasion that we're talking about, Dad's birthday, was that one of the times that when you came back to Tallahassee, your parents rode with you and then rented a car and drove home in the rental car?
It was.
And how long a drive is that?
It's about 7 hours.
During that 7-hour trip, or at any time when you were in South Florida, was there any discussion of a murder at all?
No, absolutely not.
Any discussion of what to do about Dan?
No.
Any further discussion about bribing, converting to Christianity, any of those strategies?
No, that ship had long sailed.
Any discussion on that trip about the pending motion to preclude your mom from having contact with the kids?
No.
What was wrong with the TV that was repaired the morning of the murder?
I think one of my boys might have thrown something at it. There was like a little crack in the TV.
How long had the TV been broken at the time that it got repaired?
I honestly don't remember.
Could it have been a long time, quite a long time?
No, it could have been. I mean, I would be completely speculating. I don't remember how long it was broken for.
Do you remember who repaired the TV?
Yes, it was called the Geek Squad.
Do you remember the window that the Geek Squad gave you for when they were going to be at your home to do this repair?
I do. I think they said it was 8 to 12 or 9 to 1, something like that.
Okay. Would you agree with me if I told you it was 8 to 12?
That sounds right.
All right. And do you recall what time the repairman actually arrived?
No, but I remember they came on the early side.
Okay. And was the repair done?
No.
Why not?
Because I called my brother to find out how much a new TV would cost versus how much the repair cost, and it didn't make sense to repair it.
It's cheaper to buy a new TV.
Yep.
The records indicate the repairman was there for about 45 minutes. Does that sound accurate to you?
Sure. That's my best. Sure.
Why was he there for that long, just to tell you, like, this thing can't be repaired, or it's cost prohibitive to repair? Do you remember?
I don't. My guess is he was there to try to see how he could repair the TV, and then he gave me an estimate, and then I found out what the estimate compared to the cost of a new TV would be.
Who paid the repairman?
I did.
The repairman, you're familiar with his statement that you seemed really upset that day. What were you upset about?
I have no idea.
Were you upset that day?
I don't remember being... Oh, yes, I was upset that day. I was upset. I remember Danny wanted to take the kids swimming, and I wanted to pick them up earlier in the day.
Okay,
and
so nothing to do with the TV.
I don't think so. I probably wasn't that upset about the TV.
Did you ever use the TV as code for the murder?
No.
Did you ever hear your mom do that?
No.
Do you remember on July 13th, 2014, seeing Jeffrey Lacasse at your place on Aqua Ridge? Do you even remember that evening?
I don't remember seeing him at my place because by that point we were kind of broken up, so I don't think I would have seen him at my place.
All right. So on that occasion, you couldn't have told him you wanted to share something with him in confidence?
I think that would be very unlikely. We had kind of broken up at that point.
And you couldn't have told him at that time the statement about your brother really did look into hiring the hitman.
I can't imagine I would have said that.
And when did you break up with Mr. Lacoste, or when did the two of you break up?
It would have been end of June 2014.
So not 4 days before the murder?
No.
All right, so end of June 2014 would have been the last time you saw him.
No. I saw him after that. We were talking and kind of figuring out what we wanted to do, but we had gone on a trip to Gainesville the last weekend in June, at which point we had a big argument, and I really didn't want to be with him after that. So at that point for me, I was pretty much done, but there were more discussions until it, formally ended.
And when was the formal end?
I remember seeing him that Monday night and telling him I wanted to have some space.
Okay, so 4 days before the murder?
So 4 days before Danny was killed.
All right, and that was that the end of your relationship with him?
When I told him I wanted some space, yeah.
Okay. Where did you go after the TV repair man left?
After he left, I stayed at the house for a while, and I was working on some pieces of writing. I was talking with various friends. I had a friend in town interviewing for a job at FSU. I was making plans to go meet her. The time got too close before her interview. And then I had two friends that I would often meet on Fridays, just kind of last minute. And so we made plans to go have lunch.
All right, so what time did you leave the house to go have lunch?
I really didn't remember offhand, but I refreshed my memory and saw it was sometime around 12:45.
Okay, so it makes sense that you might have left your residence at about 12:30?
Sure.
Okay, and did you go to the crime scene or very near the crime scene on your way from your residence to, I guess, to lunch or to wherever you were going next?
No, I did not.
So you never turned on Trescott Drive that day?
I went to turn on Trescott Drive, but I saw that it had been blocked off by some tape, and so I just kept driving on Centerville.
Okay, and when you had to turn around at the tape, right, to go back out?
I think I tried to turn right, and it couldn't turn, so I would have made like the kind of turn, like a K-turn, and kept going.
Was there a roadblock there with?
There was tape.
Yeah, and an officer was there?
I didn't see an officer, but I did see a car.
A law enforcement marked vehicle? Okay, did you have any contact with the officer?
No.
Okay. Did you do anything after that to try to find out what was going on down that roadway?
No, I just assumed it was weather, or maybe a tree fell.
Had there been bad weather that day?
No, but it was summertime, and there's electrical storms and trees fall, so that would have been pretty normal for summertime.
Where were your kids supposed to be at the time that you encountered that roadblock?
They would have been at school.
And that's at the creative preschool?
That's right.
Who took them to preschool that day?
Danny.
And who was supposed to pick them up from preschool that day?
Me.
All right, so did you know for sure that they had made it to preschool that day at the time you encountered the roadblock?
I just assumed. I mean, if they hadn't made it to preschool, Danny would have let me know, but...
Did you attempt to call Dan Martell when you encountered the roadblock?
No, I didn't think anything of it. I didn't think it was related to the house.
Had you talked to Dan Martell or your kids that morning?
My kids know, but that would have been normal, and Danny and I tried to get in touch with each other, but we left. We were trying to figure out where Ben was going to go to kindergarten at the time, and we left voicemails for each other, but didn't get to talk.
Okay. Did he leave you a voicemail message that morning?
He did.
Okay. I asked you earlier about him being scheduled to leave town the day after he was killed. Do you know where he was planning to go?
He was going to New York to see his girlfriend.
Right. The message that he left you that morning, do you remember what he told you in the message?
I mean, I think it was about our son's school.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, I don't really remember.
Okay. Included in that was it included in that message that he was heading to the gym and was going to be at the gym between 9:15 and 10:30 that morning?
I really don't remember, but that sounds like it could be what he would leave.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to review a transcript of that voicemail?
Sure.
So did he say in that voicemail that he left you what his plans were in regards to the gym that day?
He did.
What exactly did he say about the gym?
About the gym, he said, I'm going to be at the gym probably between 9:15 and 10:30, but I'm happy to chat or meet with you. Maybe we can go for a walk at school or something like that. Let me know.
Okay. So that particular voicemail doesn't sound very emotionally abusive. Would you agree with that?
No, by this point in time, we were parenting really well and we were doing just fine.
Getting along great.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
Move to strike.
I'll strike the comment, Your Honor.
Please move on.
Did you talk to your brother on the day of your ex-husband's murder?
I did.
And about what time of day did you speak to him?
It would have been right after the repair guys were there, because that's when I called him to tell him, ask him whether I should get the TV repaired or buy a new TV. So
Okay.
it would have been morning.
How long did you talk to him?
I don't remember.
Does 18 minutes sound incorrect?
That sounds reasonable.
Okay. Did you talk to him about other things other than just the TV?
I really don't remember what else I talked to him about, but probably. Maybe I would have asked him about his work, or we would have caught up.
Did you happen to mention Dan Markel's plans to go to New York the next day?
I don't see why I would have.
Did you have WhatsApp on your phone at that time?
I don't know if in 2014 I had WhatsApp. Now we use it for all the parent chats at school, so it's everybody seems to have it, but I don't know if everybody had it back in 2014.
What is WhatsApp?
WhatsApp is kind of an app you would use for texting.
Do you know if your brother Charlie had it at that time?
I have no idea if he had it at that time.
Did you ever communicate with Charlie through WhatsApp?
Maybe. I mean, I don't know. If I had it at that time or if I had it later, I probably would have.
Just not sure.
Yeah,
Did you have any contact of any kind with Catherine Magbanua on the day of Dan Markel's murder?
No.
Did you ever communicate with her through WhatsApp?
No, I never communicated with her at all.
All right, let's talk about, well, you communicated with her on the beach.
I saw her in person, but I'm saying I never texted with her, called her. I never communicated via a device other than in person.
Okay. What about when you were talking to your brother? Did she ever get on the phone and speak to you?
I don't think so.
Okay. I want to talk about where you went when you left your residence on the day of the murder. You tried to turn on to Trescott, and then you ended up where?
I went, I was supposed to go to a party that night, a Stock the Bar party, so I went to a liquor store to pick up what they had asked for as the present for their party. So I went to the liquor store, I picked up the alcohol, I stopped, I think I got gas, and then I went to lunch to meet my friends.
And the liquor store purchase appears to have occurred at 12:49 based on the receipt. Do you have any reason to dispute that timing?
No, that sounds right.
Okay, and then from there to the restaurant?
Yes.
And where was the restaurant located?
Mosaic. I actually don't remember. I just remember I would go north on Thomasville Road.
All right.
And so it was.
And is the restaurant where law enforcement came to speak with you and you ended up going with them to the police station, right?
That's correct.
Right. Do you agree or disagree that there have been some financial benefits to you and your boys as a result of Dan's death?
I disagree.
When did you decide to change the names of your children from Markel to Adelson?
So after Danny's murder, there was a lot of news. It just hit the media, and there were news stories everywhere. And Nancy Grace on CNN put pictures of my boys with their faces unblurred, just pictures of them.
Mm.
And I was terrified. And so when they started school, I started school with my last name, thinking that would keep them safe, that they wouldn't be associated with the murder.
Wasn't the Adelson name in the press just
It was
as much
not in the
as
press.
Markel?
Not yet.
Do you agree that you legally changed the kids' names on July 6th of 2015?
That sounds right.
So it was actually a year after the homicide.
A year after.
was the last time you talked to your mom? Did you talk to her today, yesterday?
I talked to her yesterday.
In her emails, and we referenced one of them while you've been here on the stand, she talks about you giving performances and playing roles. Did you discuss anything about what you would do here today in court with your mother?
No.
Were you involved in any way in the plot to kill your ex-husband?
Absolutely not.
Did you know it was going to happen, but maybe not know the details?
I knew nothing.
Is that why you went to the crime scene on the day of the homicide?
I did not go to the crime scene on the day of the homicide.
Do you know who all was involved in the murder?
Well, I learned today, but at the time, no.
Okay. Have you ever privately confronted your brother about his role or possible role in the murder?
My attorney has advised me not to have conversations with anyone in my family about the case.
But you had a close relationship with your brother at the time of the murder, right?
I absolutely had a close relationship with my brother.
And how soon after the murder did your lawyer advise you not to talk to your family about it?
In 2016.
Okay, so what about the 2 years in between? Did you talk to him about it then?
I mean, I talked to him about the fact that a murder occurred, but I guess I don't understand the question.
But you never talked to him about the suspicions you raised in the law enforcement interview that your brother might have done it?
No, I did not.
You suspected your brother could have been a part of this, right?
I suspected lots of people could have been a part of it.
But he was one of the people, right?
While I was talking with law enforcement for 6 hours, terrified out of my mind, I offered them every possible idea I could come up with.
Right, and one of the possible ideas was that your brother could have murdered your child's father.
I didn't really believe that was possible.
Was part of the plot for you to be able to have plausible deniability about this?
Absolutely not.
Is it better for both you and your brother if you don't know the details of this?
I don't even understand the question that you're asking me.
When did you first become aware that you might be a suspect in this case?
I mean, as the ex-wife, I assumed I was a suspect from the beginning.
What was your first thought when you were asked if anyone might have murdered Dan Markel for your benefit?
I thought, oh my God, maybe if I hadn't divorced him, he would still be alive. Maybe this is my fault because I complained to the wrong person. Maybe Danny gave a student a bad grade and they came after him. I just was trying to think of who possibly could have wanted to hurt him.
But you didn't say any of that before. I mean, the first thing you said was Charlie, right?
I don't think so.
Page 25 of your interview, line 5 through 15. Do you have any reason to dispute? Page 25, not 5 hours into it. You say Charlie might have done it, right?
Can I see, please?
You may. This is going to be tab 1, page 25.
What I say here is that he would never do it. Right under the highlighted part, I say no, he would never.
Need a copy?
Page 25.
For those just tuning in, we're getting prepared for Don Adelson's trial next month by watching Wendy Adelson's testimony. Now listen, very interesting case. Apparently Wendy Adelson, the woman who was at the center of all of this, Donna Adelson seems to have played a big role too. But Wendy's never been charged. That's a little weird. I mean, obviously she has immunity, but that doesn't, they talked in the beginning, that doesn't prevent you from being charged. No. I don't know what it is. We may not find out for 50 years, but there's something about both Charlie and Wendy. Charlie, I think, didn't have as many connections. And again, there's more to this, right? Charlie was involved in steroids, money laundering. This family was kind of like pseudo-political for a while, but kind of not. Politically adjacent. They had a dental business, but that doesn't really explain what Charlie was doing, especially his cartel ties. The guys in the cartel were under RICO investigation. One of them might be cooperating. And then you got Wendy, who's never been charged. All right. Now, I've listened to an hour and 35 minutes of her testimony. We're going to finish part 1 today and listen to part 2, pick up tomorrow. We're also going to do the FBI, the Epstein Black Book in a second, my annotated overview. But just the impression I get of this case is that the state isn't protecting Wendy Adelson. The state is begrudgingly going along with whoever. MBM, I definitely want to learn more about her work, and we'll look up the foundation. But if you, I know we're going to have one of those moments where we find it was funded by, whatever, and it's tied to some kind of work and unrelated to this case. She was helping some government, probably ours, where she's bilingual, she speaks Spanish, she was doing asylum work. That's the best possible way to be an informant about gang activity for the government, literally, and she has ties to wealthy Jewish organizations. There's a lot here that would make her a very good candidate to do that, and she's never been charged. Don't worry, MBM. We can watch it anytime because this is the last thing other than the FBI, other than the Epstein Black Book. We're just going to finish part 1 today. So if you want to link that, we'll watch it. But I mean, we'll look into the foundation she was working at, whatever. But I already can tell you, I have a sense of what we're going to find. NGO doing asylum work, bilingual. You know what I'm saying? Right, it's not transactional immunity, it's use immunity. So she can be prosecuted, it's just what she says on the stand can't be used against her. Nobody gives out transactional immunity anymore anyway. It used to be a thing, but not anymore. Use immunity doesn't prevent you from being prosecuted. You know what would, though? Well, if you can't be prosecuted. Now, this woman, Wendy, is, on another level. This is that training to help people testify in court is one thing. I'm sure she did do that. But this is counter-interrogation, subtle propaganda, acting. It's everything. It's a trained. She didn't just go to law school. I don't know what she was doing in that NGO, but I'm telling you, we look into that NGO, you're going to find that it's connected. And it seems like they were Dems, so maybe who knows? We can't go down that road until we find the NGO. We look into it. I'm sure we're going to find all sorts of connections. You watch. That's where it starts. I'm telling you, Towel has premonitions. She's too slick. She's even slicker than some of the best people we've watched and analyzed. She is very well trained. I'm telling you, I can notice it. I pick up on it. They were even the prosecutors hinting at it too, oh, you're an actress, right? You would get up there and it's I know people who do trial prep, okay? I understand that discipline. That's a very specific, very complex discipline, witness and trial prep. It's even more complex if you're prepping witnesses with trauma. I've seen people in clinics workshop this stuff, and it's very, very, very difficult to do that work. But that is a very specific set of skills, and it doesn't also encapsulate everything else that Wendy is doing. And obviously it's courtroom testimony, and she's a lawyer, so there's so many layers to what Wendy Adelson is doing on the stand right here. And I'm telling you, if she never gets charged, yeah, okay, there you go. Forensic RN. That's she is in the orbit of trafficked children. I'm not saying she's doing anything bad, but if you're in the orbit of human trafficking and asylum, I'm telling you, that involves getting T and U visas for them. You have to have clearance. You have to. No, yeah, but murder by maestro, you're missing a larger point of this. I get she's good at testimony and all that, But to be involved with people who are victims of human trafficking, listen to me. I am an expert in this. I'm telling you. Murder by Maestro, I know that you've been researching this for a while, but I'm telling you that we need to look more into this nonprofit, and here's why. In order to apply, I don't even know if you know what T and U visas are, folks, but let me explain. When you are applying for asylum in the United States, it's not just like asylum. There's different ways. There's a few different processes that you can use, whether it's domestically or you have to technically be on U.S. soil to apply for asylum. But it's not just asylum. You're really, what you're doing is you're trying to get a visa, okay? And you're trying to get a visa that you can convert into permanent residency or citizenship, okay? Now, asylum is one way, pursuant to the principle of non-refoulement as enumerated in domestic U.S. law via our obligations under the Geneva Convention, okay? And I'm pretty sure that's what it is, okay? So there are very few treaties that are binding in the United States, but it's like the Refugee Convention and the Geneva Convention. We've ratified some of them, and what that means is that the 10th Amendment allows an international agreement. It's a very obscure part of the 10th Amendment. It allows an international agreement to become binding on domestic law. All right. So, but let's just understand there's asylum. Okay. And then there's what this woman was doing. I am an expert in this. Okay. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not your lawyer. This is not legal advice, but I'm telling you, I'm a subject matter expert in the immigration asylum process, as well as the other visas that are involved in people fleeing dangerous situations coming to the United States. One, you must have a security clearance. Okay, you absolutely must have a security clearance. It is not an option if you want to deal with T visas or U visas. Okay, think about the migrant flights up to Martha's Vineyard. Remember when the governor of Texas flew the migrants up to Martha's Vineyard? Okay, you want to represent people like that. First of all, you have a security clearance. I'm telling you right now that this woman has a security clearance. I am a subject matter expert in this specific area. I basically got a concentration in this. I've taken every class possible from one of the foremost experts in the United States, who's now at Yale, okay, on this area of law. I'm telling you, you have to have a security clearance. So this, yeah, I get you, Claudia. But yeah, so my analysis, listen, I'm telling you, I need to look more into Wendy Adelson's employer, but this woman had a federal security clearance and was likely not only doing asylum work, but and the human trafficking work, which is public. It's likely that she was helping these victims apply for T and U visas, okay? And that requires oftentimes ongoing cooperation. If it is the case, and I will double check and confirm, and Murder by Maestro will know more than I about this. If it is the case that this NGO was working with victims of human trafficking and applying for visas and asylum, then yes, she has a federal security clearance. She is a federal cooperator. She probably is very helpful to the government, because guess what happens if you're doing federal anti-trafficking work in the context of asylum? You have damn good information on threats to U.S. national security. I'm telling you, at first I was just kind of sniffing it out, but now that I find it's not just asylum work, but it's human trafficking in particular, that is the most sensitive form of classified clearanced information you can be privy to. And the only people who are allowed to do that work, especially on behalf of the victims, are people that are cleared by the United States intelligence community, because you're going to hear stuff that you then you have an obligation to pass it on. So you can't even access these files for a lot of these cases, because a lot of it is organized crime and transnational criminal organizations. You can't even access them without compartmentalized security clearance. Above top secret, like code word programs for these different issues, because you can't effectively represent your client who's a victim of international trafficking unless you are read into the most sensitive programs in the United States. Effectively advise your client. Do you see what I'm saying? quote unquote. This is a very special kind of immigration. I just want folks to understand there's a lot of polemics about the immigration debate, and I just want folks to know we're not even talking about people who just like jump over the border or something like that. That's its own debate. I personally don't think we should just have people jumping over the border, but it's a very big debate. Okay, we're not even talking about that. I just want folks to understand the realm that we're talking about is a very, very small percentage of people, although it's growing, unfortunately, who get trafficked here. Okay, so do you understand what that means? Yeah, so if you get trafficked to the United States, again, like if you get put in a shipping container, okay, and brought to the United States against your will, we don't send you home, okay? One, you were the victim of a crime. Two, like, it would be, unless you want to go home, it would be wrong to send you to the place where someone kidnapped you, put you in a ship, in a cargo container, and sent you to the United States so you could be a slave. Like, you know what I'm saying? So we just don't do that. Now, it's technically, there's kinds of asylum, okay? Like, that there are all different pathways of getting asylum, all right? It's like there's 5 conditions you have to meet, but it's a difficult process, all right? Now, another way to get here, if you're the victim of a crime, and we're talking specifically like someone takes you against your will, brings you to the United States because they want to enslave you for sexual or other purposes. Then we find you, the government, and because we want to protect you, and then you say, okay, I don't want to go home. What we do is the government, there's a very small number of people, although sadly it is growing, very small number of people, we say, okay, you were the victim of international human trafficking. Like, this is terrible. We, like, not apologize, but, like, it is wrong that happened to you. So you, therefore, are eligible. It's not like illegal immigration. It's a special kind of legal immigration for people who are victimized by sexual trafficking or human trafficking, that we give them a special visa. But it's not just a special visa. It's like this unique Tier U visa, okay, where you cooperate. You don't just cooperate, like we helped you, right? Like we saved you, so you are very happy to cooperate. But you enter this special program where you were the victim of like a very serious crime. The government knows you're the most vulnerable type of person, and mind you, we need these people, these people who were trafficked, to give us information so we can shut down these networks, okay? Because they operate domestically. They are oftentimes funding like very serious crime, like anti-American, like organized crime, okay? And so it's incredibly important that we get information. And so the way we do that is we give a special visa status to them. Well, guess what you have to do to be involved in that pipeline? And I'm telling you all this because I am a subject matter expert, although I'm not a lawyer. You must have a security clearance. If you are going to be involved with victims of human trafficking and applying to get them asylum, which is actually a broad term to explain a bunch of different things, 2 of the most important for our purposes are T and U visas. You are either in the government, you were in the government, or you're in the intelligence community, and you never leave the intelligence community. So if you were in it once, you're in it then. You're in it now. All right? So in my opinion, we need to trace this out a little bit more, but yes, like it was staring us right in the face the entire time. Outside of this case, Wendy Adelson was very helpful to the government. We've only been going for 4 hours today. We're keeping it short. We're going to finish this up, and then, by the way, let's do it now, actually. We're going to get back to the Adelson case, but since there's so much talk about intelligence, do you want to see my annotated Epstein Black Book overview? The government may not... I want to say it exists, but it was already leaked by BuzzFeed or something a while ago. Not BuzzFeed, Gawker. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at Towell's annotated overview of Epstein's Black Book. All right? I went through every single person in the Black Book. All right? I went through them all. And I have it for you here. I annotated them. I researched them. And let's talk a little bit about why this stuff might not have come out. Then after our short interlude, we'll come back to the last 15 minutes of the Wendy Adelson testimony. But this is, I think, incredibly important. I worked hard on this. I did it about a year ago. And I'm realizing now I'm one of the only people that's actually annotated Epstein's Black Book. All right? Now, it spans the political spectrum. All right? I just want to say that. Hello, Harvard Yard. I'm a super towel. You're a super towel. Now, listen. This spans the political spectrum. I don't want you to, go into some kind of apoplectic state if you see a name on there and you're like, oh no, I really like this person. There's a few things. One, people could have also been monitoring Epstein. All right, so like Donald Trump, for example, like it's very possible that he was both a target of Epstein and also monitoring Epstein. All right. Now, the other thing we're going to take a look at is, as you can see here, I have the documents. I have the full document file. It's redacted. I'm not going to look at the unredacted one on stream, but it's fully redacted. All right, so no PII, but it does tell us the names. All right. This is what the leaders of the government don't want you to know for some reason. I don't understand. I think it's because President Trump wants to like have leverage to get Israel to stop its war in Iran or something, which is very noble. I mean, that's what President Trump deserves the Peace Prize for. If he can get Israel to stop and Iran, well, more importantly, Iran to stop, and the people in Gaza, not the civilians, the other people in Gaza, whose name we won't say. If he can get them to stop, he deserves a Nobel Peace Prize, all right? But I think there's something weird going on with this Epstein file, because I'll tell you right now, all right? Here are just some of the names you're going to hear. And remember, some people might be in here because they were either targets of Epstein that weren't fully like developed, or they were monitoring Epstein. All right? So just because you see a name in here doesn't imply guilt, doesn't imply that they were in some ring with Epstein. It's just these are the people who were in his orbit. Now, you tell me if there's a reason that when you start hearing some of these names, why the world's aristocracy might have hid this from us. So who's ready? So here are just some of the names. President Trump, RFK Jr., John Kerry, David Rockefeller, Alan Dershowitz, David Koch, Ted Kennedy Jr., Christopher Kip Forbes, Prince Andrew, all in there. Now, let's take a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. I did an annotated overview, all right? We're going to do an annotated overview of these names, all right? So let's take a look. Tim Beaumont, a UK politician and priest. Vanessa von Bismarck, a fashion PR leader. That name von Bismarck sounds familiar, doesn't it? Von Bismarck was Otto von Bismarck. He was assassinated by Gabello Princeps, wasn't he? It was the Archduke. Von Bismarck. Might have been Franz Ferdinand, actually, but von Bismarck, I feel like, was related to the empires at the time. Debbie Debonair von Bismarck, wife of Count Leopold von Bismarck Schoenstein, the former Prince of Bismarck. Okay, see, that's what I meant. It turns out Bismarck is just a thing you can be a prince of. I've always wanted to be a prince of something. Can I be the Prince of Bismarck? Where is Bismarck? Is it in Bohemia? I have no idea. Here's Conrad Moffat Black, Baron Black of Cross Harbor, convicted fraudster pardoned by President Trump in 2019. Mike Bloomberg, financier and newspaper baron, and Mark Booth, a B-Sky B TV executive. Here's Bruce Charles Bossum, a UK politician and baronet of Maidstone. Flavio Baitore, former F1 driver and UK football club owner. And Nuno Badolini, Scorpion Capital Partners. Now we have Christopher and Amanda Brooks, a high society power couple. Jean-Luc Brunel, a man found dead in a jail cell in 2022 in France while being investigated for sex trafficking in SA. He was friends with Epstein and Maxwell. And Jimmy Buffett. Oh, that's interesting. Thank you, Avidyat. Next page actually contains former UK political spokesperson and journalist Alistair Campbell, Naomi Campbell, model who spoke in 2019 saying she was not aware of Epstein's crimes, and Andrew Day Condell, London property developer. And since we're doing this, let me just tweet out that I am doing this live. Hold on one second. All right. And remember, I annotated this. It took me a very long time. I had to do the research by hand, which I did. So you probably won't see this many other places. The Black Book, unredacted and redacted, is out there. But I was one of the only people, as far as I know, who actually annotated. Most people did not to. Most people did not want to do that. And I can't blame them. I cannot blame them. But we're going to do it here, because I think it's important, and I don't know why the government doesn't want to show this, but this is what the Black Book is, all right? So Naomi Campbell, she ended up, like, speaking out against him. Next page of Epstein's list of names contains William P. Carey, the namesake of the John Hopkins Business School. And then I tagged J.H.U. Carey and Penn Law, which they untagged me. So they were really not pleased that his name was in there. Like, this guy was these are some power players. Albemarle Castor, a UK banker and financial advisor, and Fabrizio Serena, chairman of the investment banking group Credit des Alpes. Let's see what else we got in here. Who's up next, ladies and gentlemen? There's, of course, the source page. Vikram Chatwal, an American actor and hotel owner who was arrested twice in recent years. John and Lucy Shevnick's Trench. Lucy is the great niece of the 8th Earl of Beauchamp. And Gianfranco Cognana Mazzini, grandson of Italian politician Giuseppe Volpi. Next name on Epstein's list are Nicholas Coleridge, chairman of Historic Royal Places and a fellow and provost-elect of Eton College and former VP of Condé Nast International. Phil Collins, the musician. Suzanne Constantine, a fashion writer and journalist, and Viscount Marina Cadre. These are the people who go to the Eyes Wide Shut parties, I'm sure. Further names on the next page of Epstein's list include Prince Pierre-Pont d'Anberg, a Paris socialite whose title dates to the 5th century Roman Empire. That's horrifying. Along with Nick and Heather Day, who divide their lives between Kenya and Ireland, but otherwise do not exist online. Yeah, it was a little weird. I was like, why is the only thing about these people that they live in Kenya and Ireland, like 50% of the year in each place? Like, that's weird. So, yeah, no, there's a lot here, Murder by Maestro. And by the way, no names are redacted on this document. It's only phone numbers, okay? So every document that I'm showing you is not actually redacted, okay? It's just the phone numbers. The names are all there. So the next names include Paula and Laura Dietrich. Paul and Laura Dietrich. Paul is a tobacco lobbyist, and Laura was Ronald Reagan's ambassador for human rights at the UN. Lance Dickinson, American actress. Janice Dickinson, American actress. Edward Teddy Stanley, the 19th Earl of Derby. And Hermione de Clermont-Tonnerre, a writer. Further names from Epstein's list include Pedro Dinas, race car driver from Brazil. Alex Dolby and Susie Murray Phillipson. Princess Diana attended their wedding. Deandra Lurker, former wife of Michael Douglas, and Minnie Driver, UK-American actress, along with Glenn Durbin, an investor. More names from the Epstein client list include Sarah Margaret Ferguson, the Duchess of York, and Prince Andrew, the Duke of York. Miranda and Stephen Dunbar Johnson. Stephen works for the New York Times, and Miranda has links to Human Rights Watch. And Umar Dahazabralov, former Russian senator. This dude got around. More names from the Epstein client list include Bernie Ecclestone, and you can say it's a client list. It was his black book, so like, what the hell do you call it? More names from the Black Book. Bernie Ecclestone, former chief executive of the Formula One Group, aka F1 Supremo. Francesco Ducre Giordano, the owner of General Vegetables Company from Italy. And Luigi Dorso, an Italian railroad baron linked to the U.S. Founding Fathers. I remember reading that and being like, what? But that's true. More names from the list. Johan and Amanda Eliash, owner Swedish firm Gethal. Eric Ellenbogen, a media exec with links to DreamWorks. Mandy and Ralph Ellison. Ralph ran Solgenix Inc., formerly DOR Biopharma. And Nunna Urba, married to Enrico Irba, links to Armani. More names from the list and have further connections to the royal family. Sally Faber and Charles Brooke Johnson were neighbors with King Charles when the king, then prince, lived in Highgrove. Brooke is a businessman, and Sally used to be married to journalist David Faber. Now, who's next? Patrick Fairweather, the UK ambassador to Angola from 85 to 87, and its ambassador to Italy, Albania from 92 to 96, and Armando and Jasmine Fakir. Armando is a businessman who was arrested in Cuba and released under weird circumstances. Oh, I remember looking that one up. I was like, oh, I don't know if I want to look more into that one. Further, the further names on the list include the Honorable Rupert Alexander James Fairfax, son of the 13th Lord Fairfax of Cameron. Rupert is currently managing director of Fairfax Saddles, a firm awarded the King's Award for Innovation in 2019, which is a high honor domestically in the UK, apparently. Here's some more names from the list. Martin Fiennes, heir apparent to the title of Baron Say and Selle. He lives in Broughton Castle and is the cousin of actor Ralph Fiennes. And Susanna Fiennes, Martin's twin sister, an artist who works only with King Charles. Yeah, so, I mean, come on. Here's an interesting name from the list. Matthew Freud is the great-grandson of Sigmund Freud. His wife, Caroline Hutton, went on to marry the 9th Earl of Spencer, Princess Diana's brother. Elizabeth Murdoch, his second ex-wife, is Rupert Murdoch's daughter. Hey, Murder by Maestro, is that the dude that's involved with some of the Innocence Project stuff? Is that guy? And even more names from the client list. Tom Ford, a fashion designer. Katie Ford, she's the CEO of the modeling agency Ford Models, but she now does anti-human trafficking work, which probably tells you all you need to know. Steve Forbes, editor-in-chief of Forbes, and Christopher Kip Forbes, the VP of Forbes. Here's more names in the list. This is Dan Fisher. He was the former special assistant to President Trump and director of the White House visitor's office during President Trump's first term. Here we go. Sir David Frost, the British television presenter, and Cosmo and Amanda Fry. Cosmo's family is in the chocolate business, and he is the son of inventor Jeremy Fry. Amanda went on to marry Daryl Hall from Hall & Oates. What a small world. Here's another name, Edmund and Emily Glentworth. Edmund Perry is the 7th Earl of Limerick. He was known at one time as Viscount Glentworth. He worked in British government until becoming director of Deutsche Bank. Emily is Edmund's wife. Even more names from the client list. Lord and Lady Guilford is Patrick Mead, the 8th Earl of Clanwilliam. He is chairman of Eurasia Drilling Company. The company is owned by a Russian billionaire oligarch named Alexandra Deshapadres. I don't know how to say that. I don't want to know anything more about any of that, to be fair. Well, this is an interesting one from the list. Pamela Gross and Jimmy Finkelstein. Finkelstein is the owner of The Hill, and Gross, his wife, used to work for CNN. Both are close to former President Trump and his family. Well, current President Trump and his family. Here's more names. Ernest and Chantal Hanover. Prince Ernest Hanover heads the House of Hanover. That bloodline has created no less than 6 British monarchs, including Queen Victoria and 5 kings of the United Kingdom. Which name is that, Murder by Maestro? Yeah, we're looking at the world's aristocracy, if you're just tuning in. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. We're going over the Epstein Black Book list, but you're probably listening to the only person in the world who actually took the time to annotate the whole thing. So I'm going to take you through it. I'm going to try to remember some of my research. This took me like 10 hours, I think, one day. I annotated the whole damn thing. Because what I was doing was, first of all, I wanted to know what this was, okay? Like, and you're going to see it gets really intense. We start seeing some names, like you would think that dynastic bloodlines are like ebbing and flowing in history. No, they're ever present. They are huge. They're everywhere. It's like this club of like, and this is all of them. And they don't want us to know about them. That's why this stuff isn't coming out. It's not just who he was working with and why. It's who this network is. It's the world's aristocracy. It's kind of why I get upset at our government. Not our government. I get upset at factions within it. Not upset, but I'm just like, listen. If we want to tell people, okay, that it's in their best interest, that there is this sort of very entrenched system, okay, like we have like we have a caste system in the West. Okay, it's very aristocratic. It's for the betterment of mankind or womankind or towelkind, whatever. And part of it is like a lot. This is what I wish they would just say. I wish they would say, listen, a lot of you want to spend your time, like, either work, like, have to spend your time working or want to spend your time disengaged, okay? So you all, although you are making decisions in representative democracy, like, you're not really capable. I'm not speaking for myself. I don't believe this, but this is what I think this is how I think they justify it. You all aren't really capable of understanding these decisions or the history or what you're looking at or how entrenched this all is or the emergence of economic forces and how they track over centuries. And so therefore, allowing you to make political decisions is a bad idea. So there's like a bunch of us, I wish they would just say it. There's like 8,500 of us who have been doing this for like 3,000 years, okay? Like, we really understand this. You can all go out and live in your little manufactured reality. You can rest assured that you will be safe in our hands, but they won't do it. Like, they have to put up this like veneer, this illusion of free will, and wrap it in these various cultural mythos in order to sell us on. And it's very Rousseauian, and now I get what Rousseau was saying. Rousseau was saying that in the second discourse on whether progress in the arts and sciences is purifying or corrupting to morals, what Rousseau was really saying is like it becomes garlands of flowers upon our chains because we do live in this like manufactured paradigm where this aristocracy rules us, but they teach us to love our chains by saying, oh, well, don't pay attention to the chains, like focus on the garlands of flowers. You have very nice things, and therefore you're not really like part of this like hierarchical subservient structure. You are free, right? Like, you're free, but they're not being honest. Like, I think they do it to avoid inducing like rebellion in the polity, because like the polity doesn't really know what's good for it. It just does things. Like, if a lot of people are doing them, the polity, the public at large, is just going to do it. So I think the way the ruling class thinks about it is like, all right, like just convince them that as long as they have access to like their sort of entertainment and whatever, as long as they can vote and, you know, engage with the courts a little bit, whatever, like, just let them feel like they're participating, you know, give them a participation trophy, and then they'll just go along, getting along. They won't like some of our decisions, but they'll think, you know, they won't really realize, and we'll just go about our business. It's like all designed to kind of bring like novus ordem seclorum, like the new order of the ages, like to bring order out of chaos. And in some sense, I'm sympathetic, right? Like, okay, you've been doing this for 2,000 years, like, okay, but like, why do you have to hide it? Like, why can't you just come out and say, like, this is the form of government we have, it transcends the ages, like, we've improved upon it, like, it functions really well, you know, but no. They don't think we're intelligent enough to understand it, so they just hide in plain sight. They jet set around the world. They go to their Breckenridge dinners and their bohemian clubs, and they go in London to that, whatever that club is there that they like going to, the very exclusive one that was mentioned in the Sherlock Holmes episode the other day. You know what I'm saying? They go to Geneva and they go to Bilderberg and whatever. And it's all very obvious, okay? It just hides in plain sight, and they won't admit to it. And that's what upsets me about it. Like, and so this Epstein list thing, I can see why the federal government is so touchy about it, because they're not covering anything up. They're trying to insulate this very sacred sort of institution of people who, yes, they got infiltrated by this guy, but like, you know, they run everything. So what are you going to do? You can't expose them. What's the point? It would cause the wider collapse of society. So they're not going to do that. I mean, we could talk about it a little bit, but like the powers that be, what are you going to arrest every freaking monarch, every aristocrat, every like power broker from England to South Africa to Vienna to Switzerland to Germany and Italy and France? Like, what are you going to do? How are you going to do that? They own Everything. They are the ones that created those countries. They wrote the laws that enabled the police to function. Like, what are you talking about? That's what I would say to some of these people. Like, some of the more, like, radical voices related to how this should be handled. Like, what do you think is going to happen? You are not going to arrest the aristocracy, okay? Like, you're not storming the Bastille. It is 2025. Like, maybe a few scapegoats go down. Like, Ghislaine Maxwell is probably sitting there like, all right, they're going to let me out eventually. Like, I protected them all, you know. Like, she did. She really did. And they are going to let her out eventually. She's proving that she can stay loyal. I also am a little bit unsure whether Epstein even died. I think it's kind of like Jack Ruby. Like, Jack Ruby didn't die in Parkland Hospital in January of 1967. No, he died in his mom's home in Miami Beach next to Max Eater, whose real name was Max Raymond. They were gangsters who had been FBI informants for decades. Ruby was actually a former communist who got expelled for being an anti-Stalin Lovesonite in 1929, and then was an FBI informant up in the New York area. Well, he grew up in Chicago, then went to New York from 1931 to 1949, being some kind of signals intelligence man, and then he went down to Dallas from 1952 to 1961. Then he went to the JM Wave station that the CIA was running out of the Fontainebleau Hotel. That was one of their like mafia satellite, and he was involved locations. Jack Ruby was involved with Sam Giancana recruiting Frank Sturgis and some of his men from the International Anti-Communist Brigade, in particular the Intercontinental Penetration Force, to assassinate Fidel Castro. There's actually Johnny Roselli, who was key to that plan, and Johnny Roselli is the link between Jack Ruby and Sam Giancana, and there's this whole complex background there. But nonetheless, my point is that Jack Ruby did not die in Parkland Hospital in January of 1967. They faked that. They could easily have faked Epstein's death. Do I know it? No, but like this man, like look at these names. We're 1/4 through the Epstein list. This is stuff that most people haven't seen. And I think it's, yeah, and Claudia, I'd love to listen to Dr. G's analysis of Epstein. Maybe we can listen to it at the close of this. Towel. Seems like I'm not gonna stream more than like 6 hours, so we have a little bit of time. But my point is, look at how nested this is. Okay, like Epstein most likely is not dead. Okay, because he knows everyone, and it was easier for the world to think he was dead. Maxwell, though, like the sacrificial lamb, like does a little time, whatever. But these files are never coming out because they are in reality like the world's aristocracy. I'm telling you. And so, as much as it might pain us, we have to keep looking because it gets even more intense. You ready for this? So at this point, I started to be like, okay, do I really want to keep playing this game? The next name on the list, okay, is Marie. I want to be clear here. Habsburg, okay? Marie Habsburg. Her father was Austrian Archduke Joseph Arpad, and her mother was Archduchess Maria of Austria, a princess. And go Google this house, the House of Lowenstein-Wertheim-Rosenberg. Exactly, 5-MeO-DMT. They're still around. The House of Lowenstein-Wertheim-Rosenberg. And that's what created the Habsburg Empire, ladies and gentlemen. The House of Lowenstein-Wertheim-Rosenberg. Now look who's next. What a weird entry. Robert Hansen, the son of Lord Hansen and chairman of Hansen Family Holdings. In the 1980s, Robert worked at N.M. Rothschild & Son. Hansen once stated on Gruscara de Giorgio, who went on to levy allegations against Epstein. Wow, what a small world. And look what's up next. Robert Heseltine. He's a UK businessman, and he'll soon run Haymarket Media Group. He's the son of Baron Michael Heseltine, who, of course, helped to bring down Prime Minister Margaret the Milk Snatcher Thatcher in 1990. I'll never get over that she took the children's milk money. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. She will forever be known to me as Prime Minister Margaret the Milk Snatcher Thatcher. She had some good policies, but she took the kids' milk money. You can't take the milk money from the kids, ladies and gentlemen. You can't. Now, we have to go back to my next set of replies here because I split the thread up by accident. But this is a very long thread, so hold on. Let me go to the next one. Here we go. Nope, not this one. It's this one. What about James P. Gellardin, a founding partner of J.P. Gellardin & Co.? He is part of Lehman Brothers and serves as a member of the management committee. He's the chairman and CEO of Lehman Brothers International. Oh, wow. I bet he has some nice hotels that he stays at. Let's see. What do we got next, ladies and gentlemen? Who do we got next? Eric Gertler is the current executive chairman and CEO of U.S. News and World Reports. Oh. Gertler served as president and CEO of Empire State Development, New York's lead economic agency under Governor Andrew Cuomo. Huh. Wouldn't you know it? Here's the next name. Mark Getty. He's the co-founder and chairman of Getty Images. From 2008 to 2016, Getty was the chairman of the trustees of the National Gallery in London. He's the great-grandson of John Paul Getty Sr., the founder of the Getty Oil Company. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. And who do we have next on the Epstein list? Andrew Cuomo, the former governor of New York and the brother of Chris Cuomo, along with Kerry Kennedy. Also included on this part of the list are RFK, Senator Ted Kennedy, Ethel Kennedy, and Ted Kennedy Jr. Saul Kreshner, a friend of Trump, is also there. Who do we got next? None other than Dr. Henry Kissinger. Oh goodness, ladies and gentlemen. We also see David Koch, founder of Koch Industries, along with Bobby Kotick, former CEO of Activision Blizzard and currently a Coca-Cola director. Who's next? More connections to President Trump. Sloan and Roger Lindemann Barnett. Sloan has been a New York Times bestseller and reported for NBC, ABC, and Reuters. Roger founded Beauty.com and is chairman and CEO of Shockley. Both knew President Trump and Epstein and Maxwell. Ghislaine Maxwell's sister, Christine, is the creator of Magellan, an early search engine used by the FBI, counterterrorism data warehouse, and turned out to be spyware. Spyware for who? Murder by Maestro. A certain country in the Middle East? All right. What do we got next here? This is getting weird. What about Courtney Love? Yeah, that's a little weird. And who else? How about King Charles's first cousin, David Lindley, the second Earl of Snowdon? Lindley is Princess Margaret's son, Queen Elizabeth II's nephew. He used to run Christie's, the auction house. As I annotate the Epstein list, I get more uncomfortable. Next is Jean-Yves Lafleur, a French businessman and reporter. Lafleur found his girlfriend, whistleblower Karen Mulder, on the floor after she attempted to take her life. Mulder knew Jean-Luc Burnell on the list, who's connected to Epstein. Here's some names. Dave and Bella Macmillan, divorced. David is a publisher and grandson of Harold Macmillan, a former British Prime Minister who served while JFK was president. The Jack and Mac special relationship. That actually formed the Anglo-American special relationship. That was like the basis of it. Eisenhower and Clement, Atwell, whoever was the prime minister in the 50s. It started with Eisenhower. Clement Atwell? It started with Eisenhower, but it really flourished under JFK and Macmillan. You know, the reason the UK has access to nuclear weapons is because of Harold Macmillan. He negotiated with JFK to get access to what's called the dual key technology that undergirds Trident and Polaris. So the UK has nuclear weapons, but they cannot fire them on their own. It's a dual key technology. So, I'm not sure how nipple rings came up at the conversation. I have no comment. I don't have nipple rings myself, but more power to you if you do. Bella is an author who designed dresses for Princess Diana. Isn't that interesting? I feel like I'm peering into another world right now with this Epstein list. John Manconi, friend of King Charles and Prince Andrew, hosts secretive polo events. And Shelley and Tony Malkin. Shelley comes from Enron Belco Petro money, and Tony owns the Empire State Building. Isn't that nice? I'd like to own the Empire State Building. I would rename it the Towel Empire State Building. New York would be so mad at me. Sir, you cannot just decide that New York is now a state dedicated to towels. Oh, yes? Well, have you considered that I can? See what I mean? We should put towel in charge. Hilarious things would result. I would go to New York, be like, listen, New York, all right? Send me your delegation. I shall negotiate. They would come up to towel, and I would sit there in the Oval Office with inducing the notion of the French notion of the levee, which is where you come in and greet in a greeting line. Sort of the lead negotiator, will call myself towel negotiator, towel executive in this story. And I would sit there and I would say, New York, there are a lot of things that you probably want. Name your top 3. And I would say, okay, New York, in exchange for me giving you those things, which I will do as a benevolent towel, I have some conditions. I would do my best to keep a straight face while talking to New York. I would be puffing out my cigar, and I would say, New York, firstly, we're going to have to talk about ownership of the Empire State Building. I believe you should give it to me. Second, I believe that we need to rename the Empire State Building. So I'm going to need preemptive a priori permission to rename the Empire State Building the Towel Empire State Building. Number 3, I've decided that we need to rename, we will be renaming your, reassigning your state motto. And we need to talk to the New York Yankees. They are no longer going to be called the New York Yankees. You see where this is going. Your state will now be known as the Towel State, and the New York Yankees are to change their name to the New York Towels. And I will be so pleased with myself, ladies and gentlemen, you don't understand. And now, I'm not really sure. Oh, yes, I was going to say I'm not really sure how this related to what we were talking about. But now I remember, because if you recall, we were talking about there's a single man and woman who own the Empire State Building. Now, I think we should give me the Empire State Building, all right? Personally, I'd have a lot more fun with it. I would make New York towel themed. We would have ticker tape parades, but we'd call them towel tape parades, and people would just throw towels out of the window. We need this kind of reinvigorated domestic towel-based patriotism. These are trying times, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know why I'm the only one who annotated this, but if you're going to listen to Towels Public Information Service as I read my annotated Epstein Black Book list, then you get moments of levity, and I should be given the Empire State Building and the state of New York. And we need to change the name of the Yankees, the New York Baseball Yankees, to the New York Towels. Now, I realize that there are no other sports teams in New York called the Yankees, so I don't have to call them the New York Baseball Yankees, but I want to do that anyway. It's because there was a time when the New York area had a baseball team called the Giants. They went out to San Francisco. And a football team called the Giants. They went out to the Meadowlands, I think, in New Jersey. Actually, they may have gone to somewhere else. I don't know where the Giants went. I think the Giants are still in New Jersey. I also feel like New Jersey has the Jets, though. See, New York doesn't actually have a football team. It has a football team that plays in New Jersey, and then there's a team for New Jersey that's also called the New York Giants, I'm pretty sure, that plays in New Jersey. Maybe they don't exist anymore. I think they do, though. I don't pay that close attention to football. All I know is that when New York had a baseball team called the Giants and a football team called the Giants, you had to say whether you were referring to the New York baseball Giants or the New York football Giants. The Yankees don't have any corollary. I just don't like them, and I want to degrade them, so I'm going to say the New York baseball Yankees to imply that they're not famous enough to be known just as the Yankees. Yes, these are trying towel times, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's continue. Now that we know who owns the Empire State Building. Murder by Maestro, would you like to buy the Empire State Building and then give it to me? Have you ever considered this? I think you should seriously consider it. I don't even know if he's still here. I think you should just buy the Empire State Building and give it to me. All right, is the Epstein list basically an index of the world's aristocracy? Eddie Manners. Lord Manners is the son of the 10th Earl of Rutland. Miss Lucy Manners, the Duke of Rutland. Lucy knows the Duchess of York. Teresa Manners, Eddie's sister and the 11th Duke of Rutland. They must have some interesting parties. How do they keep track of each other? Well, I'm the Duke of Rutland. No, I'm the Duke of Rutland. Well, okay, I'll be the Earl of Rutland. Okay, you be the Earl of Rutland, I'll be the Duke of Rutland, and you be the 11th Duke of Rutland. That must be a very interesting, reception line at their aristocratic functions. Hello, Duke. No, I'm the 11th. I'm the Earl. Oh, okay. Hello, Earl. No, I'm the 11th Earl. That's the current Earl. Oh, what are you? Well, I'm actually the Duchess. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. I wouldn't even know which fork to use, not to mention how to refer to them all as their right name. Oh, Claudia, Claudia, hold on. I think it's because you might not be domestic in the United States. We are having a giant scandal in the United States. It's literally on the front page of every newspaper because the United States Department of Justice is saying that this list doesn't exist. So I went through... No, and so I get that maybe some of our towel friends around the world might not get this, but if you go to any New York newspaper right now, or any American newspaper, the Washington Post, the New York Times, LA Times, CNN, whatever, they're going to be reporting on how the U.S. government has caused an uproar. Literally, there is like an online revolution. Earl Towel Grant, that's hilarious. There's literally like an online revolution because the government is first of all, they released some weird video and pictures of Epstein's door, that his cell, that were not the same door. Then they perplex people even more because they said that there's no list, even though the black book exists. You know what I'm saying? So there's this huge scandal in the United States right now, and I'm one of the few people, as far as I know, because I've Googled a little bit, who actually annotated the entire black book. Now, I'm also interjecting my public information service style humor, right? Because I don't want to just teach people about the world's aristocracy. We must educate, inform, and entertain simultaneously. However, if we look at the next names, we're going to see Jeremy Marsh. Marsh served at one time or another as the president of Warner Brothers Records, Virgin, Telestar, and RCA. Now, what about Jose Luis Manzano? Jose Luis is a businessman and former politician. He partners in Argentina's Grupo America. The next name from the list is Cheryl Mills. Mills was a lawyer for the defense during Bill Clinton's impeachment trial. She was deputy White House counsel for Clinton and worked for Hillary Clinton during both the 2008 presidential run and worked for Clinton when she was Secretary of State. Wow. Hello, Olaf, the Russian metalhead. Unfortunately, okay, hold on. We're going to have to translate this. Hold on. Olaf, the Russian metalhead, I will help you. Hold on. Nobody remove that. We respect our foreign towel friends. Hold on. I'm going to do it for them. Don't worry. We're not going to impose that burden. Russian to English. I got you, Olaf. Hold on, my dear friend. Let's see. Olaf said, I'm going to quote it. I hope it's nothing grotesque. Oh, wait, that clearly was not everything. There was a whole sentence. He said a whole sentence. Let me quote the whole sentence, please. All right, hold on. Good afternoon, Grant. My vodka-soaked towel is here. I love it. And that's what he said. Good afternoon, Grant. My vodka-soaked towel is here. Now, hold on. I must respond to Olaf in Russian. I must learn Russian. Okay, hold on. So I'm going to say, hello, my dear friend Olaf. I hope that Soaked Towel is treating you well. You are appreciated, and it is good to see you, honorable towel friend. Okay, I have it. Ready? I'm going to post it. I wrote in Russian. I have no idea how to pronounce this, but I wrote in Russian. Ready, Olaf? Okay, hold on. I figured this out. Okay, here we go. You may call me Russian-speaking towel. Nobody. Hold on. I don't think I'm going to be much use to the government if I learn Russian, because the Soviet Union is long gone. However, I have figured out some Russian. Okay, ready? Look at this response to Olaf. I have no idea how to pronounce any of that, but as far as I understand, that basically says, Bossy Texas chick, hello, you missed towel trivia earlier. Also, I basically responded to Olaf by saying he is a dear friend and he is appreciated, and I hope that he is enjoying his vodka-soaked towel rag. Not towel rag, vodka-soaked towel. Yes, no, Claudia, we allow people to speak Russian. Hold on. Let me get you the full translation, Claudia. Let me get you the translation. Do not panic. Do not panic, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. Listen, we need to extend international bonds of cooperation on Towel Channel, okay, ladies and gentlemen? So, Olaf said, and I'm just going to translate it for you, and we're all going to learn how to speak Russian, okay? This is what Olaf said. There you go. See, ladies and gentlemen, we are building international bonds of cooperation. We are learning about the Epstein files, and now you learned what Olaf said. Okay, Claudia, Bossy was teasing you by saying sometimes I just kind of go into sort of interesting topical or non-topical stories, and then I know a lot about them, like randomly. This is one of those examples. And the reason why I'm discussing this is, as I mentioned, it's big news in the U.S. right now, and I happen to have one of the few annotated threads that took me a long time to put together and it's very useful right now, of the list that the U.S. government says doesn't exist. All right, hold on. Oh, goodness. Bossy Texas chick, you are hilarious. Hold on. Here was another connection. Ira C. Magaziner what a name. Ira C. Magaziner was senior advisor of policy development when Clinton was president. He now helps run the Clinton Foundation and is the CEO of the Clinton Health Access Initiative. Okay. I'm sure you are just a regular human. Yes, we are all learning Russian. We're all excited. All right, what's next? Now, a connection to former President Trump, or current President Trump. John Mappin. The Guardian reported on 1/11/2020 that Mappin is a central figure behind Turning Point UK, the British arm of the pro-Trump American student organization. Huh. Interesting. Oh, I got even more names. Hold on. I'm a little towel. This took me a long time to put together, by the way. Probably like 10 hours. All right, what do we got next? Up next from the Epstein client list, or the Epstein list, George and Claire Milford Haven. This is George Mountbatten, the 4th Marquis of Milford Haven. He is King Charles's second cousin. George sold his company, U-Switch, for $400 million. George's grandfather was the brother of Lord Mountbatten. All right, hold on. There's more. I just got to get to the right comment. Hold on. Hold on, little towels. Hold on. Here we go. This is where the thread goes next. So, now we get Kate Menzies, who was a close friend of Princess Diana in the royal family. Menzies and her husband co-own a UK news agents and distribution group. Okay. Now here's a Pakistan connection to the Epstein list. Mr. Jonathan Mergamon. He's a businessman and close friend of currently jailed former Pakistani Prime Minister Imran Khan. Mayor Magden was once the chairman of the UKPTI Secretariat, Khan's political party. There's a lot to the Pakistan Imran Khan story if you've never watched that. Here are some more annotations from the Black Book. George and Caroline Carey Minobel. Carey is a jewelry designer. George was once senior editor of Outdoor Life magazine and won Emmys for directing and writing conservation documentaries. He also founded Outdoor Life Network, which is now NBC Sports. Here's an interesting one. Rosa Mockton. She was the former president of Tiffany & Co., and she is the daughter of a Viscount. Princess Diana was Mockton's best friend and the godmother of one of her children. More names from the list. Claire and Murray E. Titus Theraplind. Claire's first husband was Henry Herbert, the 17th Earl of Pembroke, and her daughter, Emma, was a bridesmaid at Queen Camilla's first marriage. Titus died of a gunshot in 2023 in June. That was weird. A name from the Epstein client list that was long known. Rupert Murdoch of Fox News, News Corp, and Wall Street Journal fame goes back a long way with Ghislaine Maxwell. Murdoch and Robert Maxwell, her father, were rival newspaper owners for years. Another name from the list, Kate Murray Phillipson. She is the granddaughter of Old Etonian former Conservative UK MP Hylton Murray Phillipson. Her brother was once described by King Charles as a hero for planting 30,000 trees on their family's property. Okay. Take it back. Towel protest. Harvard Yard says, take it back. Towel protest. If you even try. Important and awesome coverage of Epstein. Hugs to new and all towels. Well, God bless you for sticking around. God bless you, Harvard Yard, my dear friend. Your enduring support and kindness does not go overlooked. God bless you, my dear friend. All right, so here's some more names, and eventually the list will end. But for now, we have Jock and Prue McLeod. This is Alistair Jock McLeod, an executive of Rupert Murdoch's News Corp. His wife, Prue, is Rupert Murdoch's daughter. So that's intense. Here's some more names from the Black Book. Riccardo Monti. He is a managing director and senior partner at Boston Consulting Group in Milan. Peter Morton. He's the co-founder of the Hard Rock Cafe. Jean-Pierre Murray. He is the founder of the Surf Channel. Okay. Here's more names from the list. Konstantin Nikaros. He was deceased. He was found deceased of a drug overdose. He is the son of shipping magnate Stavros Nikaros. He was once married to Alessandra Borghese, an Italian noble woman. Then there's the Honorable Thomas Noel. He's the son of Anthony Noel, the 5th Earl of Gainsborough. Next on the list is Christina and Ben Song Ong. Okay? Christina, he goes by BS Ong. Christina is a Singaporean businesswoman who runs Club 21, a fashion brand, along with Como Hotels and Resorts. She owns UK Armani outlets as well as the franchises for Donna Karan, Prada, and Bulgari. Okay. Here's another list. Christina Mark Yagi Oxenberg, a writer, fashion designer. Her mother is Princess Elizabeth of Yugoslavia. Her grandparents were Prince Paul of Yugoslavia and Princess Olga of Greece and Denmark. She said she talked to the feds. I don't know if anyone even ever talked to her, but she would be interesting to talk to. Member of the Lords and co-founded the Ministry of Sound nightclub. Claudia, you're hilarious. Peter Palumbo. Baron Palumbo was a friend of King Charles until they had a falling out. Peter denies knowing Epstein. Oh, you do, Peter? I see. Well, I see. Now, in this slide from the Epstein list, here are the following names. It seems like Oliver, but it's spelled Olivier, and Alice Picasso. Olivier, the grandson of Pablo Picasso, is an actor and writer. He was awarded the Chevalier des Arts et des Lettres, one of France's highest honors, in 2011. Oh, Dewdrops, we love you. Dewdrops, you are a super towel. Hello to Kiki and Riri. Thank you for supporting Towel Channel. We are going through the annotated Epstein Black Book. You and Kiki and Riri are super towelettes, my dear Dewdrops. God bless you for all of your kindness and for keeping little towels' well-being always in mind. See, Towel writes a nice little note. All right, don't always spell everything right, but I do my towel best. All right, so we just saw Picasso's relatives in there. Now, what about the next names? How about Federico Pignatelli, an Italian prince whose family has ties to Pope Innocent XII? He is president of Pier 59 Studios. Federico was once accused and acquitted of sexual harassment. He also owns a modeling agency. Another royal name from the Epstein client list, Princess Firel. She is a Jerusalem-born Jordanian princess, and she was once married to Prince Mohammed bin Talal. Whoa. Firel holds positions with several museums as well as positions with Columbia University and the New York Public Library. What's wild is, so Jordan is basically like an Israeli like proxy state, and it has been for a long time. And so that is wild, right? Because Princess Mohammed bin Talal, or Prince Mohammed bin Talal, I'm pretty sure that's Saudi Arabia. Let me just double check. It might be Jordan, but let me just double check. Hold on. Princess Mohammed bin Talal. Oh, okay, this was Jordan. I was going to say a Saudi connection. That would have been intense. But yes, Mohammed bin Talal was once the... he was a member of the Jordanian royal family and the second son of King Talal of Jordan. So here's an interesting name. Edouard de Rothschild. Sir Evelyn de Rothschild, former financial advisor to Queen Elizabeth II. So here are all the Rothschild names on there. Edouard, Edouard de Rothschild. Sir Evelyn de Rothschild, he was a former financial advisor to Queen Elizabeth II. Jessica de Rothschild, who is Sir Evelyn's daughter. And Hannah Mary Rothschild, Jacob Rothschild's daughter. I wrote, that's some real power. Which, I mean, brah, it is. That's real power. Dewdrops, these are all the people that were in Jeffrey Epstein's contact list that was found on him when he was arrested. This is his list. This is like the list that the government says doesn't exist. Gawker published it a while ago. I just annotated it. Because if you just read the Black Book, you wouldn't know who all these people are. But I spent the time it was over a year and a half ago to Google it. Not just Google, I did a deep dive. And so here's who else I found. The Honorable Lucinda Catherine Fanoche Royale. She is the daughter of Anthony Royale, Baron Fenshaw of Richmond, and Shirley Worthington. She married Rupert Charles Ponsonboy, 7th Baron de Molay of Cantford, then becoming Baroness de Molay. So that's how hard it was to track down some of these people. They changed their name like 6 times. I understand, Claudia. But they changed their name like 6 times. And they get like titles, and it's very intense. All right, so here's what we got on the next slide. Perry Ann Peltz and Eric Maximilian Ruttenberg. Perry was a news reporter for WNBC TV in New York when she married Eric in '92. Eric's father, David H. Ruttenberg, was chairman of Tinicum, a private investment management company. Here's another UK name from the Epstein list. No, you are not off the hook, says Havidyad. Admit you are going at least 3 more hours with love, all towels. You are becoming an expensive towel, but worth it. Brah. Havidyad. You are wonderful, and your encouragement is noted and onboarded. All right. So here's another interesting name, UK name from the client list, from the list. James Jamie Sainsbury. He's the son of Timothy Sainsbury and heir to part of the Sainsbury supermarket chain. Very interesting. Now, here's what we got next. So these are, again, names in the Epstein list that the government basically says doesn't exist. So here's an interesting name. Someone sent this to me in DM. Hyatt Hotels billionaire Thomas Pritzker, who's the cousin of Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker. Pritzker's name was confirmed in court documents Wednesday night, further affirming the validity of the Black Book leak. So, this leak is real. This is a real, definitely real. How about this name? Rupert Soames, S-O-A-M-E-S. Does that name sound familiar? The grandson of Winston Churchill, ladies and gentlemen, is listed in the document. He's a British businessman and was the former chief executive of Serco from 2014 to 2023. Who do we got next? How about Ehud Olmert, the former PM of Israel, Avi Gil, the former Director General of the Israeli Minister of Force MOF, Yaakov Nelma, ? Ilsa Ishad works in the Israeli MOF. Dud Efrat Avani, MT Gov, he works for the government. And Eric Gutman, IDF Lieutenant Colonel Reserve, tour guide. So when he went to Israel, he was guarded by the Israeli military. Straight up, and he knew the former PM, he was connected in Israel. And I think that's where I ended. Now, you can see the whole file, all right? You can see the whole file. But, now trust me, if there was more material, I would keep going and going. But we can look, when you look at the whole file, it was Ghislaine's Black Book, and then it was Epstein's Black Book. And listen, I've just taken you through so many names, all right? I've taken you through, and I took screenshots of all the pages. So I spent there was 68 pages that we just went through. There's more names in there, all right? I went through the names that I was able to say, I'm somewhat savvy in a lot of this, so I was able to say, okay, that name looks relevant, or that name looks like a cover name, or that name looks like someone who's connected to a royal family. I know what the titles were, but it took a while to put that together. So I really appreciate those of you who listen. And if you're wondering, we can look at the document, all right? But the document, just to show you how much work this was, all right? The document isn't actually that helpful, all right? When you go, and by the way, just to give you a sense of how many tweets we went through, just look at this. Even if we go slowly, there was hundreds. It took 12 hours to do this. Everything you see go by on your screen was hand research. It probably took me, but I was very committed because it was important, but it probably took me the better part of 2 days. And once I start, I don't stop. If you look at the timestamps, they're just back to back. It takes me time, 10 minutes to do the research or 20 minutes. But I just did this back. I did not stop. I maybe took a break for lunch, but if I start working on something and I'm sitting down in particular, and I'm not going to collapse, I will just keep going and going and going. I'm like the Energizer Towel Bunny, you know what I'm saying? And you don't really sense it until you, look it. You don't really sense it until you see it all, flying by on your screen, but that's how long it took. It took us a minute just to scroll up. Now I can show you the Black Book here, all right? I think Gawker still has it up. They're never going to take this down. So look at this. This is it, and I have to zoom in for you to be able to see it, all right? You won't be able to see it. But if you take a look at this, and I'll zoom in and then I'll zoom out, this is the document we were looking at, all right? I went through it by hand and looked at it, but this is the Gawker Jeffrey Epstein full file. Okay, it's the redacted version. We did not look at the unredacted version, but that does exist. Okay, Gawker, one of their reporters, went out and hand edited everything out of this. Okay, so we're going to take a look now, and I'm going to show you Energizer Bunny Towel. Now, if you want to follow along, you just go ahead and grab this link. Okay, it's from Gawker. So Document Cloud is a service you can only use if you have like press credentials or you pay for it. So this Document Cloud link is screened, it's sanitized, it's safe. Oh, thank you, Ange. And I'll just teach you a little bit. We're not going to do all the research because I already did a lot of it. Now, it's a non-searchable, I believe, PDF. So what you have to do is you have to go into this page, right? Now, see how it starts like this? And then I think they let you zoom in. Hold on. I remember being able to zoom in. Oh, you literally just zoom in. All right. So what I would do is I would do this, okay? And so you can't even really see it. Like I have it up on a big monitor, but I'll show you, I'll expand some of the text so that we can all look at it. You're going to start when you get a file like this, and I put the link in the chat, you're literally going to start with just names like this, all right? Now, it's not always going to make sense, like, for good reason. Like, okay, what does all that mean? Like, I don't know who these people are. Well, you got to look, right? You got to look. And then you might see, like, the end of an email, like, what's Vulcan? Okay, Vulcan, Paul Allen. Okay, 001, is that, like, 205? That looks like an American number. 205, is that Pennsylvania, New York? Okay, so now we're moving in the right direction, and now we go look for Paul Allen. Now, that's the beginning of the process, okay? So now take a look here. We got to go to page 2. And let me just show you. When you're dealing with these documents, okay, you're dealing with a scanned PDF file, okay? And so you have to take all these names, and you're getting blacked out numbers. You're getting like some information because maybe an email, not the full email, but the end of the email, like Rocky Gecko or Rock Gecko. You see what I'm saying? You might get just enough with the name plus the email to figure out who they are. Now, you're also using, like, okay, Hong Kong. That person clearly has offices in London, Hong Kong. He's clearly got, like, all these different numbers. Who is Robert and Alex Appleby? I bet they are very powerful, whoever Robert and Alex Appleby are. I probably didn't even note it. Let's just look it up right now, okay? So let me just show you how you would do this. So say I wanted to look up Robert and Alex Appleby. Okay, so I would go over to my Google Chrome, right? And I would just grab the last link we had, all right? And then I would go over here and I would type in, oh, hold on, I'm just using that window. So let me open a new window and let's do some real-time annotation because I didn't grab every name my first time around. So what are their names again? Hold on one second. It's Robert and Alex Appleby. So let's just try Robert and Alex Appleby, okay? Now, who do you think they are? They're... All right, right, but who are they? I understand. Oh, what's this? One of them was a libertarian candidate in the U.S.? Why did they live together? All right, hold on, I got something. So look at this, okay? All right, take a look at this. What the hell is this? All right, Cheddington Woods in Northwest Dorset. All right, take a look at this. So you start... Oh, thank you, Monica. God bless you for being with us. We had so much fun playing with you during trivia today. Oh, hold on, I think I got it right. Yeah, and then now I click this. I want to click the like button, please. All right, hold on. Thank you so much, Monica, though. We had a great day today, and we are grateful that you were here with us. I tried to click the like button on your chat. I may have to start doing these chats in my phone, but while that's loading, hold on one second. So take a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Here's what we do. So take a look at what I found here, right? I go to, nope, not this, not that. Where's the one that I want? It's this one. So look what I found here, right? I brought up this website. Now I found this diary of these people who went to some estate, okay, in like Devonshire or whatever the hell it's called. And I was like, okay, these are the people that I want. Why are they in Epstein's black book? Who are they? Like, do they have money? What are they doing there? And then what do you find? Okay, well, they live on this estate. And this is nothing that's, like, not public. Some guy, like, published a diary about going to their estate. And so what do you see there? Okay, so we're looking for Robert and Alex Appleby. Okay, well, it seems like that this guy went to Chaddington Woods in Dorset, and they took a team of experts and trainees, both amateurs and professionals, to Chaddington Farms for a BioBlitz weekend to survey and record a wide range of animals and plants in under-recorded areas of Dorset. A comprehensive survey of the land was carried out between 2006 and 2010, but little had been done recently. Now the owners, Robert and Alex Appleby, and the estate forester, Oliver Frost, are very keen to continue this on a regular basis, starting with this weekend where Yurkan and Dorset Branch of Butterfly Conservation collaborated to record as much as possible as our expertise allows. So, I mean, there's something there, ladies and gentlemen. I don't exactly know what we're going to find. I don't know when we're going to find it. But just looking a little bit into this, you see that these people, they own a substantial tract of land. And they are apparently very, very into... look at that property, ladies and gentlemen. Look at the property as it just across the top of your screen and as I refresh your towel comments. But look at this property. That's their property. I mean, my goodness, little towels. My goodness. Never seen anything like it in my life. Now, we found that in just minutes. Just minutes, little towels, all right? And now we're going to take a look, as you give me a second to reload your comments. Now we're going to take a look. So I'm going to take that off the screen, and I'm just going to show you, like, that's the nature of the way that you have to research some of this stuff, all right? So we found those two names. We took a little bit of a look. We didn't even look that deep, and we immediately found some very wealthy landowners. Who knows how deep they go back or why they own that. And apparently one of them is an artist. And, you know, you can see, like, you find it. Oh, what's this? What's this? Huh. This seems to be... interesting. It looks like, and some of these people hide in plain sight. But let's continue with our research. And also, of course, thank you, Monica, for supporting the chat, and I'm happy to be able to provide so much information. And Tal's going to try not to go too long today, you know, but I just want to say, because I reloaded the chat, thank you, Monica, and God bless you for joining us today. It has been an excellent Towel Day, due in no small part to your participation and presence. Oh, look at that. I didn't spell all the words right, but, you know, I'm a little towel. All right, so my point is, you can tell, like, for example, some of this stuff, and here we see... Robert and Alex Appleby. Also, we see rock gecko. So why don't we take a look, because we're doing some research. What is rock gecko? All right. Why don't we add to our search? And I'm just using Google here, right? Why don't we add rock gecko to our search? Okay. What is ROCK? What is rock gecko? What is it, huh? Rock gecko doesn't exist. What is rockgecko.com? It's an app for rock logging with geologists. Now, let's see what else we can find out about rock gecko. It's on the App Store. Now, why is it related to Alex Appleby? he doesn't have any public connection to this. It sounds like he owns why would he not want to be proud of his Rock Gecko app? And what's asiadebt.com or asia.debt.com? Huh. So you see what I mean? Just that alone, we already found something that makes little to no sense. Who is this man? Why does he have this company? And what is he doing? Robert and Alex Appleby, and why aren't they associated with Rock Gecko, which seems to be some kind of app for like entomemology? But he has no connection with it at all. Like none. And it seems like it's a Android Wear companion app that allows you to like collect information. This is the strangest thing I've ever seen. But you can see just that alone can take you down a huge rabbit hole. Now, what about this guy, Mr. Philippe Amon? Okay, SICPA, Mr. Philippe Amon. So let's look up Mr. Philippe, PHIPHLI. Okay, so PHLIIPPE Amon. Who is this man? Oh, look at this. He's the chief executive of SICPA. What is SICPA Holdings in Switzerland? What an interesting company name. Oh. Oh, you all are going to find this very interesting. Whoa, take a look at this. What does Mr. Felipe Amon do? What is that company? SIPCA? Oh, wait till you see this. Look at what this man does. He prints our money. Oh my goodness. I mean, look at this. And this is him. This is his company. He prints 85% of the world's currency ink single-handedly. Bruh. Whoa. And that's what you find from one Google search. I mean, you really have to know what you're looking for. Okay, there is no Wikipedia article on this guy. There's some stuff from the World Economic Forum and stuff. There's no Wikipedia on this guy. Bro. I remember why I stopped playing this game. I forgot that every time you Google one of these people, no matter what you're looking into, no matter how it comes up, it ends up being something like this. Like you don't even have to bother like doing it. You're just like, I know that when I Google this stuff, the first thing that's going to come up is something like that. That was one name. And do you see how we got there? You see how I'm teaching you all how to do this. I started with his name. And it's all the phone numbers are blacked out, and the email's blacked out, but you can find out what the email was associated with the website, which is SIPCA. Well, okay, now I know that this guy is that guy, and I know that he's in Epstein's black book. Do you see what I mean? Now, we start to get 2 lines per page here, so how am I going to do this? Let me let me show you like this. So I don't want to just stay on one page, right? Let me see if I can. Hold on one second. Let me see if I can do it this way. So it's like 4 lines across. At this point, I'm going to have to sacrifice some of our animals, some of our zoo. But so now we're starting to see, like, when you, it's a lot, right? Like, it's just index after index after index of name. Like, it's name text, name text, name text, name text, name text. And your job, right, as a researcher, if you're joining us for this lesson, your job as a researcher is, first of all, take every clue that you can. Okay, so we were just looking at one guy that jumped over, right? Do we want to miss this guy? Who's this guy in the top left, right? Do we want to miss Might Arango? Well, what does this guy do in Spain? He's associated with mail.vips.es. What is that? What is mail.vips.es? Is that a government email address in Spain? Is that like some kind of corporate service? So, okay, maybe that piques our interest, right? So we go over to our handy dandy Google, right? And we know that we're looking up this name, and we're not going to do this part. If I find a hit, I'll bring it up. We know that we want to look up Maite Arango, okay? And we know he's in Spain, all right? Now, oh, it's a woman. And wouldn't you know it, she doesn't have a Wikipedia either. But there is a Stanford Distinguished Careers Institute page on her. Wouldn't you know it? Wouldn't you know it? And so look what happens when we go and grab that, all right? Look at that. There they are. What did you do with your life? After experiencing Lee Strasberg's actor studio for her first year, she began her career in the retail sector. She worked at Macy's before she joined the family business Grupo Vips, a leading Spanish multi-brand and multi-format company in the food service and retail sector. At Grupo Vips, Maite first ran the retail division, Vips Stores, a pioneering business model which quickly became a reference for importing and introducing new trends and selected goods into the Spanish market. She also does her corporate social responsibility team. She's involved with Ashaka, and she led the Next Now. She's a member of the governing body of the Princess of Austrasia's Foundation and a member of AkaCoin's board of directors. Well, so, that's interesting. We at least found this person. I wouldn't exactly say, they're very powerful in Spain. And then, so there's Victor Arlano. Do we want to look them up? Well, all we know is they're in London, England. All right, no military address. Yeah. What about Ariane Joaquin Fernandez de Cordoba, or Ariane Fernandez de Joaquin? He's from Cordoba. He's in Spain. He sounds like royalty. He's in Madrid. Ariano Fernando, nothing. Arthur and Kathy Armstrong, they look like they're in the United States. Who's Arthur and Kathy Armstrong from Washington, D.C.? Because 212 is a D.C. area code, right? No, it's Manhattan. Sorry about that. New York, Manhattan. Let's find out who Arthur and Kathy Armstrong are. Oh. Well, it's one of two people. No, it looks like it's this guy. I'm not positive. But it looks like this guy's a hip-hop promoter. Mr. Arthur Armstrong. He was born in Louisiana. He came up north when he was 29. And apparently he was like, the first club he opened was Galaxy 500 on University Avenue. Then he opened the Ecstasy Garage on Macombs Road around 79 or 80. Cool Here was his house DJ. There was a shooting and somebody got killed, and then his club shut down. He hung with the Pasnut Brothers, Melba Moore's backup band. Wow. I mean, this guy knew Muhammad Ali. Wow, that's crazy. All right, so, I mean, Epstein was very well connected. That's just one random name. And you can see kind of what you have to do with this, right? Like, it's very, like you can see, there's Viscount William Astor. Okay, so who's Viscount William Astor? Viscount William Astor. Now, you know 0207, I don't even know what that is. But then you find out he's an English businessman who sits as a conservative hereditary Lord Temporal in the House of Lords. He's a member of the Astor family, which is known in for its prominence in business, society, and politics in the U.S. and the U.K. Again, this is just like one name at a time. Just one name at a time, and there you go. More and more and more and more. And it keeps rolling and rolling and rolling. We are on page 2 of like 69. Everything you look up, every single thing you look up will have something like that. Now, I did promise we would finish our Wendy Adelson testimony. So let us do that, all right? Towels, the opening statements probably tomorrow from that trial. We're going to finish part 2 of this testimony from Wendy as well tomorrow. And then we're also going to look at the opening from this Charlie Adelson's trial and the cross of Charlie tomorrow as well. So let me get everything set up here. Let us get ready to go back to watching this. And we can't go too long today. I literally collapsed yesterday, so we got to take it easy. And Towel's voice is already hurting. So, I do go down the rabbit hole. It only, like, what do you mean? It only takes me. The rabbit hole for me is like, okay, who is the person? How are they connected? What governmental interest do they represent? Okay, move on. Like, once I understand what they're doing and what they represent in the hierarchy, I don't need to know more. I'm not going to, like, dig into their lives. Okay, like, you're a royal or whatever, like, cool, brat. Like, not my business. Good luck. Have fun. I'm not going to your parties. Sorry. If you want to talk about James Joyce Finnegan's Wake, all right, cool. But I'm not going to your parties. Sorry. All right, so we're going to finish up Wendy's direct here, part 1, and then we're going to pick up on this tomorrow. We've got about 30 minutes to go, so Tal's going to get some water. Hang in there. And we have learned a lot in just a few hours, so more to come. Every day we'll do more research. I'll teach you how to annotate something like the Black Book, how to look for clues, how to tie it all together, make sure you got the right person, when you really get a hit because there's no Wikipedia, like that kind of stuff. I'll teach you as much as I can. All right, let's keep going.
Line 5 through 15. I mean, my brother, the one, his name is Charlie, the one I'm really close to. He makes a lot of jokes in that taste, and it was a joke he made. He bought the TV for me this morning that got broken, and then I was talking to him about whether it made sense to pay or fix it, or whether I should get a new one. And it was always his joke that, like, he knew that Danny always treated me badly. And it was always his joke. He said, I looked into hiring a hitman and it was cheaper to get you this TV. So instead I got you this TV. And you do say you don't think he would do it, but can we agree you brought up his name on page 25 of the interview?
I did.
When asked, would you ever ask someone to do something like this? You say not in a million years. When asked, okay, do you think someone would do this for your benefit without asking you? You say no, and when Isom starts to ask you what good does it serve, you say, I mean my brother, the one, his name is Charlie. Isn't that how it went?
This is the transcript, but I think there's also inaccuracies in the transcription.
Oh boy. All right. Do you want the culpable parties held accountable for murdering the father of your children?
Absolutely. I'm grateful they're already in jail.
But not if it's your family.
It's not my family.
I mean, somebody hired him, right?
Not necessarily.
Somebody paid him.
I learned something this morning.
Yeah, me too. You didn't want him held accountable. It was your family members. Didn't you tell law enforcement that?
That's not what I told law enforcement.
What did you tell law enforcement?
I told them that the person who did this should be held responsible and that I had nothing to do with it.
Page 122, lines 7 through 12. If somebody tried to kill my ex-husband, they should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. The investigator says regardless of who it is, and your answer is, I mean, it would be different if I thought it were my brother.
But I don't think it was my family, is what I said.
Different now, isn't it?
No, it's not different. That's exactly
It's different
what I
today,
said
isn't
right
it?
here. No, that's not
No
right.
further questions.
Oh, we're going to get some cross.
Excuse me, we do a sidebar quick? Very briefly. Very briefly.
I think they cut a lot of the sidebars. Oh, thank you, Bossy Texas Chick. Is this one of those ones we're allowed to play? If so, we'll definitely listen to it as soon as this video's over. We're at sidebar. They said it was a very brief sidebar. Alright, it doesn't seem to be as brief as they... Alright, here we go, here we go. Here we go. Time, travel, and towel.
Ms. Adelson, we've met before, right?
Yes,
We've met 2 or 3 times in our life, right?
that's correct.
We initially met in 2016 after the arrests of the killers in this case.
That's correct.
During that meeting, we had no conversation whatsoever about the substance of this case, right?
That's correct.
We met again in April of 2022 on the day that your brother was arrested, correct?
Correct.
You were at your parents' house and we were figuring out where he was, right?
That's right.
Again, nothing was discussed about the case other than his arrest.
Correct.
In fact, before right now, we have never discussed your testimony at all.
Correct.
Okay. With that in mind, let me ask you the most important question. You're aware that the state has named you as an unindicted co-conspirator in the murder of your ex-husband, right?
Correct.
They believe that you, along with your brother, along with your mom, along with your dad, conspired with those 3 killers, including Katie Magbanawa. They believe you all conspired with them to kill your ex-husband. You understand that, right?
I understand that that is what they believe.
You understand they put up a chart in their opening with pictures of all of you.
Yes, I saw the chart.
Ms. Adelson, did you have anything to do with the murder of your brother, of your ex-husband?
Absolutely not.
It's fair to say the state has it wrong.
Absolutely.
Were you in a conspiracy with any members of your family to kill Professor Markel?
No.
Okay, with that starting point, let's get into your background a little bit.
He winked at her.
I'm gonna try to skip through stuff that's already been done.
Wait, did you see that? He winked at her.
State has it wrong.
Absolutely.
Were you in a conspiracy with any members of your family to kill Professor Markel?
No.
Okay, with that starting point, let's get into your background a little bit.
He winked at her!
I'm gonna try to skip through stuff that's already been done. Growing up, you were pretty close with your parents.
Yes.
Fair to say they were middle class?
Yes.
You went to a public high school?
I did.
You did pretty well in high school, right?
I was valedictorian.
But around a year or two before you went to college, your father was a victim of a Ponzi scheme, correct?
It was actually when I was in 8th grade.
And he lost much of his wealth.
He lost his whole life savings.
You still went to a prestigious college up in Boston, right?
I got a full scholarship.
And then when it came time to go to law school, did you pay for law school?
I got a full scholarship.
Now, you got asked a lot of questions about divorce law in your direct examination. Are you a divorce lawyer?
I am not.
What type of law did you specialize in?
Immigration.
All those filings, and we'll get to them. Did you write those filings?
No.
So the words that Ms. Kappelman were reading, they were for you. You reviewed them, correct?
I did.
Did you draft them?
I didn't draft any pleadings.
That motion for contempt, she asked you if he could be put in jail. You have no idea, right?
I didn't remember whether that's what contempt meant, but...
You were just seeking the court to enforce its previous order, right?
That's correct.
Now remember you said that during these filings, this is the same exhibit, that you thought you talked about some other things and Ms. Kappelman said, nah, it's not in there. Remember that?
I do.
I'm gonna, can I borrow that binder? I'm going to draw your attention. This is State's Exhibit 56. I'm going to draw your attention to page 187. And I want you to read this paragraph for the jury.
Okay. The wife has been very unhappy in the marriage and filed her petition for dissolution of marriage in August 2012. The husband continues to characterize this as an abandonment of the family. At no time has the wife abandoned the children. She is divorcing the husband due to her unhappiness with him and the marriage, and she only moved out of the home because she knew the husband would not. The husband's statement of abandonment are unfounded and not supported by fact or law. He is simply having difficulty accepting her decision. In fact, he is having so much difficulty that he has told several of her colleagues and friends that she must have mental health issues.
You should stop there.
Okay.
Do you remember telling Ms. Kappelman that you remember filing something like that?
Yes, I do.
You can set it aside. We're going to move on. When did you meet Professor Markel?
We met in Washington, D.C. in the fall of 2004 when I went up to D.C. to interview for a job.
Where were you living at the time?
I was living in Miami.
When did the...
Hey, Murder by Maestro. I don't know if he's still here, but did you all hear that? Where'd you go to interview for a job, ma'am? Where did you go?
When did you meet Professor Markel?
We met in Washington, D.C. in the fall of 2004 when I went up to D.C. to interview for a job.
Where were you living at the time?
I was living in Miami.
When did the relationship get serious?
Well, because it was long distance, it kind of got serious pretty quick.
Wait a minute. She met him in D.C. He was a law professor, wasn't he, down in Florida? She met him in 2004 while she was applying for a job in D.C. He never asked her what job she was applying for. He just moves on. Well, maybe it was important. What job was he working at? You had a long-distance relationship. Was he in the government? What were you applying for? Was it classified? Is it declassified? Oh, I think we found the key to this whole case. Like this woman, Wendy Adelson. I don't know what all this is about, but that, like, you know, come on, 2004. Yeah, I just went up to D.C. to apply for a job, and then I met this guy who was a law professor that was in D.C., and then he was really working at a law school down in Florida, but, you know, I had a long-distance relationship with him for a while. Then I'm sure we're going to find out he moves to Florida again. Okay, what's going on?
Serious.
Well, because it was long distance, it kind of got serious pretty quickly because it's a commitment to date someone long distance. So we started dating, and then I think over Thanksgiving, he came and spent Thanksgiving with my family, and by then it felt pretty serious.
Do you recall if you introduced him to Charlie?
I would have at that point. I don't remember introducing him before that time, but he would have met my whole family then.
What did Charlie think of Professor Markel?
I honestly don't remember his reaction, but...
Were they buddies?
No.
They really had nothing in common, right?
No, they had nothing in common.
Now, you got engaged pretty quickly, is that fair to say?
We did, yep.
And I think you described how you ended up in Tallahassee, how you did your last year of law school in Tallahassee. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then you had 2 children?
We did.
During the marriage, did Professor...
Okay, so a lot is missing here. Do you know, is it just me, or is a lot missing here? Like, why did he go down to Florida? Okay, he clearly went down to live with her. What job did he abandon? What, did he take a new job? He just jumps. He's like, okay, during the marriage. Like, what is it about this woman? Something is very classified about her.
Markel get along with your parents?
Yeah.
Now, skipping a little bit ahead, and then we'll go back. Do you remember asking Ms. Kappelman asking you about your parents not liking Tallahassee and not having access to the kids in Tallahassee? Do you recall those questions?
I don't remember her asking whether my parents didn't like Tallahassee, but I remember her asking about access, like not having unfettered access to the kids.
And do you remember talking about how your parents were looking for real estate in Tallahassee?
Yeah, my parents were trying to buy a house here.
Do you recall that after you got divorced, they contacted a real estate agent named Tim Kelly to buy that house?
Yes.
During the course of your marriage, I think you said you were close to your brother, Charlie.
Yes.
How often did you speak to each other?
Maybe once a week or a couple times here and there.
Now, in all the years you lived in Tallahassee, is it fair to say that Charlie only came up 2 or 3 times?
Yeah, he came up for the birth of both boys, so definitely twice. And then I think he had an internship or a job in Alabama for a little while, so he came by then, but so maybe 3 times.
Now, you described that there came a time when you and Professor Markel started to have some marital issues.
That's right.
And some of these issues had to do with religion, correct?
Yes.
And some of them had to do with just the fact that you two were growing apart. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
But you got marriage counseling, right?
We did.
How long were you in marriage counseling for?
I think about 6 months, maybe.
Now, as close as you are with your mom, while in marriage counseling, did you tell her you were in marriage counseling?
I don't remember telling her I was in marriage counseling.
And until the end, did Charlie know that you were in marriage counseling?
I don't know if I talked to my family about being in counseling.
Do you recall a time when you and Charlie, you were down in South Florida and you told him that you were having marital problems?
I do.
And what was Charlie's reaction to that?
I mean, he was supportive of me. I remember him saying, you know, life is short, so if you're unhappy, then, you know, you can make a different choice.
Do you recall a dinner at the Melting Pot where you told Charlie that you had decided to file for divorce?
I do.
And when you told Charlie that you were going to file for divorce, did he have anger and hatred towards Professor Markel?
No.
Was he sad because he knew that this was going to affect his nephews?
I don't think he was really sad. I mean, honestly, I think a lot of people wondered why I got married to Danny in the first place, and my friends were very supportive when I decided to end the marriage.
Now, you actually filed for divorce in September of 2012, is that right?
That sounds right.
And when you filed for divorce, let me say this. When you left the home, I think that was discussed in the direct, Professor Markel was out of town, right?
He was. I called him and let him know that I had filed.
You're a non-confrontational person, right?
Which is not my best quality, yes.
But you had been in marriage counseling for quite some time before you left the home, right?
Yes.
Before you left the home, did you have a place to live?
I did.
So there was some planning, correct?
Yes.
Charlie had nothing to do with those arrangements, right?
No.
And that's when you moved into the Aqua Ridge house?
Yes.
Showing you what's marked as Defense Exhibit 1 for identification purposes only. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Do you recognize the email addresses on this document?
I do.
Is that your email address in July of 2012?
It was my work email address, so that makes sense. That must have been my email.
Does this look like an email that you could have received from your mom?
It does. I don't remember this email, but it does look like an email I could have received.
Judge, I would move this into evidence as Defense Exhibit 1 at this time.
Is there an objection?
Objection, hearsay.
This is an email between your mom and you in July of 2012, right?
Yes.
And just pointing to just under paragraph 2, I just need to know that I can legally take my children and move to another location. There was concern that you wanted to make sure that you weren't breaking the law, right?
Correct.
What can I legally remove from the house to the new location? There was concern that you wanted to do everything within the law, right?
Correct.
Now, we've heard a lot about this TV already, so let's just clear this up right now. Charlie bought you the TV, right?
Yes.
More precisely, Charlie had your parents buy the TV and he paid them back.
Yes.
And they bought the TV from Best Buy, right?
Yes.
Have you ever bought anything from Best Buy?
I'm sure I have.
When you buy from Best Buy, they always try you to get the Geek Squad warranty, right?
Yeah, they do.
And people like me always fall for that, right? But when you call and you need a repair on the TV, it's got to be registered to your name, right?
I think so.
Do you know if the Geek Squad was registered to your mom and dad?
I don't know offhand, but if they're the ones who bought the TV, then they probably bought the, Geek Squad policy that went with it too.
If I showed you the receipt, would that refresh your recollection?
I don't really have an independent recollection, so I don't think so.
We'll come back to that. Now, Charlie made that joke many times, right?
He did.
He never told you he actually looked into hiring a hitman, right?
No.
Did you think he was serious?
No.
By the way, the state has you as a co-conspirator with Charlie Adelson, right?
I believe so.
But they also have you, according to them, blurting out during an interview that your alleged co-conspirator did the murder. Does that make any sense?
I don't understand the question.
Let me rephrase. They have you guys as co-conspirators. They think you did a murder together, right?
I think so. That's what they believe.
If you did a murder together, why would you have blurred out a statement like that?
I clearly would not.
Do you know if Charlie repeated that joke in March of 2014 when you went to Yardbirds with Jeff Lacoste?
He may have, if I was mentioning the TV was broken or something like that.
Do you know who else was at that dinner?
Katie.
During your divorce, you spoke to your mom daily, probably, right?
I would usually call my parents on my way to drop kids at school. We'd have a short conversation, so that sounds right.
And it's fair to say that your parents were involved in some of the decisions that you were making in the divorce. You were asking their advice.
For some of the time.
Did you often speak with Charlie about what was happening in the divorce?
Not too much, no.
But fair to say Charlie was supportive of you, right?
Yeah, I mean, he was always supportive of me.
Is Charlie kind of self-centered?
I don't think so.
At the time of your divorce, though, he had a lot going on in his life?
I mean, his life was going great. He had a great business. He always had lots of girls. He had friends.
The divorce was settled in July of 2013.
Correct.
How did you feel after it was settled?
I felt better. I felt a sense of relief that we could just move on with our lives.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about this relocation issue.
Okay.
Isn't it true that your attorney told you that there was very little chance for you to win that motion?
I believe so, yes.
Where were you working in Tallahassee? Let's go backwards, actually. In 2007, when you were married, where were you working in Tallahassee?
At that time, I would have been working at the FSU Center for Human Rights.
And you were lobbying for anti-human trafficking legislation?
I was primarily representing victims of human trafficking, but I did a little bit of lobbying too.
But the funding for your job ran out and you lost your job, right?
Yeah.
Okay. At the time of the divorce, you had gotten a job at FSU.
What? Sorry, did she say she did government lobbying? Oh, really?
What was that job?
At the time of the divorce, I was adjunct teaching a few classes at the law school, and I had a number of different jobs at FSU, but by that point I was probably running something called a medical legal partnership, where I would work with the law school, the medical school, and the social work school to help the students work together to try to help solve legal problems that clients had.
Okay, so this is like an interdisciplinary clinic, kind of. Okay, who is this woman? Like, come on. Like, this is some intense stuff. Oh yeah, murder by mace, right? Definitely. Do we know what government agency it was, though? I know he told a lot about her life, but like, what was it? CIA? Like, bruh, that would kind of put this all together. Like, she didn't say anything about what agency she applied to or why or whatever. So I'd love to learn more. All right, let's continue. There's only a few minutes left of this.
Did you like that job?
I did, yeah.
So if you liked the job so much, why were you looking to relocate?
I mean, relocation was not a big issue for me. I probably never would have thought of it. A friend suggested it to me that it might be helpful. Maybe I would get more time with the kids if I could relocate. But I wasn't really focused on it. I didn't think it would happen, and I was pretty happy being at my job.
Now, you were a non-tenured clinical professor in that job, right?
That's right.
It meant that you could lose the job at any time. Is that fair to say?
Mm-hmm.
And you were, you had a lot of responsibilities, now being divorced, even more responsibilities with the kids.
Sure.
And you were offered a job at a prestigious law firm in Miami. Is that fair to say?
I was, yes.
And that job was going to have a pretty big salary increase.
Yes.
And it was going to give you an opportunity for more stability. Fair enough?
Yeah.
You were also going to have the benefit of family in South Florida who could help you with the kids, right?
Yeah.
Now, even with this relocation request, was it ever your intention for Professor Markel to be absent from your boy's life?
Never, no.
Okay. When you lost the relocation motion, I think it's fair to say that your mom and dad were pretty upset.
That's right.
It's fair to say that your mom came up with some crazy ideas.
Totally bonkers, yes.
Okay. We saw the email about conversion of the kids, right?
Yes.
By the way, did you ever do any of that?
No. No.
So you never dressed the kids up, you never baptized them, you never took a picture of them?
No.
Okay. Did your mom keep bugging you to do any of that stuff?
No, I think it was just one crazy email.
By the way, in all of these emails, did your mom ever tell you to do something violent to Professor Markel?
No.
Was there ever any discussion of threats of violence in any way?
No, never.
Mr. Rashbaum, I'm going to let you to ask one more question, and from there, we're going to go into recess for the evening, but your examination of the witness will go into tomorrow.
Have you ever heard the Prof's blog?
Sure.
Remember those questions that Ms. Kappelman asked you about how people could know about Danny traveling on the weekend of his murder? Remember those questions?
I do, yes.
Would it surprise? What is the Prof's blog?
It was a blog that Danny started with some friends to talk about the law and legal theories and to kind of have conversations in space with other law professors.
I'm showing you it's marked as Defense Exhibit 2. And this will be quick, Your Honor. I promise.
I was going to say, we went from 1 to 5 real quick.
It'll be quick.
Please show your exhibit to the witness.
Does this look like a posting from the Prof's blog?
It does, yes.
Judge, I admit Defense Exhibit 2 into evidence at this point in time.
Any objections to the statement?
I'd like to take a look at it first, Your Honor.
Oh, here you go.
Really bad end to this.
Go ahead. You don't have to approach. We're going to handle this without the jurors.
I'll ask one last question, and then we can, if you would, we can handle.
One means one, not
one means one.
Oh my
Do you
God!
know that Professor Markel would frequently post his travel schedule on his prof's blog?
He would post it on his prof's blog and on his Facebook.
That's my one question.
That was, I mean, okay, that was, he finally got there, but that was just an excruciatingly bad end to the day. And yes, if you're just tuning in, we will be covering Donna Adelson's trial when it starts, which is why we're starting our review of the Adelson family case involving the murder of Professor Dan Markel. This is an old case, but it's been going on for a while. There's multiple different trials, and I have a theory that Wendy Adelson works for the government, or worked for the government, or had security clearance or something. And I'm going to keep digging. I'm telling you. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Listen, we got two things to do. One, I think I have a Bossy Texas Chick song about this that I want to play. But since Colleen Henry's here, and since it's been so long, yes, I imagine, Vicky, the fall months are going to be busy. Since we have Colleen Henry here, and since it's been so long, ladies and gentlemen, should we do it? Should we do it? I know you all want me to do it. We haven't had one of these in a while, and I think it's calling our name, ladies and gentlemen. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Every single one of you knows what's coming. I know what's coming. Colleen Henry knows what's coming. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, I tell you now, and I will continue to proclaim, hold on. That is a clip, ladies and gentlemen. It is the clip. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. One more time. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. Beach dance. All right, one more time, because Colleen Henry's here, and Bossy Texas Chick. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. Gotta love it, ladies and gentlemen. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Thank you. I'm gonna save it right now, Bossy Texas Chick. I was actually saving the recommendation that you made for later. All right, now hold on. I want to get Bossy Texas Chick's song that she recommended earlier. Hold on. I got this song, and I want to play this for us before we go. So hold on here. Hold on, little towels. Bossy Texas Chick always comes up with the best song. So let me do this. All right, hold on. I'm so excited, Bossy Texas Chick. I have no idea what this song's going to be about. It's apparently about the Adelsons, but let me load it up. Bossy Texas Chick sends a song. I'm going to play it. All right, let's do this. All right, it's loading up. It's doing its towel loading thing. All right, here we go. We got a Donna Adelson song from Bossy Texas Chick. Super Towel, Bossy Texas Chick. Here's the song. All right, hold on. When Money Talks in Darkness. Now, you know, when Bossy Texas Chick comes up with the song, Towel listens. Now, this is, I believe, a generative song, but we are going to listen. We're going to be little towels. Everybody ready? All right, here we go. Ready your bluegrass towels. I hope it's bluegrass.
I've been watching from my window, seeing things I shouldn't see. Yes, I've been watching from my window, seeing things I shouldn't see. When money talks in darkness, ain't nobody walking free. Storm clouds gather around that condo on the hill. Family plotting in the kitchen, signing death warrants fit to kill. Sister's smile was cold as winter when she spoke about her man. She knew the price of freedom was all wrapped up in her plan. Sister didn't care about consequences, just get rid of Dan. Blood is thicker than the water, but green paper makes it thin. When family turns to strangers, where does justice begin? Brothers wearing prison denim, mama's heading for the stand. Brothers wearing prison denim, mama's heading for the stand. While sister's living her best life, why didn't they foresee her plan? Sometimes silence speaks the truth louder than a shout. Yes, silence speaks the truth louder than a shout. When the rich folks scheme together, poor souls get carried out. The truth ain't in the courthouse, the truth ain't in their lives. The truth is in the silence behind Wendy's silency eyes.
I like it. I like it. I think it has a great. I liked it. That had a very, very nice beat. I like the rhythm to it. But yeah, I always enjoy those songs. They have very creative lyrics, and Bossy Texas Chick puts effort into them. Towel respects people who put effort into their art. You know what I'm saying? Towel loves some good art. All right, so here we go. This is Grant Smith Ellis. It's just coming up on 5:10, a little bit past 5:10 p.m. here in Boston on the East Coast. It's about 10 p.m. Over in England, if you're keeping track, per Greenwich Mean Time, and it's about 2 p.m. if you're over on the west coast of the United States. God knows what time it is in Australia and New Zealand. How are you all doing? It's somewhere between 5 p.m. and 5 p.m. the next day. You know what I'm saying? It has to be somewhere in there. You can't, maybe you're more than 24 hours ahead. I don't even know if that's possible. I don't do time very well or math. Don't ask me to set the international dateline. I'll get very confused. Don't even put me near the international dateline. I just get utterly baffled. But yes, it is getting very close to a lot of bad rip currents at the beach. Beach Nance is our official designated towel beach reporter. So be very careful if you're near the beach. Do not get pulled near the beach currents. There are rip tides. That's our towel beach advisory. This is a public information service. I don't think I'm really qualified to give beach advisories, but listen to Beach Nance. She has beach in her name. All right. Hello, Bella. Enjoy your dinner. You have a fun time with Bella, Bossy Texas Chick. 5MEO-DMT reports that it is indeed 11:13 p.m., which is 23:13 in military time in Germany. We're thrilled to hear that in the Kingdom of Bavaria, it is 11:13. Ich bin ein Berliner. Yes, I am a cheeseburger. Yes, I think so. I was going to take a day off tomorrow, but it seems like okay, you know what we'll do? Here's the thing. Thursday, I have to do the CCC hearing. So I guess, maybe we won't take a day off tomorrow. Let's do a short day tomorrow. Short day. We will finish part 2 of Wendy Adelson, then we'll do the opening a little bit, and then that's it. All right, we'll do a little more Adelson tomorrow, but that's it. All right, very short day. Thursday we have to be here at I have to be here early in the morning to do the Cannabis Control Commission hearing. I'm going to broadcast it. I've been doing that for years. Some of you are going to be utterly baffled. It's all right. This is a public information service. So on Thursday when you tune in and there are just government regulators just talking in a meeting, just be like, okay, this is public affairs programming. I'm not really sure what to tell you. But yes, all right. So my name's Grant Smith Ellis. Thanks so much for tuning in today. Did you know that this is a public information service, or at least I try to base this stream off the principles of the public information service ethos, which is to say this is designed to educate, inform, and entertain the wider public. So if you benefited from this stream today, you can give this stream a like while the stream's still going. You can subscribe to the channel. There's all sorts of ways to help out the channel. You can go to toweltribune.com/store. If you haven't had an opportunity to do that yet, this is how we'll end the day. Did you know if you go to toweltribune.com/store, all right, I'm going to load it up for you right now. We have a wide variety, and by we I mean there's a drop shipper, of merchandise, ladies and gentlemen. Now, we don't actually have any advertisers or anything else like that, but if you go to toweltribune.com/store, all right, so let me just make sure I type it in my own browser, toweltribune.com/store. All right, so if you go to TOWEL tribune.com/store, all right, hold on, and I spelled store wrong, of course. It's STORE. You do have to spell the URL right. What you will see is, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to bring it up on the screen right now. Oh, yes, little towels. We have a way for you to support Towel Stream that doesn't involve just sending donations, although you can do that too. And you can find some Call Me Hank shirts. The public loves. The towels love the Call Me Hank shirts. You can find a Call Me Hank backpack. You can find some Call Me Hank shorts, socks. There is a towel that says I'm a towel. There is even a very nice sweatshirt. And yes, all of them are shipping out. You can read you can read from your towel friends in the chat about the quality of the material. It's apparently very good. I don't have any of them yet, but they're apparently cool. I personally really like the towel that says I'm a towel. Apparently people really like that. I might have more towels to come in the future. The fact that we can make towels is wonderful. So anyway, if you want a direct link, if you want to take a look at some of the merchandise, go ahead and do that. There's no sponsors here or anything. Thank you so much to everyone who supported the channel today. And as you know, Colleen Henry got their Call Me Hank shirt, and of course, she loves it. I'm thrilled to hear that. But on that topic, let me say some things. Those of you who are in the chat, Colleen Henry, Ange, Cat Don, Jew Drops, oh, it's great to see you all, 5MEO-DMT, Ange, Beach Nance again, Steph, my dear friend, I had so much fun chatting with you today. Jew Drops is a super towelette and a princess. I would just like to reiterate that. Oh, Vicky Moore, it was great to see you, my dear friend. We had a great time today. Colleen Henry, you are a super towel. Ruth Lang, as are you, my dear friend. Forensic RN, it was great. Okay, so I will do a stream tomorrow, Forensic RN. We'll do more Adelson catch up. We'll see if anything happens with the Reed and O'Keefe case. There's always new developments. It seems like a new trooper is leaving the Norfolk DA unit every day. Steph, thank you so much for watching. But yes, we'll be back tomorrow, so that'll be Wednesday. We'll do a stream in the morning. It was great to see you, Kath Dawn, my dear friend. I was not able to find an Aaron Peterson case stream, but if anyone can find a stream of the Aaron Peterson case from Australia for Kath Dawn, please let us know, and I'll take a look, Kath. I'm not making any promises, but I'll at least look. Bossy Texas Check, you and Bella have a great rest of your night. Colleen Henry, I said you are a super towel, but I saw you again. So hello, my friend. SD with a D, my dear friend. It was great to see you. Murder by Maestro. We had a great day. You are a super towel in every sense of the term. Judy, it was great to see you, my friend. I'm so glad you popped up. Towel loves America. Judy loves America. BGG Gruff, you are a super towel, as is your super towel doggo. Towel loves and appreciates both of you. Thank you so much for being with us. Rhonda, I agree. We miss Hank, and Hank is a hero. God bless you, my dear friend. Selma, it was so great to see you today, my dear friend. Thank you so much for chatting, and all your input is so appreciated. Oh, Claudia, it was great to see you, my friend. I'm so glad you stuck it out even through those complex Epstein files. Towel appreciates you. Who else do we see here? Oh, you all make such wonderful friendships. It means so much to me that you all care so much about each other. But you know, I go through the whole list, at least as far back as it will allow me to scroll. So I do actually get to see, even though I don't see every chat in real time, I get to see you all chatting. Harvard Yard was here. God bless you, dear friend. Moves Lab out for more incoming doggos. Oh, I'm so listen, we are going to stream tomorrow because Harvard Yard sent me some pictures. We have doggo updates. We're going to do that tomorrow because I want Harvard Yard to be here, so I'm excited about that. I saw Christina Towell was here, my friend. It was great to see you, Reporter Towell Christina. Christina Towell loves her Call Me Hank shirt. Christina Towell is our Call Me Hank shirt model, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you know that I'm not going to, I'll show that if Christina Towell, maybe we'll show it tomorrow. Christina Towell is an excellent shirt model. If you haven't seen it, ladies and gentlemen, let me just see if I have the picture here. Hold on for it. Hold on, no promises. Here we go. Have you seen Christina Towell as a model? Someone needs to hire this girl, okay? Look at that. Not only does she have the Call Me Hank shirt on, but she is basically a vintage model, okay? We just need to hire Christina Towell as a model, ladies and gentlemen, and she's wearing a You Can Call Me Hank shirt. It's the greatest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. God bless you, Christina Towell. And then, yes, get ready for doggo pictures tomorrow. Now, I also want to say a few thank yous because I think I caught everyone live, but let me just do it. Harvard Yard, thank you so much. You are loved. You are a super towel. Monica Nelling, thank you so much for being with us. I'm so glad you had fun here today and you enjoyed the chat and got to play towel trivia. That was awesome. We're going to do towel trivia more and more often. We're learning so much more every day. It's like a great interactive activity. I love the idea that we can keep a point system. It just means a lot to me. So, Harvard Yard, thank you again for your support. I'm glad you got to learn a lot in that Epstein Files segment. Jew Drops, Kiki and Riri, you are loved, you super towelettes. Thank you for your support. Harvard Yard, thank you again. You're a super towel. Ruth Lang, thank you for being a super quiz participant. I was glad to be able to take part in that and help be the quiz master, the towel quiz master. And Selma, thank you so much for your question about the Aiden TurtleBoy Tierney case and just the dynamics. That was wonderful. So God bless you, my friend. Now, let's see. Anybody pop up who I need to say goodbye to that I didn't already say goodbye to? Who do we see here? LS, I'm so glad I got to say goodbye to you, my friend. You're a super towel. Good night, my dear friend. All right, now, I was able to go through every single name, ladies and gentlemen, which means you know how we get to end now. I'm so pleased I get to do my actual ending. Yeah, I wasn't feeling well yesterday, but I'm clearly feeling a little bit better today. I'm going to try to get more rest tonight. and you know what I'm going to say. If you benefited from this stream, if you learned something today, if you made friends here, if you had fun, if you just enjoyed yourself, if you think you had just a little bit of, if your presence here benefited someone else maybe, there's a way you can pay it forward. Did you know that you can, oh, hello, Allie K. It was great to see you. Did you know that you can best pay it forward by looking for reasons to do small acts of service? Ladies and gentlemen, look for reasons to do those small acts of service rooted in unconditional love and kindness, whether it's something as simple as donating to homeless veterans. As you know, ladies and gentlemen, especially in my country, America, if there is even one veteran who is homeless against their will, we have failed as a society, and until there is not one such veteran left, we must continue to donate and support our veterans. Number two, and even after that point, we should still donate and support to our veterans, even if they have houses. Let's just give them things. They're wonderful people. Number two, you could also donate to animal shelters run by veterans. Animals are also wonderful. You can donate to them. Have you considered you could also donate to just an animal shelter that's not run by veterans? I mean, you're not doing two things at once, but you could still help animals. Also, you can wave, you can smile at someone on the street, you can reach out to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you could even donate 200 tomato plants to a friend like Francis Frutrell did one time and have them designated as honorary tomatoes and mentioned literally every stream for like 3 years in a row. I'm telling you, small acts of kindness can change the world. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I believe by those small ripples of unconditional love and compassion spreading outwards in the world, we can combat the larger forces of self-interest and greed and change about the current realpolitik from one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power to an ethos of unconditional love where we preserve, expand, and demonstrate our capacity to engage in small acts of service. And in that regard, ladies and gentlemen, we will bring about the new digital epoch with Aquarius the water bearer standing tall, carrying a towel, firmly rooted in the principles of unconditional love, compassion, toleration, and small acts of service. It's possible because of you all. This is why I get so much inspiration, in spite of my physical ailments and otherwise, to do this, because I truly believe you all care, that you believe in this mission. Hello, Nancy, you're a super towel. The big issue, yes, of course you can donate to the big issue. Towel loves the big issue. If you're in the UK, I got to add that to the nightly list. LS. I'm going to do that. I have to make a mental note right now. Add big issue to closing. Perfect. And let me say this, ladies and gentlemen. I truly believe that an informed public and erudite discourse and compassionate and loving concern for one another and the friendship you all display here is what you'd call the eudaimonia, okay, or the summum bonum, the ancient Greek or the Latin respectively, the greatest good, asymptotically though it may be, of human perfectibility. All right, and I think that this is the ethos, the selfless, sort of compassionate, erudite, informed, and service-oriented ethos that can reinvigorate the shared spirit of humanity, which is fleeting in this world, and the loss thereof would render the transition into this new epoch just completely devastating. So if we can reinforce those shared bonds and center the compassion and small acts of service and unconditional love, then I think we'll be able to bring about this new paradigm and new epoch in a way that's befitting of the principles deserving of not only us as a people, but the sort of emergence of this new epoch. We're at a big risk of that sort of transition being undermined and usurped by nefarious forces of self-interest and greed. And the only way we can really ward it off is by sort of harnessing these sort of emerging capabilities of this new generation in order to center these sort of more universalized principles among the international discourse, such as to ward off sort of very nefarious self-interested actors from trying to artificially define the historical synthesis in a way such as to undermine the emergence of this new epoch. It's a very big concept, but we're working on it here, and I believe in it. So God bless you all. It means a lot to me. You know I will just keep talking if I don't stop. So, Twitter friends, I got to let you go a little bit early. I may have only been going for a few hours today, but I'm going to cut you all off a few minutes early and go talk to the towel friends on the YouTube. We'll be back tomorrow, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis, sometime in the late morning, afternoon. We'll see how I'm feeling. But be safe out there, towel friends on the X. A lot of you are watching today. God bless you. Thanks for tuning in. I hope you learned something. youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis if you want to join the chat in the future. There's a lot of wonderful people over there, as you can see up at the top of your screen throughout the day. So, yeah, join in, say hi. Kiki, Riri, Jew Drops, you're amazing. But towel friends on the X, God bless. Be well. Until tomorrow. Towel friends on the YouTube, we did it. That was a wonderful day. Oh, that was amazing. That was wonderful. We had fun with towel trivia. Super Towel Steph, dethroned Towel. There is no one better to have dethroned Towel than Super Towel Steph. What a hard-fought battle. You deserved it, my friend. This is a wonderful community. You all mean so much to me. I know I'm not the greatest at responding to DMs, but I'm getting better. Remember, if you need me, email my name at Grant Smith Ellis and at Gmail, okay? Or reach out to me on X. If you reach out to me on other platforms like Facebook or Instagram, there's no guarantee I'm going to see it like right away. I'll do my best, but you know how to find me. I don't want you all to ever feel like you can't reach out to me if you need me. Just know that I'm not the best administratively responding to things. You all really mean a lot to me, though, and as much as we work here on different cases and we have fun with our towel trivia and we learn together, you're all humans to me, and you have a special place in my heart, and it means so much to me. So even on tough days, know that being around you inspires me, and you're special because you are you, and you have friends here, and don't ever feel like even if you take time off or otherwise, you can't pop in and say hello. So. Love you all very much, my dear towel friends, and we will see each other very, very soon. I have no doubt. Tomorrow morning, we'll see each other Wednesday, sometime in the mid-morning, late morning. That's mid-afternoon for you folks in the UK. But Towel loved you all very much. Thank you so much for spending time with me today. I can't wait to see you again tomorrow. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. God bless. Be well, be safe, and reach out to me if you need me. See you.